Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, welcome to episode 167. I think that's the number we're on, right, Phil?
That sounds about right.
Welcome to episode 167 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as Lookout Sir. My name's Dan, and I've already introduced him, sort of. It's Phil, everybody.
Yay! It's me.
Woo! Look who's there. It's a Phil, everyone. How you doing, Phil?
Most importantly, my microphone is fixed. I'm back to normal service. Long story short, basically, I had to update my operating system. And to do that, I had to delete loads of stuff from my laptop. Then I had to then I had to download a brand new program for my microphone, like this Logitech thing. Yeah, and then I got to do like a firmware update, basically. Even though I'd already done a firmware update. Basically, I had to update literally everything to its newest version possible, and that somehow fixed it.
Magical times. Much like the things we're going to be talking about in this 167th episode of Lookout Sir. Things like...
So the Space Marine Codex being the main topic, and I think our only actual topic that we're covering this episode. No, wait,
Phil
we did something.
Himself. Yeah, we did something else, Phil. What was it?
Do you know? I've forgotten. I don't remember. It was so long ago.
You've forgotten, almost like Games Workshop forgets things in their range, Phil.
Oh yes, right. I've just about remembered. Yes, we talk about, obviously, from the Space Marine Codex, lots of stuff gets discontinued. So we speculate on every single faction, what might disappear in the future, or potentially what might get a range refresh. But it was mostly in regards to what will be canned by the evil corporate Games Workshop overlords. Yes, so we talk about that, and I think in the outro we will probably discuss the Games Workshop web store, Dan going away to a Warhammer event up north, and whatever else we can think about with the time we have left.
Indeed. Time well spent with 5-star reviews.
Peter!
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review comes from... Give him enough time to finish drinking his tea. Phil.
Apple Podcasts of Norway.
Oh, Phil, so close. I mean, Norway's not even that far from Great Britain. That's where it is.
The old classic.
We do well, Phil, in Great Britain. Obviously,
our home turf.
Exactly, our native land where we herald from and are appreciated thusly. And this comes via way of Blue Labra. Common.
Labra?
Well, I don't know. Maybe my pronunciation is wrong. Maybe it's Libra. Labra. Sorry. So Labra.
Oh, Labra. Yeah.
Or Labra.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe it's a fancy way of pronouncing Labrat.
It could be Labrat, except nothing
T.
would indicate that. Yeah, silent T. Fair. We'll go with Labrat. Blue Labrat has said, a great podcast, 5 stars, and has left us 5 stars in addition to saying 5 stars in the title, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to do the same, why not consider leaving us a 5-star review in all the various places where you can do that? I won't list them. you can figure that out for yourselves. But if you do it...
I was going to say, sorry. However, I've noticed a few people sometimes do this. They will leave us a comment. So, for example, on YouTube and say 5 stars. That doesn't technically count as a 5-star review because a comment is not a review. It needs to be in official review formats, such as, Facebook, such as Apple review system, such as Audible. All of those are official reviews. A comment where you just say 5 stars is not, unfortunately, a 5-star review. So unfortunately, those are null and void and we can't read those out. Sorry to those.
Although we do obviously really appreciate those comments. Thank you so much.
100%.
But we won't, feature you here in the 5-star review segment. Mostly because it's just really difficult to track. If we were just doing all the comments, it would just be insane, wouldn't it?
It'd be very difficult to do.
It would be. It would be. So there you go. Thank you for the clarification, Phil. Anyway, so leave us a 5-star review in all the places that you can do that in a way that will impact, the perception and or, value of Lookouts the 40K podcast. Did you notice, Phil, actually, that we're number 3 now in the chart?
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but when I checked again, even though I did the cash thing, it was still 7.
Well, I'm telling you, mate. So if you typed in 20 best Warhammer 40,000 podcasts, you would arrive at FeedSpot's 20 best Warhammer 40,000 podcasts. And at number 1, you would see Lawhammer. We're going to share my screen with Phil for a second here so as he can experience this right now. Okay, you ready, Phil? Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
At number 1, you would see Lawhammer. At number 2, you would see Forge. Oh, I've given it away already. Forge the Narrative. And there we are, Phil, number 3.
Well, isn't that grand?
Exactly.
We've gone up the rankings. My mobile phone is lying to me when I checked.
A blog with relatively good search engine optimization has us in the number 3 spot, Phil. How does that make you feel?
Oh, humbled.
Humbled.
Obviously, but with a huge secret ego.
Exactly.
Yes.
We've come far, Phil. We've achieved great things to achieve number 3 in what I'm considering the most official and important source for all Warhammer 40,000 podcast related.
Yes, unfortunately, we don't know the metrics of that table ranking.
I don't care, Phil. It's obviously a clear and well considered list. They consider all candidates. They go through a vigorous process of evaluating the quality of content, the consistency, the overall kind of Scoville units. I don't know what they do with these things.
Hopefully, now we've given their website a shout out, they bump us up to number 2.
I mean,
that's how it works.
I don't know if we're ever going to end up in a situation where we bump off Lawhammer and Forge the Narrative, mate. I think those lads have been pretty much tearing up the airways for a bit too long now. They're very well established, and I'm told very good. I don't actually listen to either of them. That's terrible, isn't it, really? I should really listen to them, but I spent so much time making this one. I don't have enough time to listen to theirs. They probably say the same about us, unless, of course, they're massive fans and listening to us right now, in which case, sorry, guys. We'll make more effort, won't we, Phil?
We will indeed. Let us know. Absolutely. Drop us a message.
Absolutely. Drop us a message. Send us a DM. Give us some money. We'll be there for you. Anyway, so 5-star reviews. Thank you so much for those that have left them. And obviously, if you're considering doing so, please do, because it's really helpful for us and we really appreciate it. But not as much as we appreciate those of you who have enough of a disposable income that you feel it necessary to give us some of it via Patreon. So, obviously, everyone who supports us on Patreon, massive thank you from us. Obviously, you can't rent our love, or rather, sorry, you can't buy our love, but you can rent it from us for the mere price of a patron. That's the statement, isn't it?
Yes.
And then Phil still hasn't done anything for the merchandise store, even though he promised me he would do Christmas stuff.
I know. Well, however, there is a great clanger in this episode, which I think should be immortalized in a T-shirt, much like in a Crow's Manor. So if people can pick up on it, leave it in the comments and say they want a version of it. I will produce a T-shirt form of it.
In a Christmas guise?
Probably. I'll throw in the Christmas one for free.
Oh, okay, there you go. What, you're giving away free merchandise now?
No, I mean, my time and value. No, just my design skill time-wise will be free. Free of charge. I'll do it.
I see. That's very kind.
It's a 2 for 1. 2 for 1.
Anyway, there we go. Shield, shield, shield. Let's get on with this 5-star review, which is in itself kind of a shield, but we kind of like to, dress it up as a bit of community interaction, which it is, to be fair. I think there's a sincerity to that, right?
Oh, yeah, completely. We obviously forgot to do any kind of community questions around the Space Marine Codex. Maybe we should, maybe we'll do that for the next episode as a follow-up.
What, like how we said we were going to do that for this episode for Astra Militarum?
Did we?
I think we did, Phil, yeah. We just lie constantly now, Phil.
We don't lie, we just have very bad memories. I think people are aware. That's
true. It's the old man brain coming into effect, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Anyway. So Blue Labrat has said, great podcast, 5 stars, 5 stars. A great listen that I often enjoy falling asleep to. Hopefully not while operating any kind of heavy machinery, but ultimately I can appreciate and understand falling asleep to podcasts. I do that often, it's fair to say. What do you fall asleep to, Phil?
I think Silence. The answer is I don't, because normally I have a cat sleeping on me when I try and sleep, so it
the
just
gentle
really
purr of a cat's whiskers or whatever it is. Not that they purr through their whiskers, but you know what I mean.
No, it's normally I'm just drifting off, and then a cat will crawl across my face and wake me up again. That's normally what happens.
Sounds horrific.
It is.
Yeah, it's a waking nightmare. It feels just like sitting down and having some hobby chat with some mates and then falling asleep while they're in that conversation, seemingly. Yeah. Keep up the good work. 5 stars, which, of course, it's a prerequisite of this being a 5-star review. Hey, there you go. There's a person who listens. Blue Labrat, everybody. What an absolute ledge. Thank you so much for your 5-star review. You were incredibly kind to be supporting the pod in that way, and we really appreciate it. And to elaborate on that, of course, here's Phil.
Well, thank you very much, Blue Labrat, however you pronounce your name. It's greatly appreciated, even if you do fall asleep to our dulcet tones. Maybe we should do a specific ASMR episode just for you to fall asleep to. I assume it's more my voice you'll fall asleep to, because Dan is loud and abrasive, and it hurts your ears. So it's got to be me, surely, that you fall asleep to. That's what I believe. And I love the little meta reference at the end of Dan's. Very good. So yeah, thank you very much. That was excellent.
There you go. My loud and abrasive voice is an inconsistent kind of like I peak too much. You've got a nice consistent tone. I go up and down too much. That's my problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway. Transitional noise. Thank you very much, by the way. Oh, God, I need to breathe. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about Games Workshop's most profitable and our most favourite of things. Space Marines, of course. Oh, my God, Phil.
Ooh.
A new Space Marine Codex. Kaloo-Kalay.
Isn't it fancy?
I mean, that is what they try and tell us, Phil. That is what Games Workshop seek to sell to us. A never-ending parade of Space Marines and or Space Marine-related paraphernalia. But is this Space Marine Codex, the 10th edition Space Marine Codex, theoretically the 10th Space Marine book ever made? Although actually I think it's the 11th?
Well, it depends if you include supplements or not. But there's definitely been 11.
Like core codex.
Yeah, there's definitely been.
Did they actually ever do codexes in the Rogue Trader era?
Well, I was going to say actually they didn't. They did they did lots of White Dwarf supplements. They did a couple of expansion books, which the names elude my memory temporarily. I think one of them was actually chapter approved, and then there was another one which was like a collation of a lot of extra army rules. So they're not quite a codex per se. I think codexes were from 2nd edition onwards.
That's fair. I mean, technically, actually, on the assertion that Rogue Trader didn't have a Space Marine Codex, this is the 9th Space Marine Codex.
Shouldn't it be 10 because we got an extra one?
No, because in 2nd edition, there was no Codex Space Marines. There was Codex Ultramarines.
Oh, technicality.
Technicality, mate. Technicality. Everyone loves the technicality. Let me just type that in, though, to make sure that I'm not talking rubbish.
But, well, you did it in your usual confident way, whether you're correct or not.
No, I was correct. Obviously, there were indexes and things that came out at the start of 2nd edition, but no, there was Codex Ultramarines. So technically, the first ever Codex Space Marines came out in 3rd edition. And then we proceeded to have one in every edition, bar 8th edition, where we got 2.
And an index.
And an index as well. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Are we going to include that index?
Yeah, well, I guess. Well, not in terms of codex, but in terms of they made you buy the rules 3 times in one edition. That is a mugs game. That is a great feat of, I think it's magic almost, that Games Workshop made us all do.
Well, exactly. And again, though, the way they obviously as well threw in some of the Vigilus books to sell you on those armies of renown as well, or whatever they were called back then. The formations, weren't they?
Formations, yeah.
God, it's so weird how much of this stuff you just forget as time goes on. I don't even begin to remember how the formation rules worked in 8th edition, but I knew Centurions were good.
I think that was in the Imperial Fist one. You had some limitations on what you could include in your army, basically. In that detachment, at the very least.
No one cares, Phil. That's old, forgotten stuff. It's all about 10th edition now. It's all about new Space Marines, albeit with an old Codex cover. The first time ever, as far as I'm aware, where Space Marines have repeated artwork on the cover of a Codex.
But not the most recent one.
But not the most recent one, at least. No, absolutely. It is the second of the 8th edition covers repurposed for 10th. But the only time Space Marines. I won't go through every Space Marine cover, but even in 8th edition, where they made a habit of reusing old covers, Space Marines got a new cover, as in the start.
Interesting.
Yeah, they had the Primaris Marine, didn't they? Just a lone intercessor standing in a sort of rather unpleasant looking environment. And then, the one before then was a regular tactical squad sergeant with a bolt pistol. But he had the big neckerchief, didn't he? What are those things called? You know, where they've got the big hoopla around there.
Like the collar. What, a bit like the Mark 8 armor? Yes,
yeah. That was the cover for the old. Which one would that have been? For the 7th edition Marine book, and then the 8th edition Marine book. Sorry, 6th edition Marine book had a captain pointing. That's how that went. Mm-hmm. And then the 5th edition Codex had an Ultramarine shooting a Black Legion person. And I'm getting too into the obscure nonsense when no one cares anymore. We'll carry on with talking about this 10th edition book. And on the cover of this 10th edition book is an Ultramarine shooting some stuff with a symbol in the background, though, Phil. I mean, Lord knows.
He's not shooting, though. Difference. He's just stood there heroically. I think he's being shot at because
he took a shot. He took one on the. Takes one in the shoulder, doesn't he?
Yes, looks like it. But you're right, and it's got the Adeptus Astartes logo in the background.
It does.
You can't really see, so it just looks like wings. So it almost looks like a Dark Angel symbol. You can't tell the difference.
There it is. But it's important, Phil, that in this new 10th edition, that they give us those symbols in the background. Otherwise, how would we know what we were looking at?
Well,
Exactly. This is the thing. How do we rate the cover, though, overall, Phil? I have to be honest with you. Back in the day when that 8th edition cover came out, I thought it was well good. I was dead in favour of it. But again, it just sort of feels like they sort of ruined it, Phil. Took something that was once great and kind of slapped a weird logo in the background of it. And again, not to sort of diminish the quality of the artwork, but just its repetition, I suppose. It's just sort of a shame, isn't it? It's a darn shame.
I don't mind it. I'm not too offended by it. I think the maybe Tyranid one was a little worse with the symbol added in. This one,
The Tyranid
all right.
one was definitely worse, yeah.
This one's
Yeah.
okay. It gives a lot more focus to the central figure and makes him pop, dare I say, for design mumbo jumbo. Plus, he's got the UV spot varnish on, makes him nice and shiny. And I did notice, actually, that on the whole, the pages are a lot more shinier than the previous edition. The 9th edition one had a lot more of a matte finish on those pages. This is a much more glossy satin finish, which I guess is the same for all of them, really. So, maybe up to the value of the paper quality there.
Well, there you go. I'm not convinced that makes it better, but I'll take it as intended there, and state it true. It's a perfectly acceptable looking cover, but it would have been nice had it been new artwork.
Well, that would always be nice.
It would be, wouldn't it? It would be. But yeah, so those of you who will be familiar with our Codex reviews from the past will know that we make a terrible habit, or had made a terrible habit, of going into detail, reading every single thing, rule and everything. We don't really do that anymore. What we basically do is talk about our general thoughts and feelings on the book, our experiences with it, what we generally kind of think about it. I've played a lot of games already, around 7 since the release of the new Space Marine Codex with my Space Marines. So I feel relatively well qualified to talk about them in a relative level of detail. Phil, on the other hand, I don't think has played any games with new Space Marines, but he could surprise me.
I haven't. I had a chance to. I played again Boarding Actions 10th edition, which was quite nice, a couple of weeks ago. I took my Thunder Warriors, gave them a little outing in their unpainted fashion, but I did play against Space Marines. But because the way Boarding Actions work, you don't actually use the detachments at all. You just use the army rule, which has changed technically since the index version. So that's probably my most exposure to the Space Marine Codex, plus obviously the units themselves.
Amazing. There we go. So between the two of us, we now will intend to do our utmost best to talk about Space Marines. But what are Space Marines, Phil? I have never heard of them.
Well, they are humanity's, if not the Imperium's, finest warriors. Don't look at those custodies. No. It's these guys, the gene-enhanced, extra superhuman, transhuman warriors.
There you go. They are a bunch of children that are taken from worlds, most of the time with their consent. I think they are
Not always.
Not necessarily in a child trafficking ring, are they, Space Marines? Or
well, you could say they are child soldiers turned into, adult warriors, I guess. Clad in some very expensive armor and sent
get a
off
bunch
to
of
war.
kids together, get them to murder each other until the strongest kid
Yes.
arises.
Mind wash them into believing that you are, a god.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, this sounds utterly, completely above board, is all I'm saying.
Well, exactly. It goes to show you the true grim darkness of the Warhammer 40K setting.
Well, exactly. It is fair to say as well, though, right, from a perspective of certainly teenagers, the power fantasy, I suppose, the idea of being, whisked away and turned into a superhuman soldier through a process of selective mortal combat, followed by a relatively risky gene splicing exercise.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's either that or going off on a steam train to a school to learn to be a wizard. Which would you rather?
Well, indeed. I don't know necessarily if that is something they offer in the 41st millennium. I get the impression they're more about putting it, if you went to that school to become a wizard, you'd then be carted off in a black ship and fed to an old corpse.
Let me qualify that. More the teen power fantasy of adolescence.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Or you can be a mutant superhero where your burgeoning puberty activates some, special
like
code.
the Toxic Avenger.
Didn't he just...
Or the Toxic Crusader, sorry.
Yes. Well, didn't he just get covered in toxic waste?
Yeah, no, he was mopping up at the swimming pool, and they taunted him by throwing him in out a window into some toxic waste, and then thus he was born.
I know.
Great film though.
School bullies.
Exactly, terrible business. Anyway, the point is that Space Marines are interesting. Is probably the thing that needs to be said. There's a new range of miniatures. I suppose we should very quickly talk about them.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, actually, probably the most surprising thing about this book is that it is almost all new miniatures. The range is 95% Primaris, even more so if you were to exclude vehicles for a second. And that's actually quite an impressive feat. If you think about Primaris, it only came in 8th edition. And now we're 2 editions later, and they've completely wholesale changed the Space Marine.
They have done a lot of Space Marine releases. Man.
Well, exactly. That goes to show you that if you 8th edition was told, in two editions time, there's almost going to be no firstborn. Would you believe them? Probably not.
Yeah, probably would. Because I could have referenced
I think we
the
probably did
Stormcast
speculate
Eternal releases. Yeah, I think based on how the Stormcast were kind of like rolled out, and like Stormcast feel really weird now as well in the AOS world, because it sort of feels like Age of Sigmar Stormcasts are at a point where they already need to primarify their range and already have sort of done so.
Yes,
so
I think so. With the Thunderstrike armor, which has been new style since AOS 3, it feels like they're doing a bit of primarisification as well. Which is quite interesting. Indeed. And basically, with the exception of what I can think of is 2 infantry units, which is the Tactical Squad and the Devastator Squad, and named characters, I don't think there's actually any firstborn miniatures left. Which ones?
Centurions and Vanguard veterans.
Oh, yes, those are the other ones, yes. Centurions are sort of mini monsters, but yes, the Vanguard vets is the outlier for sure.
Yeah, Vanguard vets and Centurions, Tactical Squads, and Devastator Squads.
They should just phase out those Centurions. Just let them go.
I don't think they will phase out the Centurions. I think the Centurions have got the potential to go the longest distance, potentially. People kind of like them now, When they first came out, people were like, what is this silly nonsense? But nowadays, they're like, oh yeah, it's fine. Now everyone looks at Tactical Squads and goes, what is that? What's that rubbish?
That is also true.
But Tactical Squads, anyway, we'll get into the rules in a bit and talk about things we like about it. But Tactical Squads seem okay to me. I actually think in tournament settings, Tactical Squads are actually quite useful, because having a 10-man unit that you can optionally make a 5-man unit or 2 5-man units is actually quite reasonable, because it gives you certain matchup flexibility, because Marines don't have combat squads across the board anymore. So I actually quite like that about Tactical Squads. I think
is that their unit ability then? That
is their unit ability. Yeah, they can split down into 2 units of 5.
That is cool.
So they come as a 10-man, and you can split them down into 2 5-men, and it's not specified who goes where. Essentially, the only weirdness with him is character allocation. Although, actually, if I think about it now, the sequence of events would be you'd split them into 2 5-man squads, and then you'd allocate characters to them. The only weirdness would be if you were in attendance of an event that stipulated that you needed to lock a character to a squad.
Like RFW.
Like RFW, but, Tom's a reasonable human. Truth be told, he says these sorts of things in the kind of preamble, but then ultimately, when it comes to actually playing it on the day, he kind of just gives up on all that and just goes, do what you want, who cares anyway, eh? It's a way to have fun, Well,
that is true.
But such is the way of the Tom. But in terms of like new stuff that they released, new kits, you got the Company Heroes, which is a really cool squad. We already kind of talked about these in our kind of breakdown of the reveals, but I think the Company Heroes is really interesting. I think the new Sternguard squad is fine. I still have a real soft spot for the ones they gave us in Leviathan, but again, it's really cool that they're taking what were previously firstborn units and giving us new primarified versions of them. Jump-packed intercessors are relatively underwhelming, but I mean, they look absolutely fine. Captain with jump pack, Terminator squad, and a chaplain in Terminator armor basically rounds up all of the sort of air quotation marks new releases that they've added to it. Technically, they also did give us the Desolation squad and the Brutalis Dreadnought as standalone miniatures. But obviously those have been broadly accessible for a while now. So
did you mention the Infernus Marines?
Well, so no, the Infernus Marines didn't come out with this new release, did they? I was more talking about stuff that companies has released. But yes, they did also add Infernus Marines, Librarian in Terminator armor, Captain in Terminator armor. Lots of people on the internet, by the way, speculating that they forgot to release the new Captain in Terminator armor. Do you remember they've got the new multi-part plastic Captain in Terminator armor that just hasn't come out yet?
Yes. Well, they still haven't released for Scouts either, so I assume they're coming down the line at some point.
Well, Scouts are coming via combat. Well, not combat patrol, sorry. Kill team.
Yeah, well, that's true.
So it kind of makes sense where the Scouts are coming in. It's more the... there's a lot of people like, did they just forget to release the Captain in Terminator armor?
Yeah, I mean, it just got delayed for some various, production delays.
Oh, of course. I mean, ultimately, there is a perfectly acceptable Captain in Terminator armor that came via Leviathan. But obviously, if you are super excited about picking up the one that they showcased a while back, I am for sure, actually. I think that is a very cool mini. I think if I'm going to get a Captain in Terminator armor, that will be it. So I will await its release. But none of these units, and I suppose this is one of the things that's quite unique about this particular release of Space Marines, is the only actual objectively new unit we got added to Space Marines, objectively, is the Infernus Marine. Everything else existed in some form before. Every other unit is either a one-to-one replacement or it is a near as damn it replacement.
Well, there's the Lieutenant in Phobos armor, even though you already had.
There's been Lieutenants in Phobos armor.
I know,
Phil.
but this is a
new
slightly different, ever so slightly different version.
It's the one everyone's taking because him and Whirlwinds equal a whole lot of fun, Phil.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, because basically he has this ability where he picks an objective and then stuff within range of that objective. I think it's reroll wounds against them. And you basically oath of moment it, pick that objective, and then you just get a couple of whirlwinds and just bombard the spot until basically what's on there is pounded to dust.
I see. Spamming the old ignoring line of sight weapons again.
Oh, mate. And then also you've got, we'll get into it later. Whirlwind's actually at the moment decent, it's fair to say. Whirlwind is pretty decent.
That's good.
It's back, baby. Who would have thought that yet another out of line of sight shooting unit was going to be tearing up the tabletop, eh?
That is true. I was going to say, before we get into the units and the rules, did we want to do a little preamble about the little lore section at the front and the, I guess, pretty pictures, the successor chapters, little bits like that?
Why ever not, mate? Take us through it.
Well, I thought, like we did with the Tyranid Codex and the core rulebook, we would just have a little look to see if they copy and pasted absolutely everything. The answer is not quite, but about 95% of it. So the bit at the beginning
about
is
95% of it.
Well, yes, the core bit is mostly the same. There's a bit at the beginning that's definitely different, and they've swapped a few bits around in terms of layout and stuff. There is in total, hold on, let me see if I can find it. I think about 67 pages before you get to the showcase stuff, and I think it was like 78 in the old codex before you got it to the showcase section. So technically missing about 10 pages of lore. And various interesting stuff. Most of which, the most noticeable bit is all the maps have gone. You used to have a double-page spread of the galaxy showing you, where the chapters were, who was battling what. I always found those maps really interesting and exciting in every single of the army books, because it kind of, a map, as we've talked about in previous sections, grounds the setting. You can visualize where you are. You can look at your little chapter and be like, great, that's its home world. I can now build a story around it. That's gone in 10th edition. You don't have that. And you also don't have any of the war zones either. Do you remember the little war zone bits? So you'd have like Vigilus or wherever, Armageddon. I don't know if they were in the Tyranid Codex and we just missed it, but they're not in this Space Marine Codex at all either. So that's all gone. And that was one of the best additions to the Nightved Codex, is that they had that in there. I love those little bits.
Yeah, it's weird in a way, because it sort of feels like more and more they are, at least in this particular, the first two codexes, they're sort of moving away from anything that kind of speaks in more detail about a chapter, a world, a system. It's very much about, this is Space Marines in the general sense. We'll throw in a few footnotes that give you a little bit more context. And obviously we got to shout out Bobby G and all of those stuff, because it's kind of important.
Oh yeah, so there's like a page dedicated to him that's been added in, because obviously you had the Ultramarine supplement before to do that. You had some beautiful like banners from the Death Watch section in the last edition. That's all disappeared, because now I think most of them had a double page spread previously, and now it's down to a single page. So you've lost a lot of extra stuff, weirdly, for the individual chapters.
Sorry, mate. The Death Watch section. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's a small one-page Death Watch.
Oh, but there used to be a bigger one with more banners in it.
Yes, so it was a two-pager, and it had some really beautiful artwork from some featuring some banners featuring like dead Xenos in it. So that bit has gone, and I think most of them were 2 pages in the previous one. They have gone back to doing a much better codex iconography, because I think they had paired that back in the Nightved one to pictures of models, and then showing the breakdown of like the stripes for the shoulder pads, and then the different types of helmet colours. That's now back to being a full page double spread, like it was in 8th edition. So that is good to see. And they've also included some different models this time. So it's not just the Intercessor, it's the Blade Guard, the Reaver, and an Eradicator. So that is pretty cool. And then there was 2 oddities in the Successor chapter section. And the bit that was Unknown Successors bit is now called Unknown Lineage. So under Successor chapters, they've changed 1 chapter. Can you guess which one?
Can I guess which one of the chapters they've changed?
I mean, I wouldn't have thought you'd get it, but you can have a punt.
The Reavers.
No, it's so the first one is
the Raptors. I was meaning to say.
Oh, okay. No, Raptors was in there. No, the Brazen Annihilators, which is the very first one, wasn't in there before. That used to be Black Templars, and they've swapped that out to be Brazen Annihilators, which I guess is a new one. Because I think Black Templars now has its own sort of dedicated page.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
it's become a bit more of an official, standalone chapter. And then all of these are pretty much copy and paste from before, which gives you one weird oddity. And that's because in the last edition, we had a index Astartes for exorcists, where they made the assertion that previously having been an unknown chapter, they are in fact Imperial Fist successors. But I think it's only known to the people in the most inner of inner circles. And then they've actually... It's either a retcon or it's just accidentally that they forgot about it, because this is all copy and pasted from the last codex. So it goes back to having exorcists as being an unknown successor, but actually we do know that they're probably Imperial Fists.
I am shocked and amazed. Sorry, because the Raptors are actually in the successor chapters. I thought with what you were saying that the Raptors would have had their chapter of origin changed. And the only reason I bring up the Raptors is because Raptors are now on the transfer sheets. So I was just like, oh, maybe it's them.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I was surprised by it. I was really surprised. I was like, oh, wow. They're giving us Raptor transfers. Like, it's super weird, actually, when you see it, because you're like, in terms of the new transfer sheets for Space Marines, God, if you can get anything to load on their brand spanking new, utterly terrible website at the moment. Okay, maybe it just does that weird caching thing that the old one used to do. Did you ever notice that with the old website, that when it got to a point where you had sort of lingered on it for too long, like you couldn't then just change the tick box to change the thing you're looking at? You had to refresh the page.
No, I did notice that sometimes. Yeah, that was quite frustrating.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we will talk about the website.
We will definitely do so in the outro for sure. But anyway, I'm fairly sure the Raptors are on the new transfer sheets.
Oh, that's interesting.
You can't
and
see
it's
the
not
transfer sheets on their website anymore, so it's fine.
Okay. And it's definitely the Raptor symbol and not the, like, in... what was it called? The Raptoris, I think it's. So it's basically
the Raptoris
is basically the symbol that denoted that you had fought alongside the Emperor in the Horus Heresy. So it's more Horus Heresy symbol.
Oh yeah, no, it's
but that was called the Raptor Imperialis, if I recall correctly.
Fair. I'm just looking it up now on the interwebs, because the interwebs knows all. New Space Marine transfer sheet. Yeah, no, it's very clearly the Raptors. It's very clearly the Raptors.
Interesting. I mean, it might be it's the same symbol that was repurposed for Raptors, hence the name.
Well,
who knows?
Indeed.
Who knows?
But yeah, anyway, yeah. So, I mean, I probably should qualify as well before, because I said that they don't give you a huge amount of emphasis on chapters. They do have pages dedicated to each chapter. So they do have an Imperial Fist, Black Templar, Raven Guard, Salamanders, Space Wolves, White Scars, Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Ultramarines overview. So they do actually explain them. They give them a lot more, time than the Hive Fleets did, or the Hive Fleets got.
No, exactly. That's what the Hive Fleets needed, was a dedicated page to each one, breaking it down. That would have been great. Also, so before you had battlefield roles and like the overall command structure of a chapter, that's been streamlined into just talking about the specific battlefield roles. So, command, veteran, battle line, etc. Which denotes what unit has what symbol on its shoulder pad. But there was a nice visual representation of the hierarchy of the chapter, which is now gone, which is a bit of a shame. But they do talk about the hierarchy in sort of just in text, basically.
I mean,
some nice stuff has gone, which is a bit of a shame. A few bits have been added. I don't think it quite offsets it, though, to be fair. It is very nicely presented still. They still use some really great imagery, but it isn't anything outstandingly new. So if you owned the last Space Marine Codex, will you feel the need to reread any of this? If you read the last one, no is the answer. Maybe a couple of pages here and there, or if you want to refresh your memory, because like most people, you've probably forgotten because it's been a few years. But if you're going to get any new nuggets of lore, probably not. But I would check out maybe the first few pages, because that's where it would be if it's going to be anywhere.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they have now basically made it abundantly clear that from a kind of text and writing perspective that they are just phoning that in now. Like, obviously, they're going to add in some new bits, but like the idea that they're just going to kind of go, take what we had before, layer some new bits on it. It's a shame, man. It's a real shame, because credit where credit's due to them. The layout, the photography, like the actual sections where you get to see like the armies and the photography of.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Gorgeous, man. Like they really, like, this is a much better quality of production in terms of photography, art, layout than what we saw for the Tyranid book. The Tyranid.
Oh yeah,
sorry,
because this one actually has like dedicated pages to each chapter of the main ones. Going, this is what Iron Hands look like. This is what Imperial Fists look like. You did not have that in the Tyranid one. It was just like there's a couple of images relating to a couple of the Leviathan fleets, but not all of them. And that might be because maybe they just don't have like a full army painted up for every single of the high fleets. Whereas obviously Space Marines, being the poster boys, they do.
The only thing that befuddles me with this book, though, is the fact that when you go through the photography, when you go through the literature, everything leading up to the actual data sheets, all the stuff that you've got here, the force organizations, the image, all this stuff, right? Like everything leading up to basically like the rules, there is a good level of focus on Dark Angels, Blood Angels, Space Wolves, Black Templars, even Death Watch. A Death Watch in here, actually? I say these things as if I know, but you mentioned Death Watch earlier. Death Watch earlier.
Yeah, Death Watch. Are the Death Watch minis in here?
The minis are. No, that was the thing I was just looking for. So they've got...
But they have a page dedicated to the Death Watch chapter in the lore section.
Yeah, but they do have miniatures for Dark Angels, Blood Angels, Space Wolves in the photography section. So it's interesting. Again, not to kind of speculate too hard, but you do ask yourself, it's like, was this meant to be everything in one once upon a time? Were we getting to the point that they were going to go... Was it possible? Harebrained tinfoil hat moment for you here. Was it possible that the backlash from them removing a bunch of stuff early on, like the Horus Heresy stuff, did that force them into a position where they went, oh, I don't think we can get rid of all the old stuff just yet. People aren't going to like it, are they? It's weird. It's just
do you mean
weird.
In terms of like the named characters because they're the old remnants still?
Yeah, so they've still got like the old name characters in here for all of the kind of chapters from what we've associated with Space Marines up to this point. So salamanders, Raven Guard, etc. But what I'm saying is was there a potential that this was going to be them pulling the trigger on actually getting rid of everything? And just
like Land Raiders, Rhinos, Tactical Marines.
Yeah, and just go in, sack all that off. Or maybe not like the vehicles, but like basically just get rid of all first. I'm just interested. I mean, maybe that's too much of a harebrained philosophy. It
feels like they were so close to the mark of having an all Primaris Codex, at least excluding vehicles, right? Like, yes, you've got some named characters, but the fact that, as you say, there's like the Tactical Squad, the Devastator Squad, and the veterans, it's like, you could have just either gotten rid of them or you could have redone them and you'd have had an almost, in air quotes, perfect codex in that respect. I suspect they don't know what they want to do with those two, especially obviously the veteran assault's going to get redone, right? But the Tactical and Devastator, I think they're at a crossroads now where they go, we either have to phase them out and get rid of them, or we're going to keep them and either make them Primaris or keep them old school but make them true scale. And as I've said it before, we're in this weird situation where there's actually 3 different time scales that Space Marines need to exist in. You've got Horus Heresy, you've got pre-Imperium Nihilus, i.e. pre-Primaris, so let's say the Badab War era, because that's the one that people love to still actually make armies for, using effectively, Mark 6 armor. And then you've got the Primaris-ified version of 40K that we currently live in. So they need to know what they're doing with those tactical squads, because they either just die because they go their firstborn and they're no longer relevant to the current timescale, or they go, we still keep them for legacy armies, things like Badab War, where people want to play that kind of, mini historical campaign or something. That would be a nice touch if they did it. Who knows if they ever will? But you're right. It's an odd crossroads that they're in, especially in relation to the website. So they now have given us Forge World and Games Workshop all in one. It's like I can now buy my Minotaurs Chapter Master from the Games Workshop website effectively. But yeah, it's still not included in this book. They basically removed Forge World being its own thing. But then when it comes to the rule book, they've still not consolidated them all into one, which just seems a bit puzzling. I guess maybe, 11th edition, that will be the time when they will just incorporate it all into one big codex. or they just get rid of them. Basically, who knows? It just seems an odd choice that they've just done a brand new website where Forge World and Games Workshop isn't a thing anymore. It's just a Warhammer, and it's just an age rating. But then they haven't quite displayed that in rules formats.
I mean, you can't buy your Minotaurs Chapter Master on there because he doesn't exist anymore. But your point is valid.
Are you saying he's gone?
Well, he's not on the website, and he was stated as being discontinued. He was discontinued.
He?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. So
really?
all Red Scorpions went, all Minotaurs, all Kakaradons, all Astral Claws, all of it's gone.
See, I thought they just went to Legends. I didn't realise they stopped selling.
No, Forge World put out a thing saying they're stopping supporting them. Gabriel Seth as well. Not Gabriel Seth, sorry. Gabriel Angelos from the Blood Ravens. He's gone.
Wow. Well, yeah. I wonder if, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. For this sort of website reason and then book reason, because then we go, well, we can't include them because we don't sell them anymore.
But this is the thing, though, right? Like, sincerely, they definitely created waves by discontinuing these ranges through Forge World and these ranges in 40K. I'm just curious because, again, it's just interesting. Like, typically, Games Workshop have in the past, and I think it's a reasonable statement to make, or it was a reasonable approach to take for them. They didn't put Space Wolves in a Space Marine Codex because Space Wolves were Space Wolves. If you wanted Space Wolf stuff, you bought the Space Wolf book, right? Like, that's always been the way of it, right? Like, again, the way they got around it in 9th edition, and the reason why it made sense in the context of 9th edition, was that Space Wolves did have rules in the 9th edition Space Marine book, but the supplement fleshed them out, right? But it doesn't feel like that's what they're doing with Dark Angels, Blood Angels, Space Wolves this time around. Unless I'm wrong, obviously, and if I'm wrong, fair enough. If all, Codex Dark Angels is Codex Supplement Dark Angels, then fair play. In which case, it makes total sense.
That would be interesting, yeah. I mean, it does get around the duplication of models, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I presume in the Blood Angels Codex, you had all the Space Marine stuff repeated, right?
What,
or was it just
edition?
or was it just the... It was just the extra units.
It was just the extra units, yeah. You just got the extra stuff because it was Codex Supplement Blood Angels.
Yeah, I guess that also leads on to like a weird rules thing that I've seen lots of people talk about, how obviously these are just all generic detachments. The Death Watch is kind of a generic detachment, but specific for Death Watch, but that doesn't stop Death Watch players running their Death Watch as, a different Space Marine detachment.
No, which is fine by my estimations. I think that's the right thing to do. I think we need to divorce ourselves from the color scheme or the iconography denoting an army. Like, ultimately, you can play your Space Wolves like Imperial Fists, and it's fine. Obviously, you're buying into Space Wolves conceptually. You're probably going to be leaning into the specialisms. But if you want to do a siege style, or rather like a defensive style army that is all about bulking, or bolstering defenses and holding territory, go for it, just because it happens to be painted grayish blue with yellow shoulder pads doesn't mean that it needs to ride around on wolves or deal with all of that stuff if that's not how you want to express yourself on the tabletop from a gaming perspective. So yeah, that's my perspective on it in at the moment. I'm very in favor of that change. I think that's a really good change for the game overall. I think it's more beneficial to players more than anything, especially Space Marine players, because as we love to consistently remind people here, Space Marine players are the only people that actually suffer at the hands of those sorts of stipulations.
Yeah, maybe Guard players to a little extent, but
nowhere near as much. But yeah,
no, not at all.
But anyway, look, I mean, overall, in terms of all the stuff that comes before the rules, it's all fine. It's just a real shame that yet again, it's just copy paste from the old things. I think that, to me, kind of speaks to the kind of production line process that they've ended up with these books now, where it's just like, oh, that time again, time to do another Space Marine book. What are we taking from the old one? What are we lifting from that? What are we putting in that? You know, it's almost like no one's really thinking about how they need to express these ideas or how they need to construct this in a fun, interesting way. And they're not trying to kind of tell interesting stories within the world with these armies. They've just kind of arrived at the point where they've gone, this is set now, this is what they are. Just add a little bit of extra, but ultimately it's just a continuation of what they were before. Just, you know, don't rattle it too much. Just sort of let it sit there and let it be, you know, let it be broadly the same, which is odd.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they've gone, this is great stuff. This is great content. It's still valid because the law hasn't actually moved forwards all that much. And where it has, we add in like an extra page or whatever, or a couple of paragraphs. And therefore they've gone, well, we'll just save loads of time by not redoing it. Why reinvent the wheel every single edition to retell the same stuff? That is fine. But what I would have liked them, rather than taking away 10 pages to potentially make it more compact, bearing in mind the book overall is, I think, a good 10 pages more than the 9th edition. So you've actually got more content overall, but less from the lore section. So that's probably bulked up by Combat Patrol, painting guides, probably a bit more on Crusade, maybe, because there seems like there's quite a lot there.
Yeah, totally, man. Totally.
So, but it would have been nice to have, you know, had the maps in. I love those. Have the little actual war zones. I think that would have been great to have done it. And, you know, potentially, as you say, a chance to reevaluate how they present stuff and actually try and present stuff in slightly more succinct or more interesting manner. That would be nice. But I guess they've just gone, well, this will save us loads of time by not changing.
But that's the shame of it, in my opinion, because to me, I think the stuff that's really interesting, and the reason why I think it's a shame that, like, the Space Marine story isn't advanced more through the codexes, is that, you know, there is a lot of really fertile ground to explore around the relationship between Firstborn and Primaris Marines. And that is a really interesting narrative through line that ultimately never feels like it's been meaningfully paid off against. And, you know, effectively where we've landed now is a seemingly kind of apathetic approach to it, which is sort of like, yeah, we kind of broadly acknowledge that that's what it is, but you know what we were doing really. Oh, silly us. We actually, you know, we just wanted them to be bigger, newer Marine models. Like, don't worry about it. Just, you know, let us continue as we are. It just sort of feels like, certainly within the codexes, you know, like developing the world of Space Marines. And even then, like talking about like exploring the ideas of like what it is now for the Space Marine chapters since the, Index Astartes has been broadly upturned by the return of Guilliman. The idea that, you know, because that was one of the things that was really interesting when they first brought Guilliman back, was the notion that Guilliman went, you know, all this, you know, Index Astartes stuff I was telling you about before I went to sleep for 10,000 years. Turns out it was probably not the best plan. So I'm going to just, march to war with loads of Terminators because that's what we got to do now. And that kind of stuff sort of came in. And then obviously as the Primaris came in, because like, truthfully, I know they have done this, but it never feels like to me that since the advent of Primaris that we've had the same level of like insight on the methods of warfare of Primaris and the idea. And again, we've had lots of piecemeal information, but it never feels like the same as how chapters were described. Like the idea of this is the first company and the first company does this. And this is what a first company typically has in it. And this is how a first company performs its function. And this is the second company. And this is the eighth company, and how all these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what was it very interesting, and this is going completely off topic, but when Primaris first came about, they still had the concept of the Scout Company, which is what the 10th, right?
Yeah.
But they never explained how that worked with Primaris. When Primaris were first introduced, they were just en masse, just created. They were, birthed from the tubes of Mars and given by Belisarius Cawl to all the different chapters. So then it was like, well, then where does Primaris fit within the Scout Company? Because they're just being created, or they're already Space Marines being converted into. It's only, I guess, now in the lore where all new Space Marines that get created also become Primaris at the same time. So this is where we give let's say Primaris Scouts, which is what we're seeing with the new model range, but they are still ultimately just, going through that same old process as Primaris. There's an old school Space Marine, but they just look a bit bigger, I guess, because they're on their way to becoming Primaris, even though they're not fully Primaris at that point, I guess. And that was never explored, so they kind of just pushed through with the wholesale change of everything's Primaris, so therefore you can have regular Scouts again.
Yeah, I just feel like that's where we're at with them at the moment, though. It just feels like they're kind of brushing over that stuff. They're like, we know kind of like there are old heads out there that love all of this like detail and all of this work that went into kind of expanding the idea of Space Marines and Space Marine chapters and how they functioned. But that's the stuff that, like, really, in my opinion, took Space Marines and transformed them into the really significantly interesting army that they became. The work that Alan Blythe did during the events of, early 2010 and 2009.
Like Bad War and stuff like
exactly, that. Man. Like, this is the thing. Like, Forge World did such a good job of reinventing Space Marines and making them more interesting and adding depth to them. And obviously Citadel Games Workshop have sort of dined out on that work now for like 10 plus years, even though they essentially kind of upturned it all with the introduction of Primaris. But again, it's just that shame of it where they just never really pay it off into anything interesting. It's like Primaris conceptually, I always feel like, again, and I know I'm a broken record on this, and I apologize to our listeners for hearing me say it again, but it is that thing where it's like, that's the greatest mistake with Primaris, that they haven't paid it off, and they're probably not going to. It's just going to become a non-event, and it's like, oh, okay, Primaris is no more. It's like, whatever. And again, like I kind of feel like we should have been here in the first place, so I don't really mind. But it's annoying. I just sort of feel like we should have had the starter box set, which was Firstborn Marines versus Primaris Marines and Civil Wars, and bring back some of that stuff. But equally, what we should have had, or what we desperately need, I think, is more of that granularity. Give me more structure, because I like structure. I like the idea of the sort of concept of a faction or an army. Like, I like understanding that this is a third company army and what that actually means.
Yes, rules control the fun. And if you look at the, Horus Heresy play is a great example. People love going into the minutiae of a particular chapter and trying to recreate it. I was the same with my Minotaurs army, trying to work out what the different companies would look like, where I should be sticking my transfers on the models for the shoulder pads or the knee pads, what goes where, what their hidden or very obvious meanings of those symbols can mean, and how, people do love going into that depth with Space Marines. But at the same time, Games Workshop always tries to give you the creativity to say, here is the official route if you want to do it, but also do what you want. You can create your own sort of spin on it if you really want to. And that's the fine line they do need to tread, so to speak. And, normally they do quite a good job of it, and they do give you some guidance in here. Obviously not for every single successor chapter. So, the internet is the place to go for that kind of extra information. And I think, Codexes, while in depth, can't cover absolutely everything, especially all the different chapters. And, hopefully supplements might come along. But it seems like, I guess, if you're a White Scars player, are you going to get your cool White Scars supplement anytime soon? I guess not. You've just got this now, which is a shame because, looking at how I ran my Minotaurs army as a White Scars successor army, it's lost a lot of character. It's lost a lot of interesting elements, and the tactics that I used to use with White Scars supplement just doesn't really exist in the White Scars-esque detachment that you have now. So it does make me interestingly rethink how I'll be playing my Minotaurs going forwards.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Anyway, all I'm saying is that for me, I sort of just missed the fact that they're not focusing on the combat structure of the army and how it conducts warfare. Basically, I always find that stuff really interesting. And again, I acknowledge there is probably old information. Well, there definitely is old information out there. They did sort of try and address chapter structure, I think, in the 8th edition Codex, and they've done these things in the past. I know they've done this in the past. I know I can read a Black Library book that tells me about it. I know I can go on websites and forums. I know that exists. What I'm saying is it's something that to me is important enough that needs to feature prominently in the Codex. To me, it's kind of core to what I want to see when conceptualizing and trying to kind of get invested. And also, it opens the doorway to that. If I see it in the book and I go, oh, here's a force organization chart of how a company works, and this is how it works in the Ultramarines, and you go, oh, that's interesting. I'm going to look into other source material and understand how that works for, Iron Hands or Raven Guard, because I'm interested in that. And maybe that stuff's out there through community efforts or work from Games Workshop, and that stokes a really inciting sort of, enthusiasm around it, which...
If I remember rightly, it was I assume the second version of the 8th edition Codex, because that's the one I got, because I didn't have the first edition of the 8th edition Codex. And that has iconography breakdowns for all the main chapters, because that has Ironheads, it has White Scars in there, it's got Ultramarines and stuff. This just has Ultramarines / Codex compliant ones. It doesn't go into details for all the others. So yeah, second version of 8th Ed Codex is the one to chase down if you want those more interesting ones, or I guess for supplements would have had it for 9th edition.
Yeah, supplements do have it for sure. Again,
though, actually, those supplements were still 8th edition, technically, weren't they?
They were, yeah. They were 8th edition, second phase of 8th edition. I will say this, though, as well. I think, for me, the actual kind of limitations on companies and chapters now seem to have been relatively overturned. They still kind of work to the assertion that it's 1,000 Marines, but it feels like more and more they're like, yeah, it's kind of the rule, but no one really does that anymore, Yeah,
I don't think they outright spell it out. I mean, they might do somewhere.
Yeah. Well, because before it was like a rigid set of rules. Every chapter is 1,000 Marines, whereas these days it's like, I mean, if you wanna, but, the guys over there are only coming in 2 days a week. They tell us we have to come in 3, but... they've interpreted it a little differently. That's how it is, That's probably the way to do it. Yeah, because in the battle line breakdown, they do actually highlight, they go, so there's a little asterisk alongside things like infiltrators, incursors, reavers, and eliminators and suppressors. And then it says, denotes squad types classified as vanguard units, whatever that means. 10 of these form a permanent strength of Codex compliant 10th company. But it's like, is that 10 of each? Or is it 10 altogether? Because that would only be 100? I don't know, because surely if it's chapter is 1,000. A company is only 100, right? Okay, so correct. Yeah, chapters 1,000 and companies are 100.
So it's 10 units of a mix of these. We're not giving you specific breakdowns of it's 5 infiltrators and like 2 incursor squads. Ultimately, somehow all adds up to 10. 10 units, which then add up to 100. So yeah, kind of interesting. I think for sure. It's good that they've, qualified that, Blade Guard, Stone Guard. I mean, most of them all fit under the veteran banner, but, that's what they are now. Because I think I remember in previous editions going, would Blade Guard be in first company? And wasn't entirely sure. But I think we now know.
I love the little critters so fluffy in the sky. Love the little critters. I'll tell you, I know why. Love the little but I'll tear them to pieces.
All right, we're going to get into the rules, effectively. Full disclosure, time has passed since that first bit. I wasn't well, was I, Phil? I wasn't well.
No, you weren't.
I was not well. I don't know what happened. I came down with a moment of sickness. So, yes, whatever it was I was saying in the previous section, please don't judge me too harshly. I was all over the place. Terrible state I was in. Anyway, doesn't matter. Better now. Getting on with the rules. So, Space Marines, Phil. The deal with Space Marines is like all 40k armies now, they will have 6 different detachments. Unlike Tyranids, Space Marines kind of feel more like they've earned that right. That, they have a long established history of having different flavors of army. Not that Tyranids don't have that same situation, just that maybe not 6 variants of army. Whereas, oddly, in the case of Space Marines, almost 6 could be a couple too few, potentially, as well.
Well, you say that. I think they actually have 7.
7? 7, Phil? So, let's count them now. So, you have the Gladius Task Force. That's 1, right, Phil? 1.
Yeah.
You have the Anvil Siege Force. That's 2. You have the Iron Storm Spearhead. That's 3. You have the Firestorm Assault Force. That's 4. You have the Stormlance Task Force. That's 5. You have the Vanguard Spearhead. That's 6. And you also have a First Company. Oh my goodness. They have already exceeded the limits of which they stated that they would be bound by this edition.
Well, Space Marines. Space Marines are special.
I agree with that. Almost like they shouldn't have said that all of them are getting 6 different things.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
Because that's what community said, didn't they? The good people of Warhammer community told us, I'm pretty confident, they said this in text, every army will have 6 different things. Except for
I mean, unfortunately, Warhammer community is not gospel. So you have to take what they say with a pinch of salt, even though they are their own company telling you things from within their own company. So they should be a little bit more accurate. I guess they could have said on average 6, but I think they just, as a broad strokes, just said 6. And, as a standard, makes perfect sense. But as you say, sometimes 6 is too many, and in other cases, 6 is not enough, based on flavour and character of certain armies and playstyles.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Just don't be rigid with it. I don't mind that Space Marines have 7. I don't mind that Tyranids have 6. I'm just saying that maybe don't, be rigid with it. So, yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing. We're not going to go over every one of these detachments because that's not what we do anymore. But the Gladius attachment is what you'll remember from previous Space Marines. It's just the same, basically.
Should we briefly mention Oaths of Moment, which is their army special rule?
Go on then. Let's talk about that. That's probably an important rule. You get to re-roll hits against something that you choose every command phase.
Yes, and it used to be all hits and all wounds, but now they've just changed it to re-roll all hit rolls.
Which makes sense.
Quite strong.
Which makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. The army has, with the lieutenant at least, a good level of access to lethal hits. So re-rolling hits when you've got lethal hits is quite useful because you can obviously, hopefully, generate a lot of automatic wounds with all those 6s that you'll inevitably roll. So that's handy, I think. I think it was the right move. I think re-rolling hits and wounds was absurd. I think it was very silly. Although, again, twin link weapons they can be quite prevalent as well. And obviously you can combo in other characters and things to try and like amplify the efficiency of your wounding output. So yeah, I mean, look, overall, I think re-rolling to hit is a good, strong ability. I find when I've been running Space Marines, I always have to remind myself to do it, though. I always forget about it, and I go, "Oh yeah, my oath. That one, I guess that'll do." The first thing I target. I mean, that was clearly my oath. Although I imagine the way you're supposed to do it, in fact, I know the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to consider your tactical, scenario, select something, and then build a strategy around maximizing the potential of your selection. But what I've been doing, which is probably not the way you're supposed to do it, is I've sort of haphazardly found myself in a situation where I've gone, oh yes, I remember now. I've got to do that. In fact, Phil, fun story, Phil. I'm sure you'll find it fun.
Mm-hmm.
When I played my Dark Angel army in a tournament, I didn't Oath of Moment once in the entire time I was there because I forgot they had it. I forgot they had the rule. I was like,
yes, because it's interesting. Well, poor you.
I know.
I haven't forgotten it. I find it it's quite a fun thing to do, I guess. Rolling and re-rolling lots of dice. Isn't that good? Makes your Space Marines feel elite, which is what they should do. So it's, kind of does what it says, really. It's not too bad. I mean, the hit rolls and wound rolls felt a bit much, but at the same time, whenever I played it, it always felt relatively balanced and not too oppressive because either I was playing against overpowered armies or I was playing against other Space Marine players. So kind of always balanced out. But I'm sure that wouldn't have been the majority view of most people.
No, indeed. There is also a specific mention of Space Marine chapters. So there is an actual call out for chapters as a rule amongst the army rules, which is essentially some stuff has a chapter word and they must appear in armies with the same words. Right, Phil? That's basically it?
But basically, you can't have two units with different chapter keywords in the same army. So you can't take a Blood Angels.
Terrible mistake.
You can't take Blood Angels and can't take Ultramarines together. I mean, thematically, from like a large crusade force, feels a bit wrong. But for a 2,000 point army, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, totally. I do think it's actually the right call. I'm just being...
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a more narrative game where you want to do a mass combined armed force, go for it. Just change the rules. You don't have to stick with it. It's just Phil, words on a bit of paper.
Phil, have you ever heard me speak positively about 5th edition before?
I've never heard of that.
Using my own stuff against me there. I like it. Although it's not really my own. I stole it from Richard Herring. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What was I going to say? Yeah, so in 5th edition, the characters did, obviously this was time before keywords. The characters, you could say it was nice because you go, I'll take Cassius, but I won't use him as Cassius because I'm running a Salamanders list, but I will take a chaplain and I will rep it as Cassius, and that will be good because then I get the Cassius stuff in a Salamanders army with Vulcan Eston. Yay, that makes sense. Kind of liked that. But the problem is with 10th edition and why that would be a terrible idea is because 5th edition, Phil, I don't know if you remember this about 5th edition or even 9th edition for that matter. I know it's a crazy concept, right? But 5th edition had this thing called rules. And the rules, right? I know, madness. Oh my God, rules. Rules. Anyway, my point is that with those rules, they made it that you couldn't take more than 2 HQs. I know, insane. Absolutely insane. I know.
Interesting. So, because even 6th and 7th edition, I took Knight Commander Pask all the time with my Krieg, and just to represent a Krieg tank commander.
As one of your 2 commanders, Phil.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it would have been. Wild times.
I know. So, yeah, you do lose out on the ability to kind of, create your own characters using rules that all exist sort of within the structure of the game. But, if if you're doing friendly games, just
amongst friends,
just make it up. It's all
exactly.
words on a bit of paper. You can ignore it.
Exactly. I've got this character, Phil, that is unkillable. He always passes his saves. Would you like to play against that?
Yes, I would, because I have a gun that kills unkillable characters.
No. My one weakness. Anyway,
the Gladius Task Force, as an overall detachment, is like the all-rounder, right? It's the one that is quite generic. It's the one that appeared in the index. It's got combat doctrines. Still, I don't know if actually anything has actually changed. I assume they might have tweaked a few bits here and there, but I can't tell off the bat.
Some stratagems have been updated in minor ways. I feel certainly some of the sorry, goodness gracious, some of the enhancements have mild tweaks.
Well, they changed bolter discipline to fire discipline, so the name has changed because actually people were like, but you can take it with non-bolter weapons. So bolter discipline was slightly a misnomer. But fire discipline does the same thing basically. It still stacks really well with lieutenant.
Do you have a favourite of these detachments, Phil? Is there one that stands out to you? Tell me what it is, Phil.
It is not the Anvil Siege Force. It isn't the Ironstorm Spearhead, even though I think that one's actually really good.
I like the Ironstorm Spearhead, it's fair to say, yes.
It's actually not the Firestorm Assault Force.
It's almost like you're reading through the pages one at a time.
It's called, building up.
Oh, but anticipation.
Anticipation, yes. It's so you would think it's the Storm Lance Task Force because this is the White Scar one, and I was always playing White Scars as my Minotaurs, and it's not. And I actually think this one's really junk. And I'll talk about this first as my worst pick before I talk about my best pick.
All right.
So most of the detachments have a theme that they all lead into.
Yeah.
And this one's all about mobility. So its detachment rule is that you can declare a charge in a turn in which you advanced or fell back, very much like the old White Scar.
Objectively strong.
Really good. However, the caveat here is not themed around mobility in general. If you look at some of the enhancements and the stratagems, they're all themed around mounted keyword, which is basically bikes. So of the enhancements, 2 of the 4 are specific to bikes, mounted keywords.
Okay.
And then it's 3 of the 6 stratagems are all around bikes. So I hate bikes, personally. I don't have them in my army. So for me to now take this, because I like to be just, my guys running around, I've got a couple of vehicles. I liked the fact that I could advance and charge or advance and shoot because they've got assault weapons. Stuff like that was all really cool. But now I literally can't take half of the enhancements and I can't take half of the stratagems. So it feels like it's a pointless thing for my army, at least. But if you're a guy that's got loaded bikes, if you, Raven Wing, for example, you might take a look at this one.
I get the feeling, Phil, that the problem is with you is that you've associated a specific mechanic with White Scars that doesn't necessarily dictate what their kind of archetype is. I.e., there was an instance in the rules in 9th where they, or even from 8th and 9th, where they sort of advanced and charged. And that was kind of where your head was at. You were like, I like infantry, mobile infantry.
Mobility.
Mobility, you like that. But the thing is, right, it's like what you're describing is an archetype more associated with armies like Black Templars or maybe Blood Angels. But you obviously use them as White Scars in that instance. So maybe you just need to look elsewhere for your flavor, because other armies will provide you that, just not White.
I'm sure. But, okay, so my slight counter to that is the Ironstorm Spearhead, which is all about vehicles, right?
Yeah.
And historically, Iron Hands, which is what it's based on, is all about dreadnoughts. There is, I'm just going to double check. There's only one stratagem that is specific to a walker keyword.
Yeah.
So dreadnoughts. One, not half of the enhancements. There's one stratagem specific to walkers. Everything else is just generic for vehicles.
Yeah.
So if you want to go Rhino heavy, you want to go Primaris speeders, great, you can do that. If you want to go Dreadnought heavy, you can do. It's got that flexibility. I sort of wish the White Scars one didn't just lean into bikes, but just lent into a bit of everything that could have mobility. So that could be vehicles, it could be infantry, it could be bikes. And, you know, if one or two of those things were bike keyword, I'd be like, fine. But half of the enhancements and the stratagem just seems a bit too much leaning in that one direction.
Yeah, I mean, again, jump pack is a keyword now, right? So, like, you could have just given it to mounted and jump pack potentially.
Yeah, because it's like, I would have liked it for my Inceptors to have that mobility and to have access to those kind of things. So, yeah, they could have opened it up a little bit more. So, going
in
to
all likelihood, though, you're probably going to find there's a Blood Angel detachment coming down the pipe that's going to give you that. So,
yeah, well, that would be interesting, actually, because I think you, for a while, have always been saying, "I'll just run them as Blood Angels or run them as Black Templars," and I was like, "No, you can't do that." But maybe in this crazy wild future, we can do so.
Well, here's the thing, Phil. You can run them as whatever you want now. This is the joy of it now, because there's nothing associated with it. It's just a word, a series of words that give you abilities. You can go, I want to do a tank heavy one with my Dreadnoughts. You own Dreadnoughts. You own Repulsors. You own stuff. You can go, cool, I'll do one that's themed around the old vehicle detachment, the Iron Storm.
Yeah.
Or today I'll go into this. Obviously,
well, I've got a couple of Dreadnoughts, so I think, you know, that's a good possibility.
I mean, as you've already stated, you're not going to do bikes because you don't like bikes for some reason, and that's fair.
No.
That's reasonable. I, on the other hand, quite like the bikes. I quite like them.
I know. I think they've grown on me. I just don't feel in my head they fit with my Minotaurs army. If for example, reasonable. I was going to do a Black Templars army, I might be like, yeah, bikes seem kind of cool with them.
That's fair.
Or just, you know, anything but my Minotaurs.
I think the thing that's frustrating about the bike kits at the moment is that they're the most inflexible bike kits we've ever had in the history of Space Marines, because they're just all monopose. Like, I have converted my bikes, and I basically bought Assault Intercessors, and I had to change it out. And the main reason I wanted to convert the bikes is because it was the easiest way of removing all of the Indomitus Crusade stuff, because like gently shaving off and like filing down the thing, I was like, just get a bunch of Assault Intercessor arms and just put them on. Also,
swap the arms around. Okay,
but also meant because I've got how many bikes I got? I got 15 bikes, so I have the full complement of. I don't have the full complement now. A full complement would be 18 bikes because they come and use it at 6 now, and you can take a maximum of 3 of them. But yeah, and I was like, I don't also like the fact they're all the same pose, so it was nice to swap out the arms and stuff, which worked quite well. But yeah, that's my biggest problem with the bike kit, I suppose, is that they don't just. But then I suppose that's the thing with the current Intercessor kits anyways. It's not like the glory days where Space Marines just had a ball socket joint on their torso that linked to their waist, and you could essentially like have a rider legs that were like there with the ball joint, and you just put any old torso on it and any old kind of arrangement. Now it's like, if you buy an Intercessor, it's, you know, the flipping thing is like half an entire body. I think nowadays you've got to sort of part assemble the model, and then you've got to cut it up. So you cut it up at the waist, at the belt, and then you can attach like that torso to the legs of the riders, for example. And then you've got to probably do a bit of green stuff work to make it look nice. Yeah. So it's a bit harder to do, but the trade-off is you get much nicer poses overall. Credit where it's due to Games Workshop, though. At least they had the wherewithal not to mold on some shoulder pads and something. Oh no, they actually do. They do mold on the shoulder pads as well on those bike kits, I feel.
Yeah, because I've not built one, but they are more of an easy build style kit, I believe.
Well, they offer the rider arms. I'm remembering now, because one of the other things I did, because originally they were all going to be Death Watch, my bikes, and my bikes had I had to put the Death Watch shoulder pads on them, and I had to like shave all that. So I actually ended up being more of a faff than had I just. I
mean, it's because I've done that with some of my easy build Intercessors from the Dark Imperium. I just took some clippers to take off the shoulder pad, and then you've got to, but you do have to like get it nice and sort of filed down enough to put on a shoulder pad. And
you got to make enough space, not nicely, but just the right size, as it were. Anyway, but yeah, so you were saying, Phil, so it's not the Stormlands. What is it? What is your favourite?
Well, out of the two that's left, is weirdly the one that's themed around Phobos armor is the Vanguard Spearhead.
It's quite a good one, the Vanguard Spearhead.
I actually really like it. I think it's actually quite strong. Its army special rules is each time you basically attacked and you're over 12 inches away, you subtract 1 from your opponent's hit roll, and you have the benefit of cover. And that's generic. It's not Phobos specific. So I think very strong in general. Out of all of its things, you've got, 2 of the enhancements are Phobos specific. I think, and 2 of the stratagems are. So, but not quite 50-50. So I actually think there's a lot more flexibility in it. And I think some of the stuff is really good. So the Blade Driven Deep, which is an enhancement for an infantry model, while the bearer is leading that unit, the model in that unit have the Infiltrator's ability. I think that's really strong. Like, just going to give that to a Blade Guard captain, and he's going to hang out with some Blade Guard, and now they're all infiltrating. Awesome. Like, if you want to get up close and personal in a kind of close combat-y army, I think that one's really good. And I also love Ghostweave Cloak, which basically turns a regular character into a lone operative with stealth as well. So you can take, if you're fed up, not say everyone's fed up, but my one downside of Temp is all characters kind of have to go into a unit to be half decent. And they do predominantly from the army buff ability. But also, if you don't do that, they're just going to get killed instantly. And actually, this is a really cool upgrade that allows you to have a character and just let him go off solo. And, you can run him around like an old school character. So I think, personally for me and sort of the play style of 40k I think these things are calling to me, basically.
What character would you give it to? Your jump pack captain, I suppose?
Oh, do you know what? I didn't actually think about that, but he's the one that needs it because he would just get shot off the board because he can't join anyone in his current loadout because I don't have any jump assault infantry. So, and he can't join my Inceptors because they've not written the rules that way. So actually, yeah, I would give it to him.
Could jump pack captains really not join Inceptors?
Inceptors, no. Because they don't have the same armor class, because Inceptors are Gravis. Jump pack.
Can any HQ choice join Inceptors?
No, I don't think so.
Really? That's interesting. Because there are definite instances where, I said it's mostly special characters. Basically, it's Marneus Calgar, and Torgaradon. I think they get.
Oh yeah, because technically, I guess I don't know about him because he's got Gravis armor. So you
and you can put him in intercessors, assault intercessors. So it says here that he can lead. Oh no, yeah. So it says assault intercessors with jump packs and Vanguard veteran squads with jump packs. Okay, fine. Yeah, so you can't put him in your You can't put him in there. But I'll tell you what, though, mate, you should just get yourself some assault intercessors with jump packs and put your
Well, that's also true because I do like the idea of them. I think I would kit bash them to not have the current jump packs. I really like the single jump ones.
Well, you kit bash them out of the Gravis style of the Inceptors, would you?
Oh no, that would be too much. I think.
Really?
No,
you
I
think
would.
So?
Well, one because I know how long it took me to, the captain. So I think people might have, I think WYSIWYG, I kind of got away with it on the captain, especially in 9th edition when there was upgrades to give him a higher toughness to represent effectively the Gravis armor. I think having a whole unit of them and then not would be a bit too much. So I don't mind just having regular jump pack assault intercessors, but I would give them, just a different jump pack.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'll tell you what, though, at least this captain now gives you the option to take the Relic Shield and Thunderhammer, right? And that's a cool thing.
Yes.
Because that's your loadout, right? So, I mean, it worked out for you this time around.
Exactly, yes. I wouldn't have been surprised if they just turned around and said it's not valid, which is technically what they should have done based on the precedents that they've been setting for the last few years, where for the most part, if it's not in the box, it doesn't have rules. But I think maybe, sometimes Space Marines do get special treatment, but in a good way. And they know that loads of people have done that loadout.
Yeah.
People kit bash their characters to look like that. And they know there'd probably be a bit of an uproar if that was the case. So, yeah, good on Games Workshop for allowing me to run my model.
As well, there must be like an appropriate war gear option that you could equip your guy with. Again, if you took him as Blood Angels, just to say, you give him the Artisan of War, which would increase the AP of his Thunderhammer by 1, which would denote the kind of spear-like quality that you've gone for. And it would increase his armor save to a 2+, which somewhat kind of conveys the bulkiness of the Gravis armor.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I run the spear as the Relic Blade.
Yeah, that's fair.
In 9th edition, that was actually quite good.
It says here, though, you basically have to replace it for both. You have to have a shield and a hammer.
So it has to be a Thunderhammer.
It has to be a Thunderhammer, yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah. If you want the shield. That's the vibe. No, but I like the Vanguard Spearhead. I think you're right. I think that's a good one. I think it is actually quite noticeable. I think on average, most people probably are looking at the Gravis one, not the Gravis one, the Gladius one, because it is a sort of it's been sort of established during the opening month's attempt. So I think people are actually quite taken with it. I actually quite like Anvil Siege Forge Anvil Siege Force. So range weapons equipped by Adeptus Astartes models from your army have heavy ability. So they all have the heavy ability. If such weapon already has the ability, each time an attack is made with that weapon, if the attacking model's unit remains stationary this turn, add 1 to the wound roll. So that's very powerful. I can't remember because I was in a kind of fugue state when we recorded this yesterday due to my weird, sickness. I can't remember if I remarked upon the fact that whirlwinds are quite good in this codex. You
did, yes. You talked about comboing them with... God, what was it?
It was the lieutenant in Phobos armor, yeah.
Oh, it was like the lieutenant, yeah.
Yeah, so the lieutenant in Phobos armor that comes from the new box set, the Leviathan box set. So if I just check his rules ever so quickly, if I can be quick, can I be quick? Doesn't seem like I can be. I have failed. Anyway, so yeah, the lieutenant in Phobos armor, or rather lieutenant with combi weapon. So priority objective identified. At the start of your first battle round, if your army includes one or more model with this ability, you can select one objective marker on the battlefield until the end of the battle. While one or more models with this ability are on the battlefield, each time a friendly Adeptus starting model makes an attack, it targets an enemy unit that is within range of the objective marker, reroll a wound roll of 1. So you get reroll 1s, basically, which is quite tight.
Right, so at least it's not you select an objective marker that you're on, it's one...
No, yeah, you pick one at the start, and it basically...
Okay, that's quite cool.
But what's cool with the whirlwind is obviously in this detachment, the whirlwind is heavy, so it's got the +1 to hit for remaining stationary because it's heavy, but it also gets to add 1 to a wound roll, and it's actually quite strong from a kind of weapons perspective. I mean, not extraordinarily strong, but strength 8. So against infantry, you're probably wounding a lot of infantry on freeze.
Well, that's what you probably will want to be shifting, I guess, off of an objective.
Exactly. But there you go. So you're wounding on freeze normally, because obviously you're in this detachment, you're in the Anvil Siege Forge. Now you're winning on 2s. And because you've got the lieutenant, you're re-rolling the 1s if they're within range of an objective.
Yeah, but I mean, at strength 8, you're wounding a lot of infantry on 2s anyway.
You are, but there's plenty
against tougher stuff, or like vehicles, or light, sort of elite infantry or light vehicles and stuff.
Yeah, so exactly.
That's
and
quite good.
It means as well with strength 8 when you're shooting something that you would be winning on a 5, say, like a toughness 12 vehicle. Now you're winning it on 4s. It's pretty good.
That's really good.
That's very strong in my opinion.
What's the AP and damage of it?
The whirlwind? -2/2.
Oh, yeah, pretty good.
Very good.
Good marine killer.
D6 plus 3 with blast, right? And indirect as well, obviously. So you just hide it behind a wall, raining down missiles. It's
what I like about that is that there could be a fun counter to that. So you select your opponent's objective. It's like, the back of their lines that you probably can't get to, and you think, oh, they're going to have a unit that's just going to be sat on it all game. And they have probably an ability that says, oh yeah, I'll make that sticky, and then I'll come off of it, and then you're a bit stuck.
Well, that's true. If you are aware of if you're thinking, oh, I'll do the sticky side of things, but then you're still, you still got a whole army of other stuff that can pressure.
Oh yeah, no, I know, but that's why there is some counter to it that I can think of off the top of my head. But concept wise, I think it's really good that you can do that kind of.
Me and Joe were debating what we thought was the solution to out line of sight shooting, because he did not have fun with out line of sight shooting when we played at Hailstorm this weekend. Like he really didn't enjoy it.
Because people still spam it en masse? Or...
Yeah, people do spam it hard. And the thing is like, especially guard players, you lot, Phil, terrible. Anyway, but we were talking about it, and I was like, well, surely we just go back to like snapshots with it and just have it like you can only hit on 6s unless you've got a spotter. And then if you've got a spotter, you hit on your ballistic skill. Like that to me seems reasonable.
Well, yeah, I don't know if we actually talked about it on the Astra Militarum Index episode, but there are some weird, I would say workarounds. So most indirect innately has a -1 sort of built into it, but quite often it's also heavy. So
yes.
I think even if you're stationary, you're still maybe at the generic -1, but actually then there's also sentinels, which can give you an ability to ignore the negative modifiers, so you can boost at least to a +1 above what you'd normally have. And I think weirdly basilisks just innately have a better ballistic skill than most other line of sight shooting. So basilisks are weirdly too good in comparison to everything else.
The
rules are just a bit inconsistent sometimes with how they treat indirect and with heavy, or whether it's indirect on a vehicle versus indirect on infantry. It's a bit odd, and they haven't quite finessed that, I think.
But I think that's the thing. Like, I think there should be, like, I think indirect should just hit on 6s. It should just be snapshots. It's like, basically it should be like firing Overwatch. Can you see what you're shooting at? And then you hit on 6s. And that to me is the simplest solution to this situation. And then to make it not too punishing to the opponent or to the player using the thing, you incorporate, like, can anything in the army draw line of sight to the target? If the answer to that question is yes, then you're presumed to have line of sight because of like comms,
or even, as you say, specific units, like sentinels for a guard could act as spotters, or maybe infantry can act as spotters, whereas not everything, because that then might make it a bit too easy to get line of sight. But that also adds a fun thematic element.
It's not an elegant rule, because I think it's not an elegant rule to include the spotter thing, because you'd almost have to add like 3 conditions as well. It's like, can you yourself draw line of sight? Then you fire at full ballistic skill. Is a spotter drawing line of sight? Then you fire at -1 ballistic skill, basically going to like the current system. And then can you see anything at all? Then you're hitting on 6s. Or if you can't, like, I think that would be a way around it, but I don't like that rule as I'm saying it, because it's got 3 bits to it. I almost think like what you want to do is you just want to go, can you draw line of sight? Yes or no? If yes, full ballistic skill. If no, 6. Just call it there. Because I think the problem is without line of sight shooting is it's so oppressive and so unentertaining for the person who's getting it done to them. And also I think there's enough of a penalization to that particular stipulation that makes it a bit of a risk-reward thing, where it's like, well, I'm still able to do damage out of line of sight, but maybe that's too punishing, right? And maybe that means that then all of a sudden out of line of sight shooting isn't feasible. But in a way, I kind of think that's good, because I don't think out of line of sight shooting is actually good for the game. I think that kind of lack of interactivity is annoying. But anyway,
I don't mind it in elements. I would actually say it's the problem isn't line of sight shooting. It's the fact that there's too much of an abundance of cover and line of sight blocking, which, because the whole game relies on that, therefore line of sight shooting is much more powerful than it has ever been in comparison to previous editions.
That's true.
And it's like, actually, that's not a simple solution then. But, 6th, 7th edition, there was almost no cover. So line of sight, shooting out of line of sight was actually quite rare. Because, it would only be like against 1 or 2 units in the game. You'd probably only have 1 or 2 units that could actually do it. Whereas now, because there's so much cover, it just encourages armies like ours to spam stuff like that to get around it, basically.
Yeah. Anyway, I really like Anvil Siege Force is where I'm going with it. I think the abilities are very killy and very interesting. They've also got a good level of durability mixed in with them. So there's some really cool stuff in there.
Yeah, I do like how Armour of Contempt actually appears in several of them. That's like the one stratagem that's repeated several times. And
I think it's in every one of them, isn't it?
Not in all of them, but it's in a lot of them.
Oh, okay.
It's nice that it's sort of a generic one that goes across all of them for a bit of consistency, because obviously they're all wearing Space Marine armour. So it sort of makes sense that if you're going to have that, it'll be in there.
I just think I think Anvil Siege Force has a lot of really good stuff going for it, because it just gives you a lot of really useful abilities from the outset, but then it also adds to that by, again, right, there's a lot of weapons in Space Marines that you don't even realize have heavy until you look at this. So, like, when I was running Intercessors, I totally blanked on the fact that Intercessors bolt rifles have heavy.
Oh, have heavy and assault. Yeah, they incorporated them both to represent the Stalker variant and...
So it's wild. So then all of a sudden you've got a unit like Intercessors, for God's sakes, like normal 170 point unit of maybe even 160 point for it. No, it's 170 of Intercessors with this ability. You could oath of moment or something, and then you're re-rolling to hit and then re-rolling wound rolls of 1. And it's like, oh wow, that's really good. It's like, because again, the Marine list, like when you start actually looking through some of the units, they're actually quite generous with like the things that get heavy. Like, sure, like storm bolters and things like that don't have it, but things like where are they now? Things like the actually no, I was wrong.
I mean, a lot of vehicle weapons.
Oh no, yeah, even so Sternguard bolt rifles have it. Like, that's really amazing. I was looking to see if I could find Hellblasters. I think Hellblasters have it as well.
I think they do, yeah.
Hellblasters. Yeah, they're heavy as well, right? So, like,
are they heavy and rapid fire? Or
and
just
assault.
heavy?
Heavy, rapid fire. Oh, no, they're not rapid fire. They're heavy and assault. Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy and assault and hazardous if you're using an overcharge force. Yes. But again, it's like, wow, that's really good. Like, there's just so much stuff in it where you're like, wow, like they've got so much stuff with heavy. Like, I really like at the moment, just to say, I was trying to have this conversation with the lads from the Entoyment 40K Brawl group the other day.
Oh yeah,
they weren't having it, Phil. They weren't having it.
Oh, okay.
My opinion is I think the Storm Raven is one of the best units in this codex.
Oh,
I know not very many people will agree with that statement when I make it, but hear me out, right? A Storm Raven, in my opinion, I think the Storm Raven is a secret source in this army, because it is a transport aircraft. And I played with 2 Storm Ravens at Hellstorm with a relatively suboptimal build using those Storm Ravens. And I can tell you now, those Storm Ravens did crazy heavy lifting on their own. They got loads of guns. They got like 2 twin-link las cannons, or rather, twin-link las cannon, twin-link multi-mower, hurricane bolters, and these like missiles that they fire. And they transport a dreadnought and up to 12 infantry or 6 Gravis, or 6 Jump Pack. And I was looking at it, and the more I was playing, I was like, oh my God, actually, like, this could be amazing. So, like, if you take in an Anvil Siege Force film 2 units of Eradicators, you know, the
the melter guns.
Melter gun Gravis guys, take them, and then just take a Ballistas Dreadnought. Like, you could take a Redemptor Dreadnought, but the Ballistas is fine because it's shooty and it's all heavy and it's all fun. And then obviously whack them all in a Storm Raven, all of that stuff in a Storm Raven, and then obviously the Storm Raven starts in reserves because it's a flyer.
Oh wait, sorry, I've just realised you can take a unit of 12 and a Dreadnought.
And a Dreadnought film.
Been the case because it used to be
forever.
Surely you could
That's
take.
always been the case.
Really?
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Always.
Oh, I always thought it was either or.
No, it's all of it. It's all of it. It's wild, isn't it?
It isn't. That model is wildly under scale for its transport capacity. It needs to be twice.
Well, it's higher up in the air, isn't it? It's supposed to illustrate how high up it is.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, Phil, let me finish. So,
so go on.
What you do, so admittedly, the most optimal scenario for this is if you're going second, right? So if you're going second, this is super optimal. So in your opponent's turn 2, they do their movement phase, and once their movement phase is over, you rapid ingress your Storm Raven, and you put your Storm Raven on the table. Now, admittedly, the Storm Raven is an aircraft, thus is towering, thus can be shot anywhere on the board. You can't hide it behind a wall, unless, of course, you're playing at an event that happens to have a piece of terrain that you can physically hide it behind, which does happen. But, you know, whatever. Say, for example, you can't hide it. But they're super durable, right? Like, I had 3 Lehman Russes fire at one Storm Raven. They didn't kill it. Hilariously, the Sentinel with the las cannon got it done at the end. But the free Lehman Russes, barely got through.
So it's got armored resilience. So it's -1 damage from attacks, which is
huge,
quite rare actually.
Yeah.
Now to get that, so that's good.
But you do that, right? You bring it on rapid ingress and you position it, because obviously at that point, what most armies are doing, right? You think about Elder, you think about Guard, you think about loads of these armies. They've got something in the back end that's either firing out a line of sight, so it's usually like an Elder Knight spinner or D cannons or an Avatar hanging out trying to not be shot at the start or whatever. And, they've just concluded their movement phase as you've rapid ingressed, and you go, cool, I know where everything in your army is. Okay, fair enough, if you're playing against Elder, they can Phantasm it, but there's not really a great deal they can probably do at that stage, because Phantasm, resolves in my movement phase, so it's like, okay, well, they could do that, I suppose, but they're probably not going to. Yeah, they can fire and fade, I guess, as well, because Elder. But long story short, is you position the plane and in the direction you want it to go. And then the thing about the planes is they're infinite movement now. So it's minimum 20 inches, maximum infinity. And you just point it in the direction. You hoof the thing over behind the walls and then stop. And then turn it. And then everything gets out. 2 units of Eradicators and a Dreadnought. Because obviously transports in the game now, they move and everything gets out. So you just, there you go. There's 2 massive anti-tank squads of things, or 3 anti-tank squads.
Do they not have to disembark before you move?
No, they disembark after. They just can't assault.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so you can't charge, but you can shoot.
So I guess if you're taking shooty variants,
which is what this is. This is. So the Storm Raven itself will have its own weapons, which will do a lot of work. But then equally, those 2 Eradicator squads are going to probably down things like Elder tanks. And then the Ballistas Dreadnought's just there to kind of, just to take pot shots. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd probably take the Redemptor Dreadnought because I think it's awesome. It's expensive.
Did you think the Brutalis is better because you can have the multi-melter or melter gun
multi-melters,
weapons? Plus, is then a combat threat for anyone wanting to come at your Eradicators. I like
the Brutalis. I think the Brutalis is a weird one. The Ballistas makes sense because it's super cheap. It's 140 points. It's only like a 5 point more than a regular Dreadnought. And it's still got 14 wounds and a 2-up armor save, etc. The ballistas, I think, is actually not ballistas. Sorry, the brutalis is really cool because of everything you've said. But the problem is, it doesn't perfectly synergize with what you're doing because it doesn't really have the shooting to the same extent. I mean, it does, I suppose, because it's got the gun on top and the multi-mounters. But the Redemptor, I suppose, in my opinion, probably is the best because it's also got the -1 damage. Which is humongous.
And probably longer range as well. So you can,
and quite a lot.
If your Eradicators deals with the thing that's close to you, your longer range stuff can deal with stuff a bit more further afield. Got a quick question because I've not really used flyers that much. Times I have has been a while ago. Where can they come on the table? Is it got to be like? Is it any table edge or
no? So they have to follow the rules for. Reserves, basically. So for tactical reserves. So they have to come in on your board edge within 6 inches of it.
Okay, yeah, because I think I could be wrong. I think the Avenger Fighter actually has deep strike as well, so that one could come on anywhere.
So some of them do have deep strike. The Storm Raven doesn't. You basically have to rapid ingress it to make it worthwhile. If you don't rapid ingress it,
what's good about that is you know where your opponents are going to be anyway for movement. So you can, as you say, you've just got to accurately point it in the right direction. And hopefully they're not going to do anything to be able to sort of mitigate where you're going to drop, basically.
Yeah, and if obviously you're playing against someone who hasn't just listened to me explain this on this podcast, or someone who doesn't experience Storm Ravens very much, you probably wouldn't even think about them rapid ingressing them in. Because it's one of those things that it's like, oh, you're doing that, are you? Oh, wow. And then it sort of dawns on you. And then all of a sudden you're like, what have I actually got that can shoot the thing? And then it's like, oh, God. Because again, you can position it like as far away as possible from all the threats as well. So say if you're playing like Dawn of War and all the scary shooting is on the right, well, you just plonk it on the left, but point it towards the right.
Okay, here's an odd question.
Yeah.
Why actually do you need to rapid ingress it? Because surely it can fly on from any table edge.
No, it comes on within 6. So if you don't rapid ingress,
okay.
It just
really. So the first turn of a flyer just goes plonk on down.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Unless it's got deep strike. Yeah, it's rough. That's the thing.
Oh, I guess that's why they need the deep strike then, so they can just appear.
Yeah. Like, it is rough.
Weird.
Like, it is weird. I'll tell you what, like, I was convinced that they just flied on from the edge in my first game of running Storm Ravens. And then
I think that's what you would assume, basically.
Yeah, exactly. You'd assume it, but it's wrong. It's wrong. They come in with it. So you have to rapid ingress them. You have to. But in so doing, you are essentially creating a scenario where there are a lot of Elder armies that will not be happy about that, because most Elder armies will have a Night Spinner or two hanging, and other things hanging out on the backboard edge. And this is the thing, like, you put like a little piddly unit of Elder in the back corner, like, I don't know, like a lot of people are in the habit of going, oh, here's my ult you can't hit. It's like, well, here's 12 Hurricane Bolter shots at him. Oh, what a shocker, he's gone. Well, probably not to Hurricane Bolters, but...
Well, I was going to say, what do you think is a good loadout for the Storm Raven gunship? So by default, it comes with 2 Storm Strike missile launchers, a twin assault cannon, and the Typhoon missile launcher. You can swap out the assault cannon, the twin assault cannon, for a twin heavy plasma cannon or twin las cannon, and you can swap out for missile launchers for a twin heavy bolter or twin multi-melter, and then it can also just have 2 Hurricane Bolters.
Yeah, so the Hurricane Bolters come extra. So Hurricane Bolters all the time, because they're amazing. Like, super good. Rapid fire 6, so 12 shots. Twin linked, so re-rolling wounds. And obviously, if you oath of moment the thing you're shooting at, you got that going for you as well. Very good. The missiles come standard. Personally, I think the optimal loadout is the las cannon and missile launchers. I think that's the go-to. Because missile launchers, Typhoon missile launcher gives you either 2 missile shots or 2 frag. Sorry, 2
so you get the flexibility. Yeah,
and again, so it's that thing where it's like, oh, like I can shoot the las cannon into a tank, and then I can. But I'm mostly prioritizing getting rid of infantry, so I'm going to do Hurricane Bolters and frag missiles into that unit, or I'm prioritizing anti-tanks. So I'm going to do 2 crack, 2 las, twin link las, and then hurricane bolters into something, and the missiles you kind of mix up into different places. I think the missile and las cannon build is the way to go. I think probably there is an argument that you might consider doing twin assault, twin heavy bolter, and the hurricane bolters just to go all in on anti-infantry. But if I'm honest with you, I don't think that's really its strong suit. Most of what it will do is through the delivery mechanism. Now, I genuinely think the Storm Raven is pound for pound probably the best unit in Space Marines. And I know very few people will agree with that statement because American hasn't come along and showed us that yet in a ITC event. But I genuinely
it's your top pick.
It is. For me, I think it's the best thing in Space Marines. I genuinely do. And I think within the Anvil Siege Force, it's nutty because it just literally comes in and you point it and stuff. And then with all these other abilities, it's just like, I'm going to kill a bunch of stuff. And it will just lay waste to it. Again, like Imperial Knights, like you chuck all that at an Imperial Knight, you go, cool, here's 2 Eradicators, 1 Storm Raven and a Ballista, say, or even a Redemptor. You're going to smash a Knight with that. You just are. Like, it's just like, oh, cool. That's the end of that. Like, you can just and then what's in their deployment zone at that point is a super durable unit of, or 2 durable units of Gravis Space Marines, a durable Dreadnought with 14 wounds and a 2-up armor save, probably on a piece of cover as well, just to make matters worse. And then a Storm Raven, which is -1 damage, etc. It's like, it's a lot of stuff to have in your back board edge. And I think points-wise, it doesn't even really cost that much either. I think it's 240 for the Storm Raven. It was 200 for the Redemptor, so 440 for that. I believe the Eradicators are 90 points each, so that's 180 for them. So what was I saying there? That's 440 plus the 180, so that would be 520, so 620. So 620 points. So a core, wow, more than a core of your army. 2/5 of your army. Bam. In someone's deployment zone. But it will make a mess of what's there, and you have to respect it. You have to deal with it. It's like, okay, what do I actually do about this problem? Yeah. So that's my hot pick with the Anvil Siege Force. I think that's great. I think it's a great formation. I think it's a great thing. The only other build I was considering, and one of the things I thought was quite funny, and what I was doing with my Blood Angel army, just to say, the trick I was doing with my Blood Angel army is I took a big unit of intercessors. I regret that I didn't work out to put a ancient in there, because then each of the intercessors would have been OC free. And I was like, "Ooh, OC free."
Yeah.
But the trick I was doing with my Blood Angels is I would basically hoof it into their back objective, drop off the intercessors, and then I'd be like, well, there's 10 intercessors on your objective. I'm OC 20, whatever it was with the characters. So it's like, okay, cool. Well, I'm OC 20, whatever. I've taken your objective off you. And then they'd be like, I want to get my objective back. And they'd have to send stuff into it. And then as they came towards me, the Librarian Dreadnought with Wings of Sanguinius come out of there. So literally it was like, they'd be like, I need to deal with this problem. So they'd send loads of other stuff back to try and get their objectives back. And then what they would get enough in that they could do a little bit, because obviously the way terrain works a lot of the time in these like competitive setups, it's actually quite hard for a lot of people to actually take back their home objective if you like craftily steal it. Yeah. And they just about get maybe one unit into combat, and bizarrely, like you'd be left with like, I don't know, 6 things in the squad. And then they'd be like, I'm going to get you. And they sort of pivot around it. And then the Librarian Dreadnought just goes, off they go. Because the Wings of Sanguinius is you pick up a unit and you can pick them up out of combat and just put them somewhere else on the board in the same turn. And all you have to do is roll a 2+. You're like, they go there. It's mad. So that was quite fun as a build. Also, as well, hilariously, the other one that was quite funny is I took the objective of someone, and then teleported out of it, and they never got anything back on it because the intercessors give it sticky objective. They kept objective with nothing on it for like a turn and a bit, and I was
That's
like,
hilarious.
This worked out. So there are like weird gimmicks you can do with it. I like the Storm Raven. I think it's cool. It's just and it's an interesting unit to play with because I think it just creates a lot of interesting nuance. I mean, you got anything that stands out to you at the moment, Phil? I mean, again, you're not playing a huge amount with this army yet.
No.
But I mean, is there anything you're excited to see or use?
I saw. Well, it's more of an interesting thing of note, and it was basically a comparison between the Gladiator Lancer and the Repulsor Executioner, because I do love the look of the heavy laser destroyers.
Yeah.
So on the Repulsor Executioner, they've almost got a similar stat line. It's a 72-inch range, 2 attacks, hitting on freeze, strength 16, which I think is one difference, -4 AP and D6 plus 4 damage. On the Lancer, it is 72-inch range, 2 attacks, hitting on freeze, strength 14, -4 D6 plus 3. So it's a slightly different strength profile. On the Repulsor Executioner, obviously it's like a big Land Raider-y type vehicle. Its ability is if you attack something below half strength, you get +1 to hit, which is pretty good if something's wounded. However, the Lancer has a Quillon optics, so it's each time a model is selected to shoot, you can reroll 1 hit roll, you can reroll 1 wound roll, and you can reroll 1 damage roll when resolving these attacks. No. And I was just like, oh dear God, it's way better on the smaller one than it is on the big tank. Obviously, there's a slight difference in strength, but otherwise, it's like, why wouldn't you just take Gladiator and Lancers? Like, I don't get it. It's just like that ability is just so good that it's got 3 rerolls baked into it, which is so cool. And but it's funny because obviously the optics also appears on the Repulsor Executioner, model-wise at least.
It's because they had to make room for that 6-man capacity transport.
Oh, I guess so. I guess that's the difference. So
they
that looks
pack
cool.
as many
it's a
batteries.
nice little... Yes, yeah. And then I was looking at it, and actually, I think for the Executioner, you'd probably be better off taking the Macro Plasma Incinerator version, because statistically, you do have a slightly higher chance of doing more damage. Well, your maximum ability of damage is just ever so slightly higher. I think it might be like by 1 or 2. But also when you factor in things like invuln saves, a 2-shot weapon isn't very good, even if it's -4 AP, because someone could be like, okay, I've got a 4-up save to make. Yeah, I've made it. It's brilliant. Whereas, the macro is D6 plus 1 shot. So it's just sort of weight of fire, especially if you supercharge. So, if you did have both in your army and you want to go very tank heavy, I'd potentially suggest go with the Gladiator and Lancer for the laser destroyer, and then if you also had a Repulsor Executioner, go for the Macro Plasma on that one.
Yeah. The thing a lot of people have been saying lots of great things about is the Land Raider Redeemer. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the fact that a Redeemer is back on fighting form. Not since when, Phil, has the Redeemer been a good thing?
I don't know. Oh, God, 5th edition.
Yes, there we go. Anyway, it's great to see it back on fighting form. Many a battlefield had many a Redeemer back in 5th edition times. But
I'm almost surprised we haven't seen a resurgence of drop pods. Now anyone can go in them.
The problem is with drop pods is fundamentally is that the way the game is kind of designed, it almost makes the necessity of a drop pod relatively pointless. It's like, at the end of the day, like,
because the game's smaller.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is like, you may as well just take it flipping, like, for the points, you may as well take it like an impulsor and have the unit just sort of jump out of that and do stuff, or like, you could do. That's the thing, and the thing is as well with the drop pod stuff is you don't really. I don't know. I just don't think drop pods. The thing is with drop pods is if they want the drop pods to be good again, they need to make it that like drop pods can deploy within 3 inches of something. Like that would at least make it viable. But then the problem is it probably then becomes too good, and then I'll tell you though, lots of people are getting very excited about the Redeemer, which is fine. I like it. I think it's cool. I'm never going to say that a Land Raider being good isn't cool. I think the fact that Redeemer is good is good. But I actually think the Repulsor is a really interesting choice that probably needs
the standard version.
Standard Repulsor, mate. I think it's actually really fun. It's cheaper by a
Well,
considerable
I
margin.
like how they've streamlined it. So before it just used to have a ton of different weapons.
Yeah.
Because you could have, I think it was like storm bolters, or frag launchers. I think it
storm
was.
bolters, frag launchers, crack launchers, which were the default launchers on the turret. And
Yes.
then, yeah.
And now they've just called it, I think, defensive array, and it's just got a ton of shot. Yeah, repulsor defensive array, 18 shots, strength 4, no
which is
AP, 1 damage.
remarkably good. Like that is,
And
that
it
is
just streamlines it, because that was the worst thing about it, was just rolling a bunch of different shots. And in a way, it's done that thing of, I spent ages magnetizing mine so I could have all these different, weapon options on mine. And it's like, well, that's all pointless now. But what you can now is just pick the one that you think looks best, and then it's the same rule regardless. So in a way, it's a win.
I mean, you still get to swap out heavy bolter for las cannons and.
Well, that's true. Yeah, like the bigger choices are still worth magnetizing.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is my thing, right? Like the thing I like about the repulsor is, right, it's not crazy pointed versus the Redeemers. Say, like I think the Redeemers 260, whereas the repulsor I think is 190. I'm quoting all this from my head. I've got the book in front of me. I could just look, but so I think the repulsor is about 190. But they're basically the same stat line, except obviously the Land Raider has 2 inches of extra movement and a 2+ save, whereas the repulsor has a 10-inch move rather than the 12-inch move for the Redeemer, and a 3+ save. But again, at toughness 12 of 16 wounds, you're not really like feeling the pinch too much on that 3+ save. The really cool thing about it, though, is the emergency combat embarking, which I just love. I think it's a great rule, because it basically is you get a unit out. So you move the repulsor, you get the unit out of it, they do their shooting, because that's how it works, and they just hang out near the repulsor. And the repulsor's still there, and your opponent's going, I know what, I'm going to charge you, I'm going to have you, and you're within range of the repulsor. You just get back in it. You just go, well, none of that, mate. In I go. And then they're like, oh, okay. And, the opponent gets to pick another option for that. They can pick another thing to charge. They could even charge the repulsor if they wanted to. But obviously then, still the next turn, you get out again, shoot. It's just a really nice way of stopping them being harassed.
Yeah, quite good. Yeah, I think something like that, and maybe like Hellblasters.
Oh my God, that and Hellblasters. Because again, a lot of people are going to think, if I charge the into the Hellblasters, I'm guaranteed to get rid of them, but then they just disappear into the repulsor, and it's like, oh God, what do I do now? It's like, it's cool. I like it. I think it's a really cool vehicle, and I think, the kit has grown on me over the years. I can never remember what I said about it first time around. I think I always had like mixed emotions about the repulsor, but as with
I think we both thought it was a bit odd, but I think it didn't take long for me to actually start appreciating it. I do like the look of it, especially now we've had the Gladiator tanks come out, like the suite of grav tanks. It makes me appreciate them all. And I like
the Gladiator kits a lot, I have to say. I really like again, the idea of a mechanized like tank army within Marines is definitely appealing to me. I think there's but the repulsor seems super cool. I like it. I think it's a really interesting choice. Again, it sort of speaks to me. I am a massive fan of transports. I have to be honest with you. That's kind of like that's my favorite thing in armies in the 40k game. Is like, how do I transport stuff? Because I think the thing is with transports is they create these interesting problems where you're like, well, what do I do to optimize them? How do I make them the most efficient thing I can? What stuff can I put in them, and how's that going to actually surprise my opponent? That's what, I was looking at like the Storm Ravens, as I said, started thinking about how much stuff can I get in there? How do I make that work? What kind of fun things can you do with it? I think that's actually a really interesting kind of design thing that creates some interesting, not challenges, but just some nuance for us as players, which I really value. So I'm a big fan of repulsor. Is there anything else, Phil, that you wanted to shout out?
Stuff that I've had or got and I use. I still rate the Inceptor squads. I think they're very good.
Yeah, really strong.
10th edition. So the Assault Bolter variant is 3 attacks each, Hingon 3, Strength 5, -1, 2 damage, and their assault, their pistols, their sustained hits 2. So you're rolling 3s to hit, 3 shots per model, and each 6 gives you 2 extra hits. Plus, they're also twin linked, so you're re-rolling all the wound rolls. But the plasma version is actually really good because when you overcharge it, instead of it being 2 damage, it's actually 3 damage. So they're 1 point of damage higher than the base plasma gun. So I actually think they're really solid models. And the meteoric descent, where you can deep strike within 3 inches of a model
really
but
useful.
not charge, is really good for getting on objectives and trying to shoot them off. So yeah, I really rate them. I think they've been pretty good for me when I've run them so far.
Yeah. The company heroes are amazing. I think they're a really great unit. I think they're really affordable. 90 points, I want to say. I think they're 90 points, which is a steal. It might be 95. But either way, they're really good for what you're paying for them. Essentially, it's a squad of lieutenants, right? That's the way you got to look at it, because every one of them's got 4 wounds, and they're all armed with like mastercrafted stuff. So they're really cool. They're really cool. And also, if you put a character in there, you can subtract 1 from wound rolls. So you got, toughness 4 wounds each, and -1 to wound them is pretty massive. OC wise, as long as they got the banner in, they got the OC of 2, which is pretty reasonable. Again, I think only really certain characters really benefit from joining the squad. I think the weird thing about the squad is it's not really shooty enough that you want to kind of, lean into it as like a aggressively shooty unit. And it's not really kind of fighty enough that you want to kind of lean into it as a combat specific unit. But with Marnius Calgar, I think it's a really good squad. Because Marnius Calgar, weirdly, as a unit, compensates for everything. Because Marnius Calgar is actually quite shooty himself. He's got really cool, like, mastercrafted bolters on his Gauntlets of Ultramar, so it kind of complements the shooty elements of this unit. But also he adds 2 Victrix Honor Guards and is himself a combat monster, so it complements the company champion element of it. So he really rounds out the unit in a really nice way. There's not really any other characters I genuinely, solidly consider taking with the company heroes. I know Joe was running them with Gabriel Seth, just because Joe refuses to take his army without Gabriel Seth. Maybe someone like Coruscant Khan or Vulcan Heston or even like...
I still don't rate Coruscant Khan. I still think he's the worst one because I haven't really changed his rules, I don't think, since the index, and it's still pretty abysmal. What's interesting with company heroes, though, is the actual...
Coruscant Khan can't even join company heroes.
Oh, because he's not a captain?
Or he's not a chapter master or something. He is a captain.
Is he not? Oh, well, then he can, because it's captains or chapter masters can join.
This model can attach to the following units: Assault Intercessors, Blade Guard Veteran Squads, Intercessor Squads, Stern Guard Veteran Squads, Tactical Squads.
Oh, wait, did the others not say that as well? Or can all the others join company heroes?
So, I'll just check. So,
because while you're looking, my point was that what's interesting is the company heroes is everything but the captain model, even though you get the captain model in the box.
Yeah.
But for company of heroes to be valid, they must have a captain or chapter master. But the workaround is you don't need the generic captain model that comes in the box. You could technically, as you say, take Marnius Calgar or a different captain or a different chapter master in it, which makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But Marnius Calgar specifically says company heroes. Captain Sicarius says company heroes. Captain Uriel Ventress, the company heroes. Lysander can't join company heroes. He can only go in Terminator squads. Torgaradon can't join them. Pedro Cantor can join company heroes. Ferios can't join them. Shrike can't join them. Khan can't join them. Vulcan can. Adrax Agatone can. a captain can. So yeah, hilariously, yet again, why do they hate him? Why do they hate him so much?
My only guess is he is. Oh, actually, no. Wait, can Agrax join? Oh yeah. Okay. Right. My theory's blown out the water. I was like, he's third company, not first company. Our company hero specific for a first company thing, so therefore lore-wise he couldn't. But Adrax Agatone is specifically the third company captain, and he can join them. So it's like, what you got against my boy Corso Khan, eh? Game to a shop. Unfair. What? They don't like him.
They really don't like him. I mean, it's crazy. Like, his options are assault intercessors, plague guard veterans, intercessors, and stern guard veteran squads. Oh, sorry. And tactical squads. He can join tactical squads. Like, I mean, yeah, like, that is shocking. That is shocking. Yeah, like, Agrax Agatone could join, like, he could join all of that plus company heroes and Infernus squads.
Well, I guess the Infernus ones make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, but, like, I mean, what? Why can't Khan go in? Why can't he go in company heroes?
That feels a bit like an oversight to me, because
they
there's
specifically
nothing
were
about
like, how can we
look.
Screw over Khan? We hate him. We hate him so much.
Well, basically, yeah. I still don't think his ability's that great. So he gives assault ranged weapons and melee weapons for lance ability, which is +1 to wound. So if you give the right unit squad, I'm just trying to think what has assault weapons that would shoot.
Intercessors.
Oh yes. Is it because they're assault and heavy? Is that what they are?
Heavy, yeah.
Oh, okay. So that would be quite +1 to wound on your assault weapon. Not too bad. Or with blade guard, and you're getting +1 to wound in combat, which I think would be my combo.
Just take a chaplain.
Yeah.
I just take a chaplain, mate. It's better. Well, actually,
and his other ability is if he kills an enemy character, he gains a CP, which is going to be quite difficult to do and quite underwhelming. And I hate how they took away his bird having an ability or an attack profile, because it used to do something before. It used to do like a mortal wound or something.
I remember a time when it used to do a thing, and now look at it. Terrible. But look, mate, I reckon that's Space Marines, right? We've probably talked about them now for coming up to nearly 2 hours, although we will have done once we've kind of done our kind of wrap-up of it. Space Marines, in my opinion, I love Space Marines as a range and as an army. Once upon a time, Space Marines was super bland and boring. When I started in like 2nd edition, it was like no one wanted really to take Marines, other than the fact the models were cool. But like as an army to play, they were always ridiculous. Like they always just sort of stood still and went, I've got tactical Marines. And it's like, cool, but you got terrible range and you're going to get blown away. But then 5th edition happened and Space Marines became super interesting in that edition. And then they've kind of just grown in awesomeness ever since. And, you know, I am not afraid to admit that I enjoy and like painting, collecting, and or playing Space Marines. I think they're fun. I think they're really good. And also, as well, what I always love about the Space Marine book, and actually why I feel like I'm just going to really lean into them for this edition, is that, you know, this book is always going to have consistency over the years. Like, this will stay sort of as it is, and it will always have some interesting options in it, and it will always bring something fun to the table. Space Marines always kind of stand the test of time. Like, armies like NIDS, for example, that were the first book of this edition, will potentially become utterly useless by the time we get to about the start of next year, because usually that happens. Death Guard in 8th edition, trash by about halfway through. Necrons in 9th edition, trash by about halfway through. It's the destiny of the thing that accompanies the Space Marines. But somehow, some way, the Space Marines really maintain relevancy the whole way through. So I think, yeah. And lots of really good tools, lots of fun stuff. I think Space Marines are nice. It's not like, this is one of those sort of books that kind of, again, it really stokes your creativity. You start thinking about stuff in interesting ways. I like the points of the army as well. Like, you can field armies that aren't crazy model count with it now as well, if you lean into certain things, which is good to me, in my opinion, because I really was finding the early kind of beginnings of 10th edition quite frustrating with the model count situation. I actually really like the Marine book because it's like I could take 3 Redemptors and that's 600 points of an army kind of wrapped up in 3 models. And I'm like, brilliant. That's that done. Now what do I add next? Again, things like Storm Ravens, which I really rate, and things like repulsors. Like, once you've added a Storm Raven and a repulsor, you've got like, that's what, 430 points worth of stuff just there in 2 vehicles, and then you put some stuff in it, and you're pretty much that's pretty much like 1,000, 1,100, maybe even 1,200 points in just that. So yeah, and that's not bad at all. But yeah, I think I'm really happy with the Space Marines. I really love some of the new models. I know we didn't talk about the rules, but the new Terminator kits are incredible. It's just a lot to love with it. I'm happy with it. I think it's a nice book. I think they've done well with it. I'm really gutted that yet again they've been lazy in writing the lore and the fluff, etc. I think it's a shame that they couldn't, create new stuff for us to kind of experience and read and take the story forwards and focus on interesting things and, manifest some new kind of interesting conflicts between Primaris and Firstborn Space Marines that kind of, make that story kind of mature or move forwards in an interesting way. But, at the end of the day, there's a reason why Games Workshop sells so many of these little buggers. They're fantastic. Mm-hmm. And these rules are fantastic. I'm very happy with them. I think it's a great book. And I'm excited to play more games with Space Marines, potentially against other Space Marines. Because, who doesn't love them? We should all just play Horus Heresy, I suppose. That's the thing they say, isn't it? But
yes.
No, good work, Games Workshop. That's a solid book. Terrible cover. Well, not terrible cover. Nice cover, but not as nice as it used to be. Shame about the fluff. But as a book, as a rule set, pretty happy with it. They set the standard for 40k armies, and it's a good addition for Space Marines so far, I'd say. What do you reckon, Phil?
Overall quite similar thoughts. It would have been nice if they had put a bit more effort into the lore section, or if they are going to just repeat a lot of the lore, I don't mind that, but give us like a distinctive new section, because actually, I read the last lot of lore. I kind of don't need to reread it. So if you kind of make it clear this is all the old stuff, but here is like, from the Arcs of Omen onwards, couple of pages of new lore and story for me to like read, so at least I've got something new and I don't have to reread all the old stuff. I'm kind of happy if they'd done that as well, but I don't think they have done, or at least not like I've noticed. There's some really cool bits in it. So there's a section between the the detachments and the data sheets, and it's like an army showcase, but a lot of that army showcase is all like kind of cool conversions. I think it's the Emperor's Spears is one of them, and they actually go, these models are from bits from the Stormcast kits or the Forge World models, so they actually do a good job of highlighting conversions and where you can go about recreating them. So I think that's really good. The Crusade stuff, I haven't read a lot of it extensively, looks very nice. There's like a whole section on like purity seals that you can like fill in as you kind of complete your quests. I think that's very good. And then, sort of reiterating a couple of stuff that you said. Overall, rules are pretty solid. The detachments overall, bar the White Scar-esque one, is pretty solid. You are right, Armour of Contempt is in all of them. But due to the alphabetical nature, the Armour of Contempt isn't in the same position as all of them, because some of them have slightly higher up in the alphabet category. All the detachments have Armour of Contempt. That's a nice little consistency running through. I think that's really good. Overall, I guess it doesn't seem like much of the rules have changed from the index, but because it's so soon from the indexes, that's sort of to be expected. They have made a few quality of life improvements here and there, I think. Overall, I think I'd be quite excited to play Space Marines. I keep thinking I will. At the moment, I'm a bit in a buzz of building Thunder Warriors, but my Blade Guard veteran squad needs to get painted up sometime soon. So that will be probably the next on the list of my mind tools I'm going to be painting up. So hopefully I'll get time to do that soon. Yeah, I'm excited to play it. I'm excited to try out a couple of those attachments, and I like the flexibility that it gives. And overall, as you say, it's very nicely presented. The designers, fantastic job. They need to get paid more. They've done a great job presenting it. The models all look beautiful because it's 99% a Primaris army now, so it all looks swanky, I think. So yeah, pretty solid overall, despite our little nitpicks about the lore aspects.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it's just good, isn't it? It's a good place, and obviously we've still got upcoming Space Wolves, Dark Angels, Blood Angels, Death Watch. Really excited to see what goes on with those, and then Grey Knights as well. So lots of really exciting things that we could see for Space Marines. I think it's phenomenal. Really, I think it's really good. And I mean, again, Phil, on your side of things, what you got to do is, you should just paint that repulsor. That's probably a good starting point.
Yeah, I mean, I do like it, and it's all built and ready to go. And I think it's a nice big canvas to paint, so I think that'll be a good one to do.
Yeah, because you get that done, and then you had a unit of Hellblasters anyway, didn't you?
Yeah, I had the standard. I think I got 5 models from Dark Imperium, but then I've got a box of the 10 fancy ones because I really love the heavy look with the cables. And now actually it technically doesn't matter. So part of me is tempted to ditch the original easy build ones and go for the more elaborate looking ones, even though they're probably take me twice as long to paint because of all the hazard stripes on the cables. I'd be quite tempted to go for them, but a quick win would just be to paint up my 5 Hellblasters that I've got so far, the repulsor, and then something else to go in them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because you get them painted, you get you already got like a bunch of captain models and stuff, haven't you? So you could get like your
because I did a Corso Khan equivalent.
And you got the lieutenant as well, don't you?
Yeah, I've got the worst loadout lieutenant that Richie keeps telling me. The standard one that's just the bolt pistol and power sword.
I don't think that's that bad anymore, actually, though. I still think it's really good. I just think, obviously, at a time, the Storm Shield variant was obviously very strong. But, like, these days, actually, because the thing is...
Because now you just take, not bolt of discipline, the shooting discipline... enhancement, and you stick him in a squad of something like Hellblasters, and that's him doing his job. The fact that he's got a power sword is like, it doesn't matter because he's not really getting into combat, or shouldn't be.
I'm trying to remember which model you ended up with, your lieutenant.
It was a Dark Imperium one that I converted. So it was the lieutenant who had the bolt rifle slung over his shoulder, like he was sort of resting on his shoulder, and I swapped that out for a power sword instead. And then he's got a bolt pistol in his other hand. It was a bit of a minor conversion. And then I gave him one of the fancy helmets with the laurel wreaths on.
Because that's the only thing it would have been if you had a holstered pistol, you could have been like, oh, it's a plasma pistol or whatever.
Oh, true. Yeah. That's the downside of the current rule set, unfortunately.
Well, indeed. But even then, though, right, you take your captain, like chuck him in that unit of Hellblasters. If you get up to a 10-man unit, which you own, that's a healthy chunk with the repulsor. All in, you're probably looking at, I think the Hellblasters are like 130 each, something like that, maybe 120, something like that. So say they're like...
Let's have a quick look. This is going off the Codex, which might... Actually, no, this is actually up to date now, isn't it? Because they reverted back to it. So it's 125 for 5 or 250 for 10.
So 250 for that. Lieutenant, I think, is 65, maybe 70 for the lieutenant.
65, yeah.
Yeah, so 65 for them. So 250, 310. Captain's 85 or just 80?
Where's it? Standard captain 70.
Really? Bloody hell. There you go. Take that. 70. So what did I say there? That was 310 plus the 70, 380 plus 190 for the... so you're looking at, 570 for that whole squad in a repulsor?
Yeah. 220 for the Executioner. I feel like the repulsors have gone down in price, or was that my imagination?
The repulsor has got, it's 190 now. I swear to God, it's ridiculous. But it's like...
I think the problem is that they are big, sort of bricks, basically, and they do have a lot of shooting, but it always felt like they were just too expensive for what they did.
Whereas now, like, I genuinely think, if you've got that there, right, like, you're painting those, admittedly, that's 13 models and one of them's a flipping repulsor, but you're painting those 13 models, you add that to what you already have painted, you're easily at 2,000 points at that stage.
Oh, yeah, I thought so, because I'm around 1,005 or 600.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't quite 1,750 at the last count because the prices went down.
But you add that stuff in, and you're pretty much there. And that's a really good selection to add to your army. And then, just a thought. Anyway, there you go. That was Space Marines. We hope you enjoyed it. We did. I think Space Marines are cool. Sorry about me at the start where I was feeling ill. These things happen. But transitional noise. Hello again, everyone. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to speculate on things which we think are going away. Isn't that right, Phil?
Yes. I guess this has been prompted by Space Marines and a couple of things disappearing from their codex. So the idea is, I guess, that might happen to every codex, or some armies at the very least.
It's highly probable that it will happen to many codexes, and we want to talk about it because it's evident that Space Marines lost a number of data sheets. I can't remember or even pretend I ever knew the exact number. Do you know the number, Phil?
More than 5, less than 10.
I think it's probably more than 10, to be fair.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. If we talk about things like Horus Heresy units as well, which were like Forge World units, then, loads more.
Hundreds, I would argue.
Yes, if not thousands.
Thousands, absolutely. They've totally gutted the Space Marine range. It's practically empty.
Exactly. The Bell of Lost Souls on Terra dings its dong once more for the range.
Not the website.
Not the website, no. The actual lore accurate one, which I guess, if you think about, must really annoy Games Workshop that someone has taken a name that they created and used it for their own purpose. A bit like Lookout Sir, I guess.
Well, indeed. But they don't want it anyway. They keep taking it out of the game, at least in 40k. It does remain.
Oh, that's true.
In AOS, doesn't it?
They can't decide.
That's why we were always destined to become an Age of Sigmar podcast. But,
True.
Anyway, so we're going to just go through some of the ranges, speculate on what we think could be going, and why we imagine that could be the case. It's entirely speculative. We have no idea. But if it turns out a reasonable percentage of our predictions proves to be accurate, then we can at least feel smug about it, right, Phil?
Exactly. We can pretend that we have, the Nosferatu levels of precognition. That's
it. Although, wasn't that the vampire guy?
Yes, but wasn't he also the guy that did all the predictions?
No, I don't think Nosferatu was the guy who did the predictions. I think you're thinking of Nostradamus.
God. Oh, I mean, it's so similar, right? but yes, you are right. I mean, maybe that's why he knew he was a space vampire. Yeah.
Indeed. Nostradamus and his horse, Michael Collins. I think that was an old character from Fist of Fun, or not Fist of Fun, This Morning with Richard, Not Judy, back in the day. Don't know when I would go out and watch an old episode of This Morning with Richard, Not Judy. It will basically give away where many of my catchphrases come from because I have no originality. I know. Inside track. Anyway, let's go through some of the Space Marine ranges and speculate on whether or not something might be removed from there. So Black Templars are the first in alphabetical order. So obviously we're not going to talk about Space Marines because we know what's gone from Space Marines. Although I will say this, actually, Phil, surprised that some of the old fine cast captain characters like Pedro Cantor, Lysander, even things like Vulcan Heston didn't get chopped up. I would have thought that seeing what's happened in other places, that might have been probable, but it didn't seem to happen this time.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, there was a couple of regular units that survived that haven't been primarisified yet. But yeah, the characters stayed, which was a little bit surprising, but I feel like if they didn't, though, it would anger the fans of those factions because they're quite iconic. So it feels like they needed to do that to keep the character with those sub-factions, especially since they've kind of lost all their, special rules and warlord traits and things like that that aren't in the new codex. So I understand it. I suspect by the time the next codex comes out, they will all have primarisified versions in plastic.
Quite probably. But I think in all likelihood, the thing that is going from Black Templars is the regular Crusade squads. I mean, so much so, they're not even listed as available to purchase on the website anymore. The Primaris Crusader squad is all that there is. So it's fair to say that those of us who have held on to them old Crusader squads are probably now going to be told that they don't exist anymore. So I think that's quite easy from a Black Templar perspective because they make no kind of secret of it. You can't buy old Firstborn.
Well, that makes sense because you've got the Primaris versions. Although, what question? Are the Black Templar minis, like the characters, in the generic codex, or is there clearly going to be a codex supplement for Black Templars?
There is clearly going to be a codex supplement for Black Templars.
Yeah, because I don't remember seeing Helbrecht in there. So yeah, it's weird because it's like the smallest one. Because obviously Blood Angels, Space Wolves have all got massive amounts of models that are sort of sub-faction specific, chapter specific. Black Templars has got... So many of those miniatures are old sculpts, though, now. Well, that is true.
The only sub-faction outside of, I guess maybe... Well, no, yeah, but I think, yeah, it's Black Templars and... are there any other Primaris chapter-specific units outside of Black Templars? It's the Victrix Honor Guard, technically, but they're not now a unit. They just come with Calgar. So... Yeah,
yes.
I think it's literally just the Space Wolves Reaver squad variant and the Primaris Death Company variant. I think that's more or less it. And then I guess you could argue that once upon a time, Blade Guard had Deathwing variants and Outriders had Ravenwing variants. But yeah, no, I mean...
Well, they never had specific rules per se that was like its own... thing. I mean, the most tenuous one is the Space Wolf.
Hounds of Morkai.
But the old Hounds of Morkai, yeah. God, they love to stick around.
I think the Blood
give
Angels...
them an upgrade pack to make them specific.
I think the Blood Angels Death Company is more tenuous. But it's born of the same ideology.
Yes, no, that's fair enough. It's just a different paint scheme, right?
Exactly. Different paint scheme and the Blood Angels Primaris upgrade sprue.
Well, that's something.
That's at least something at the end of the day. But moving on to Blood Angels, because they are alphabetically the next thing. I mean, is there anything else from Black Templars you think they might get rid of? I don't think there is, really. I mean, other than what's been removed from Space Marines in the general sense, I feel like, that's really
there's nothing that's Blood Angels, Black Templars specific that would go. I can't see anything there. The one that looks a bit Black Templars is just the generic Space Marine Chaplain, which I imagine will go eventually. But again, next Space Marine Codex. That won't be anytime soon. But yeah, because so weirdly, Black Templars is the one that's the most up to date for the sort of sub factions, because all of its stuff now is primarisified. So it's sort of like safe. We can give it an official seal of approval. Nothing is going.
Blood Angels, on the other hand, have a lot of potential for things to go away. Blood Angels probably has one of the more robust selections of fine cast characters. So they have Astroth the Grim. Astroth the Grim being the chaplain, the High Chaplain, the main priesty man who essentially executes Death Company. So if a Death Company, by some odd set of circumstance, as I understand it, doesn't fall in battle, once the battle is concluded, they send old Astaroth out there with his executioner's axe, and he sees about lopping their heads off and ending their suffering. That's his whole thing.
Nice of them.
It's very nice of him, absolutely. What a gent. And then Lamartes, Guardian of the Lost, the other Blood Angels chaplain, the more traditional Black Power armoured with jump pack chaplain. Again, fine cast mini. And the Sanguinor. All three of these individuals are, old school plastic minis. But also within their battle tome, they do have access to a number of interesting variants that they don't technically have miniatures for. So, for example, there is the Sanguinary Priest, which is a plastic miniature, but the Sanguinary Priest can be taken with a jump pack variant, but you can't buy a Sanguinary Priest with a jump pack necessarily. So it could be that they decide to remove things like that. Similarly, there is the Chaplain with jump pack, of which Blood Angels do still have a miniature for. They have a Blood Angel specific Chaplain with jump pack that is a plastic sculpt, so I can't see that necessarily going anywhere. But they do also, I believe, have a Librarian with jump pack. So there's a lot of jump pack variants that could potentially meet their maker. But the two things that probably are highly likely to go away are Brother Corbulo, the High Priest Apothecary fella with the chalice. Do you remember old Corbulo, Phil?
Yes, I do.
With his gold skull chalice held aloft.
Oh, I'm just trying to find him. Or is he just the generic Sanguinary Priest mini?
No. There's a specific miniature for him. It's currently undergoing range rotation, Phil.
Oh, right. So it's not on the website. Okay,
it's not on the website. Much like good old Captain Tycho. Captain Tycho is no longer.
Oh yes. Well, I mean, he's dead, so off he pops. Tycho, it's time for you to go. I love you lots, but it's well past your bedtime. Time to
Poor
go to
old
sleep.
burnt face man.
Can we get Astaroth to come round and lop his head off again, just to make sure he's not coming back?
It's very harsh, but
maybe, maybe they can do some kind of, the son of Tycho, obviously in name because they don't reproduce.
Well, that's it. That's it.
Tycho's
like
what they did
long lost cousin that took their place.
It works for the Cadian minis. It can work for Space Marines.
I mean, here's the thing, right? When you look at the Blood Angels resin characters, it is plausible that they could keep Astaroth, Lamartes, and the Sanguinor in the range.
Because they have the Space Marine ones.
So that is the case. So there is instances where Space Marine characters have remained, like Pedro Cantor, for example. So I feel like those three are kind of unique and cool enough miniatures that maybe they should survive. But I do definitely think that the two ones we were just talking about there, Tycho and Brother Corbulo, probably have their days numbered. The other unit that I sincerely believe has got their days numbered from the Blood Angel army.
Yes, the Blood Angels Terminator Assault Squad.
Yes, that's highly probable to go the way of the Dodo soon enough. But no.
And the Death Company.
I think Firstborn Death Company now has reached its time. I
mean, they look nice, though.
They do look nice, but they are quite squat.
Oh, yeah, true.
Like they are obviously built to those old proportions. It's quite an old kit now, man. I mean, I think the 5th edition Blood Angel Codex that released these new Death Company sculpts came out in 2010, I want to say. So they are getting on a bit. And ultimately, Death Company is just dudes in power armor that happens to be painted black. There's a lot of embellishments on the current Firstborn plastic kits, and they are really beautiful. But at the same time, it's kind of like you don't need to sell a Death Company specific kit when you can just buy a box of intercessors or a box of intercessors with jump packs, and you're basically there. right?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say no to like either a specific squad, which feels like a bit of a stretch, but I would much rather an upgrade sprue with, as you say, the embellishments if you want to make them look a bit more like veterans. Not that they necessarily should be, because they're all going mad. Or at least some like maybe different weapon options if you did want to go down that route.
That's always the thing, though, with the Dev Company, right? I think with the way that Games Workshop write their rules now for 40k, just give us generic Dev Company weapons. Just say the Dev Company. I mean, I actually quite like the idea of a Dev Company with no weapons. Like the idea is that they've just gone so feral. Yeah, they're just going in and ripping and tearing and crushing and, biting their way through things.
That's true. I would love a Blood Angels mini to be modelled literally neck biting someone. That would be very cool and thematic.
Mate, honestly, like ferocious Adeptus Astartes, vampire beasts would be...
He could even be called Nosferatu or Nostradamus, depending on, take your pick. They're so interchangeable.
Absolutely. I mean, because again, when you look at Mephiston's new Primaris sculpt, there is a lot of that kind of vampiric element kind of conveyed through the face sculpt.
That's true.
Again, that is a sort of vampire sculpt that has kind of retained a level of control over their bloodlust, as it were. But obviously the Death Company have gone utterly the other way. And I think I'm not necessarily suggesting that we all need to have them not being helmeted, for example, but a few scary vampire faces would be really cool. And again, maybe if they were going to give us a new Primaris kit of them, base it on the idea that they have more kind of feral, more, uncontrollable poses to really bring out that kind of animalistic style to the miniatures. That would be amazing. But I think in all likelihood, they're not going to do that, but they don't really need to do that because ultimately, you just sort of give them any old weapon loadout, just say they've got one generic weapon profile, which is Dev Company melee, and then just, at the end of the day, the idea of the Dev Company is that you slap a bunch of parchment on them, which, talks about their past deeds. So they do the whole ritualistic thing. They paint a red cross over some black armor that they paint up, and they slap some, nice deeds to them, and they send them off to die. That's the whole vibe of how Death Company works. You don't need to give them thunder hammers and power fists and all this kind of stuff. It's like,
surely just a waste of good equipment if they're going off to die anyway.
Exactly right. It's like, this ancient Thunderhammer relic. Let's hand it to the lunatic. Let them go off with it. It's like,
exactly.
It doesn't seem. It's like back in the day when Matt Ward, God bless him, I'm sure there were other writers involved with this. Let's not start the hatred on Matt Ward's side of things, because truth be told, I quite like the 5th edition Blood Angel Codex in retrospect. I even liked it at the time. But it's like when Matt Ward wrote lore around Blood Angels and Land Raiders, that Land Raiders had Deep Strike because Blood Angels have so many Land Raiders, they just throw them out of things. They're like, whatever. Complete disregard for them. Let's just chuck them at people.
I mean, that would explain in 6th edition all the Land Raiders on Sky Shield landing pads that we saw.
That's true. That would definitely give it a greater level of appreciation. But no, I do think Dev Company, in all probability, could be settled with just an upgrade sprue that could then be added to the current, Primaris power armored ranges. The other thing that I'm really curious about is whether or not the Librarian, Death Company, and Furioso Dreadnought stand the test of time, because obviously we've seen a lot of Dreadnoughts go away.
Well, the generic one is still there just as a generic Dreadnought, but you're right, the ironclad version has gone.
Mm-hmm.
So they could get rid of the Furioso, because it's a dual kit, isn't it? Interesting.
Yeah, it makes all free. I think because it makes all free, there's an argument that you could keep them.
Yes, I would have thought so.
But it is a very odd kit in the current climate because it is very Diddy.
Yes, but then they've still kept the generic Dreadnought, haven't they? The Venerable.
Yes, they've kept the venerable variant, but the regular old Spudnaught has gone.
I could see the logic they'll keep it because it's obviously very thematic, unless they're going to do a Redemptor style redo, which would be very cool. I've always said librarian dreadnoughts should be for everyone. Every chapter's got librarians. They need to all be interned somewhere, but obviously Blood Angels has more of them, so it makes sense for them to appear
so
here.
They're throwing them out of planes.
Yes, we've got too many. We're just sticking them in dreadnoughts and shoving them out down the slide. But it would be nice for the librarian dreadnought to be available for everyone, especially when they gave them rules in Crusade in 9th edition. That was very cool, but it was like, oh, this one, even though it's in the generic Space Marine rules, only applies to Blood Angels. That would be cool. I guess off of the back of that, we've also got the Bold Predator.
I think the Bold Predator stays.
I think it will, because it feels like old vehicles, they're just happy to keep them around. I presume. Yeah,
they're inoffensive, aren't they, the old vehicles? It's like, whatever, they can keep on going.
Yes, because there's nothing too wrong with the scale of them too much. It's a bit weird, because obviously got the Rhino, but then they've also done the Rhino-esque Impulsor. And they there's a bit of weird crossbreed with vehicles, but then they've just gone, we'll keep the old stuff.
It is strange for sure, but I do think in probability they keep the Bold Predator. The only thing that I'm really interested in is obviously the Sanguinary Guard. We've had the Dante upgrade. Will Sanguinary Guard get an upgrade kit or an upgraded kit to better reflect that Dante profile? I think they do. I think if they're doing the Blood Angel release, I think the only kit that you need to update for them is the Sanguinary Guard.
Oh, 100%, because they're so popular as well.
Oh, incredibly so. And the only kit you need to get rid of, not need to, but probably should, is the Death Company Firstborn unit, just given the nature of what Death Company are. And I genuinely think, do that and leave the rest of it alone. Obviously, Tycho, Corbulo, fine. Get rid of those guys. Gabriel Seth, I'm not sure about Gabriel Seth. I can't lie. Maybe Gabriel Seth's time is over.
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't want it to happen, but either Gabriel Seth needs an update, or I think Gabriel Seth's enough of a niche case that he probably
they just leave him.
Go. Yeah.
I think like Pedro Cantor, they keep him around just in fine cast, and eventually they upgrade him, but they're in no rush to.
I don't know though, because maybe actually no, it is a very similar. It's a very similar kind of vibe to Pedro Cantor, isn't it? Because it's a Imperial Fist,
it's like a second founding, right?
Yeah.
I think that's it. With the Sanguinary Guard, they did. Do you remember ages ago they produced Sanguinary Guard Joy Toy? Either they produced the models or they did at least images of them, and they were all Primera-ified. And it was like, is this what they're going to actually be? Which you would assume they would do, because it's very rare that you see something from a third party that isn't that's just been made up. I think if we think about the Space Marine 2 game, it had the jump packs that I assume is the same style as the new Assault Intercessor ones that we've seen. So it feels like the third party sometimes gets a bit ahead of Games Workshop just due to lead times. So whatever those Joy Toy ones look like, I suspect is what the official Games Workshop ones will look like. The only one that I presume, did we talk about the Sanguinary Priest, the generic one? Because surely that will get an update as well. Or maybe just keep it in fine cast. But I could imagine they do a big range refresh, a bit like Black Templars, where they'd be like, okay, right, we're going to do all of Blood Angels.
Yeah, I think Sanguinary Priest, same thing with the unique sculpt that they've got for their Librarian in Terminator armor. I think both of those, well, Sanguinary Priest more so than Librarian in Terminator armor, but I think the Sanguinary Priest probably sticks around, unless, of course, I think in all likelihood, Sanguinary Priest gets wrapped up in the Sanguinary Guard box set. I think you just get it an all-in-one thing as the idea. Maybe it's like, maybe the Sanguinary Guard kit comes with, maybe they come in like units of 4, and there is a sanguinary priest that can be added to the unit, maybe it becomes one of those compositions. So the idea is it's like a command squad of 4, much like they just did with the command squad for the new Marine release. It's the squad is 4, but the box also comes with the captain. Same with the Sanguinary Guard. The Sanguinary Guard are the squad, but it comes with a Sanguinary Priest. That could be a perfectly viable workaround, because then it would also mean the Sanguinary Priest is of the same kind of design as the Sanguinary Guard, which has always been the weird thing about the Priest, that it doesn't quite chime with that kind of sanguinary element, given that it has the same name.
True.
But and then I think in all probability, I think it's highly likely that the Terminator Librarian, specifically for Blood Angels, at some point goes away. But I think that'll be more of a one of these days eventually kind of deals, rather than a big kind of grandiose moment. I think it will just, much like the Blood Angel Tactical Squad, it will just slowly walk off the stage unremarkably. And,
I wouldn't be surprised if it goes now, just because we've got a new librarian model. So it's like, why you don't need a faction specific one. So I could just see them just dropping it. And it's a bit like, I know there's not Assault Terminators just yet, but it's like they're clearly coming. So I think they're just going to drop the Blood Angel Terminators. Maybe not this time round, but, you know, they might hold on. But it just feels like just use the generic ones.
Totally. No, I agree. I think ultimately at this point, I think with the new scale Terminator kits, I think ultimately Games Workshop should definitely prioritize addressing all Terminator kits to build parity between all of them. I think we just need to move into a situation where all the Terminators are as grandiose as the new ones, because it definitely feels mad when you see the two against one another. The new kits are just so much more spectacular, I suppose. On the topic of spectacular, Dark Angels, which is definitely an interesting faction. I'd say Dark Angels have got a lot of potential for things to go away. I think in all probability, some of the characters are very likely to go away. Specifically, Samael, the Master of the Raven Wing. I just can't see a world where he stays as he is. I don't know necessarily if we're looking at a situation where he might be replaced with a new version. I mean, obviously, I would love, and it is heavily rumored, that we will see a massive range refresh for Dark Angels. But if it was that any one character was going to go in particular, I could imagine that someone like a Samael, and potentially even the Belial character, could potentially go away. But maybe not. I think it's really difficult to say for certain with Dark Angels. I genuinely believe that Ezekiel, the Grand Master of Librarians, is very likely to get an update. Ezekiel is one of those really iconic sculpts from back in the day, and I think Ezekiel desperately needs to get some TLC from GW and get an update. Same thing for Asmodai, given that, you know, Dark Angels are all about interrogator chaplains, and Asmodai is the most chaplain-y chaplain. I feel like the fact that Ezekiel and Asmodai is still rocking. Well, I mean, Ezekiel is the same miniature from all the way back in like Rogue Trader era, or not Rogue Trader era, but certainly second edition Warhammer 40,000. And the Asmodai sculpt came out around 6th edition's Dark Angel release. So I feel like Asmodai and Ezekiel, given the nature of their characters, are definitely needing meaningful updates. I don't think either of those characters are going to go away for good, but I do think they do need updating. But yeah, when I look at Samael, I mean, obviously if they do update him, that would be tremendous. But both Samael and the Ravenwing Talon Master, which is based on the old Landspeeder kit, feel like strong candidates for going away. Certainly the Ravenwing Talon Master. I think that miniature in particular is not long for this world. So much so, I'm not even sure I can see it for sale on the Games Workshop website anymore. I think it is.
No, I can't see it.
Pretty much done.
Ranged out, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that Ravenwing Talon Master is pretty much guaranteed gone. And then beyond that, I feel like I would love them to update the Terminators. I think the thing is, right, I will say this, the new Terminator kit seems so robust. Like, it just seems like it's so potentially easy for GW just to give us upgrade sprues for each of the faction-specific Terminators.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've sort of shown it a little bit with the Horus Heresy Mark stuff, where the base Mark bodies for 3 and 6 are all compatible with the weapon upgrade sprues that they've done for like specialist weapons, heavy weapons, and even with the heavy weapons for Mark 3, you get specific van brace on the arm to like put over the top so it's the right mark. So they have shown that there's a cross compatibility that they can do. And a lot of the Primaris stuff has like, the leg armor just attaches on because that's a separate piece from the main piece of the leg. Likewise, maybe things like tabards could be either push fit or they get attached on. And in doing so, they could be like, okay, we'll swap these tabards out for the Dark Angels extra fancy ones and this piece of armor and this shoulder pad, because obviously the shoulder pads are all interchangeable. You just swap those bits out. Yeah, here's a new head. You're done, sort of thing. You'll get the same rough pose, I guess. But that's fine because, you wouldn't necessarily have regular Terminators plus Deathwing. You'd probably just all have Deathwing ones. So, yeah, it'd be very cool if they had the foresight to do that for Terminator kits. And that way they can make them much more cross-compatible. They could do Blood Angel ones as well, for example. And, yeah, like Blood Angels, yeah, they could do big range refresh updates for them. I sort of hope if, that's what 10th edition is going to be, it's going to be doing the chapter-specific stuff for Space Marines, It could be we just get one for this edition, but it'd be great if they did all of them, Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Space Wolves. That would be great. That feels like a big ask, though, but that would be amazing. And it feels like they have done a real big push to completely update the Space Marine range. Not 100%, but like 90%. We're almost there in terms of core units. Plus, it's for characters that's a little bit lacking at the moment.
Yeah. Thing is as well, though, right? The problem is with like Deathwing Terminators from a game perspective at the moment is that the Deathwing Terminators came out of a specific kind of design where players would have more freedom to build units the way they want to. And Deathwing are unique because they are able to have a mixture of close combat weapons and ranged weapons in the unit. So you can have your assault cannon alongside 3 Thunderhammer Storm Shield Terminators. And that kind of flexibility has been really powerful for this unit for so long. And it is definitely one of its USPs, but it does feel in the current kind of game that we operate within that actually that's more of a negative than a positive, and that we should be ideally moving into a situation where units are a lot more universal in their loadouts. So I would really argue, although I appreciate many Dark Angel players will be disappointed about this, but I would argue that we should move into a situation where Dark Angels, Deathwing Terminators are just assault and Terminator variants built to the same template as a normal Terminator squad.
Right. So effectively 2 data sheets worth. So you've got standard Deathwing Terminators and then assault Terminators.
I'll be honest with you. I genuinely feel like you just get rid of Deathwing Terminators altogether as a data sheet and you just have Terminators. I think it's better just to do that. For simplifying the game, I think by all means have a detachment that's Deathwing that gives you bonuses to Terminators, right? Put it in a detachment. We don't need a special Terminator squad. I know the reasons why they're special. Lord knows I know. But the thing is that based on the kind of objective that I observed for what 40k 10th edition should be trying to stride towards, it doesn't really make any sense anymore to have Deathwing be their own special thing. It never really made any sense ever, because ultimately they are just Space Marine Terminators. They're just Space Marine Terminators that are very elite and are hunting Fallen and have painted themselves in bone white armor to, denote that they were going to march to their death. And as a result, they were, particularly durable because the idea is that they are heading out there and they've essentially, decided to fight to the end, as it were. So, they've kind of Space Marines that are even more death defiant. But the point is that really you can represent that with some detachment rules now. And I think it would just clean up the overall kind of game if Terminators were just Terminators. And that goes for all factions, right? Like, I think the same for Blood Angels, same for Black Templars, same for Space Wolves. And I imagine many Space Wolf players would be even more disappointed because I know Wolfguard Terminators are a thing. But genuinely, I do think for the game, just give me a Terminator squad and then throw in some rules. Where that potentially becomes different is where you incorporate ideas like Deathwing Knights. And if Deathwing Knights are still Deathwing Knights and they're a specific unit of Terminators that are specific to Dark Angels, that's fine. And maybe the same is true of Wolfguard Terminators. Maybe you can still have Space Wolf Terminator squads, but they're not Wolfguard Terminator squads, and Wolfguard are their own Terminator squad. I think that's fine if you're basically presenting the idea of there are Terminators and they are elite, but then there are also Terminators and they are the super elite. And those are your Deathwing, those are your Wolfguard, those are your whatever Blood Angels call their super elite Terminator squad in the Heresy. I'm not sure I know. But yeah, and then maybe you could add that idea to like Chaos Space Marines, and you could be like, oh, here's the Justaeran for the Black Legion.
Because, well, interestingly, they did do that with the World Eaters, right? They didn't give them their specific Terminators, even though Death Guards did get theirs, and Thousand Suns did get theirs. So, interesting. Maybe the World Eater one was either because, it just didn't get made, they didn't want it, or it's a shifting ideology at Games Workshop that we're just going to make Terminators a bit more generic.
Or it's coming in their next wave.
Well, yes, that's the other option. Wave 2, yes, which, probably will be the case. Every army seems to get a couple of waves of, new releases.
Yeah. But my point is that I think, I'd love to see an upgraded kit for Deathwing Terminators. I think that would be a really positive thing, specifically with Deathwing Knights as well. And I think already they've kind of moved into a situation where a great many of these units have already, well, not great many, but units have kind of gone away, right? So like when you look at company veterans, for example, that's a kit that exists, but it doesn't have any specific rules necessarily. It's just a bunch of veterans, so you can kind of take it and mix it into, existing units. The Ravenwing Bike Squad is obviously going. There's no way the Ravenwing Bike Squad lives through this. It's going to just become Outriders. And then the question becomes, do they update Black Knights? Because that's the thing, I suppose, right? If all of a sudden they just go, here is the Dark Angels range refresh, and it is just an upgrade sprue that will allow you to modify an Outrider squad to have, a sergeant-y model that looks more Ravenwingy, and then here is a specific Black Knight squad, and then here is an upgrade sprue for your Deathwing, and then here is a specific Deathwing Knight squad. I think those kind of things work, right? Because you basically give us 2 new kits, which is new Deathwing Knights, new Ravenwing Black Knights, and then you just give us upgrade sprues that cover the rest of it. And then you're pretty much okay on Dark Angels. And sure, you can leave things like the Ravenwing Dark Shroud and the Ravenwing, what's the other one? The Plasma one. Ravenwing Dark Shroud and the Ravenwing... Help me, Phil. Do you know the name?
Not off the top of my head.
Dark Talon, maybe. I think that's actually
I think
that's a flyer. That's a flyer, isn't it? The Dark Talon.
No, you're right. It is actually
Vengeance. That's it. The Land Speed of Vengeance. That's it. Yes, there we go. Ravenwing Dark Shroud and the Land Speed of Vengeance. That's it. I think you keep those, but overall, I think Dark Angels do feel like they really do need some TLC, which the rumor is that they will be getting. So
I think Outriders might be difficult to do an upgrade sprue just because they're kind of like the easy build version of the kit still. We haven't got a full multi-pose version, so I don't know if that would be possible unless they do finally do a full-on Outrider kit. Because you could do one, for obviously White Scars love their bikes as well. So if you did an Outrider kit that had this modularity where you can be like, cool, there's a little extra sprue to make them Ravenwing. There's an extra sprue to make them White Scars. That'd be quite cool. That'd be nice. I think the other thing that would probably go is the banner ancient.
That model goes, but there's
again,
rules
like,
for ancients.
The ancient is compatible. The ancient has. Actually, I presume it's still there. The one that had the 2 banners. So obviously, you can easily replace the banners with chapter specific ones, and that would be a really nice touch if every chapter got like the sculpted banner.
That'd be really nice.
That you could then just swap out for for the banner that you want. That'd be really cool.
Indeed. So that's Dark Angels, I reckon. Next is Death Watch. Death Watch seems really straightforward. Give us a new Watchmaster sculpt, and then discontinue Watch Captain Artemis and Kill Team Cassius and call it a day.
Oh, I love Artemis, although he's only on made to order at the moment, so it feels like his days are numbered, and he's relatively new. So Death Watch were the last lot of Space Marines, but just before Primaris. They even acknowledge that they made him slightly bigger to bridge the gap between them and Primaris, so that might be a reason why they might stick around. But yeah, you're right. Maybe they will go, which is a bit of a shame. But you're also saying they get rid of the old Kill Team veterans then.
I think they'll keep veterans. I think veterans will remain for this edition because, like you say, they're not that old. I mean, they came out. So the first
2015, I want to say 2016.
Yeah, it was really towards the end of or towards the start. I think it was one of those ones, wasn't it? Because when it was, it was the Eldred Olfran and Artemis box set, wasn't it?
Death Mask.
Death Mask. That was it.
Because that's the one I bought.
And then Kill Team Cassius came in the Gene Stealer Cult board game. Overkill. Good man. Look at you on it.
It's because I bought them all.
There you go.
Because I was actually going to do a Death Watch army at that point. I've still kept
good. Still good.
Well, I still kept all the sprues. So I've kept Space Marine contingent. Yeah.
But I do think it's highly probable that Kill Team Cassius goes away. I think Kill Team Cassius is a really beautiful collection of miniatures, but I think from a rules perspective, it's always sort of weirdly existed in this place where it's there and it has rules and you can use it, but no one really does. And I mean, obviously someone does. I'm not saying no one uses it, but not very many people do. And I just think it's just an oddity that it can probably just go away. And I do think that Artemis, unfortunately, is of that same ilk as well. I just think overall, when it comes to Death Watch, you just upgrade the Watchmaster kit.
Even though that came out at the same time. But you're right. I think if you want to do an all Primaris Death Watch, which most people probably do, then you do need to do the Watchmaster because he's a bit dated. I mean, I love the look of the veterans with their Mark 8, so I would love to see some kind of Primaris with that high collar incorporated into it. So Primaris veterans would be bloody awesome, I think. Oh, mate, yeah, absolutely. And again, like, one of the major weirdest parts of Death Watch is they've never gotten a proper Primaris upgrade sprue. The upgrade sprue that you get for Death Watch is still the same Death Watch sprue. Oh, it is, because it's got the Terminator shoulder pads on it. Which work with the aggressors and the the larger, the Gravis armor. But yeah, I think Death Watch is pretty straightforward with them. I think they keep their Corvus Blackstar. I think Corvus Blackstar stays the course, but I think Cassius is the vehicle. Cassius and Artemis probably not long for this world, which is a shame because I do agree with Phil. They're great kits, but regardless of how great a kit they are, it just feels like it's time for them to go now. Yeah, I mean, you could do a Primaris version of the Watchmaster and keep the standalone one still on sale, but incorporate them into one data sheet. But I guess they don't keep anything. Like, you can't buy a standard firstborn captain anymore, can you? So why would they do that? I guess they might argue that he's generic enough that you could still just run him as Primaris because Primaris isn't a thing anymore.
Yeah, maybe you just keep the Artemis rules in, but for now. But I think Cassius probably goes for sure. Next is Grey Knights. I mean, I'll be honest, right? Grey Knights, as far as I believe, Castellan Crow, Grandmaster Voldus remain everything.
Well, I think, the Dread Knights they might keep.
Maybe Dread Knights they keep the same, but I don't know. I mean, probably Dread Knights stay the same, I guess, but
because they kind of fall into vehicles, but at the same time, Dread Knights are wildly renowned for being a stupid design. Right? I'm not offending anyone by saying that. I think most people think they're a bit silly.
I mean, we're used to them now, so we forgive them. But yeah, they are silly.
The baby carrier memes. It's a very memeable unit. So if they could update it and somehow make it cool, that would be awesome.
I think it wouldn't be that hard to make a cool Nemesis Dread Knight. I don't think they're as bad as you're potentially suggesting.
No,
I don't think they're that far away from being cooler.
No, I think if they incorporate, so rather than the guy being carried on the front, if he was more like, is it Sacrosancts in Adeptus Sororitas?
The Nundums.
Yes, if they're so they're more incorporated into the body, I think then it would be fine. That's all it almost needs to do. The Homer Simpson disappearing into the hedge meme, it just needs to do that into the body of the Nemesis Dread Knight.
Does it make you laugh that their combat patrol still has the old plastic librarian that you can't get anywhere else?
Oh. I mean, it is a gorgeous sculpt, though.
It is quite,
to
be fair. When it came out, it was very cool.
Here's the thing. I almost think this edition, they will once again completely ignore Grey Knights. Focus on Blood Angels.
Ignore Grey Knights.
Well, they've done a very good job so far, I think. It's like they've given them one character in 2 editions, because the last one was Grandmaster Voldus, which was the very end of 7th edition.
Well,
and then they haven't done anything until Castellan Crow, which was last year, right?
Yeah, well, maybe the year before. But yeah, very recently. Very recently. No, you're not wrong. I do feel like Grey Knights obviously
it's a big ask. It feels like it's the like you've got to completely redo the entire range if you're going to do it. You can't just do a unit or 2 units.
No, but I think the thing is with the Grey Knights right now. Let's be realistic. Yeah, Grey Knights are 3 kits and a few characters.
True.
That's it. That's all there is in Grey Knights. It's literally a Terminator box set, a Power Armor box set, and a handful of characters. Those are the only unique.
If you make
and the Dread Knight.
But it's like 3 different infantry squads. So you either do one squad with all of those weapon options, which is doable, or you do them as individual.
I agree that they are 3 different squads, but I mean, one of them's got a different backpack, and then the other one's got a different loadout. Like it's not remarkably different. A lot of stuff is split between the 3 different units. Like, I mean, a Grey Knight Purifier squad and a Purgatation squad have a lot of the same stuff in it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the speary bits. Yeah, and Games Workshop be like their multi-part kits. So, yeah, that would probably be how they would do that.
Oh, sorry. You can make it into 4 kits because it can also be a strike squad. Don't forget that.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. But my point is that, at the end of the day, Grey Knights are not dramatically difficult for them to update because it's essentially 3 kits. Like, even if they just gave us 3 upgraded versions of these kits, that would be fine. That would be a step in the right direction. Like, I don't mind if Grey Knights are just like a few units. Just give us modern versions of them, make them more awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect they might, would they leave the Terminator squad? If they did, let's say they do the Purgation squads, the multi-part kit that does all of them, That's their baseline. Then at a minimum, they'd probably do Caldor Drago because he's their big character. And then, they could at minimum get away with doing just those, and then leave the old Terminators. But I feel like, just do all Terminators. Just get them out of the way.
If you're doing Drago, give me a unit of Terminators.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And then you just say you're kind of done at that point. Yeah, there's a couple of characters that could probably still exist in Flying Cast. And then the Dread Knight, passable as it is.
I think that's the thing I want to see with Grey Knights, though, is I want Grey Knights to retain an aspect of the old Astartes, which is to say there is a Terminator variant and there's a Power Armor variant. But basically, the Power Armor variant is the Power Armor variant, and the only thing that alters is some of its war gear, i.e. it takes the thing that lets it teleport, or it carries a hammer, or it carries knives or whatever. And then the idea of the Terminators. That whole Primaris thing where there's different armor patterns and very specific kind of like loadouts that become very kind of like special ops orientated. That's fine for Space Marines, but for Grey Knights, I don't want none of that. I just want Grey Knights to be Grey Knights.
Yeah, and I think with Castellan Crow, they kind of showed that the armor style is very much like just true scale Grey Knights. They're not Primarisifying them. They're still quite ornate and detailed. And hopefully things like loadouts and stuff will sort of be similar to what they currently are, rather than be Primarisified.
Yeah, but Grey Knights, you're absolutely right. Like, I just think they need a complete range refresh. But I don't think at the moment, if they don't get that range refresh, there's nothing really I can see that's going to go out of existence for them, right? Like it's pretty safe for them outside of.
Brother Captain Stern is currently on made to order, so I could see him maybe going.
Yeah, maybe one of the named characters goes away,
but it's not a big stretch just to keep them around because, like we said, they've done it for a couple of the generic Space Marine ones. I'm going to make one point here: Crimea River for Forge World. They make my Minotaurs Chapter Master legends, but they keep old Pedro about. What's with that? Like, what are you doing, Games Workshop?
He's more popular, mate.
I tell you. Like, if he is, it's only just.
He definitely is. Only just. In tiny increments.
Show me the Pedro Cantor fan club. It ain't there.
I don't even know the name of the chapter masters for the Minotaurs.
Asteria Moloch.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah. Great guy.
Exactly. He's a bit small. That's his only downside now. He needs to be a bit bigger.
Now he's very small. He's insignificantly small. Last of the Space Marines is Space Wolves. I'll be honest with you, mate. I don't even want to insult the intelligence of our listeners by trying to even begin to guess what the heck they do with Space Wolves. This, to me, leave it alone until you completely range refresh it. I think the thing is with Space Wolf players is they are the chosen people. I think when it comes to Space Wolf players, they deserve to just be left alone. I think Space Wolves players are so resilient with what they've tolerated since the Primaris project has come into effect. Space Wolves definitely feel like the red-headed stepchild when it comes to 40k, not necessarily in rules and in gameplay things, but in model ranges, right? Like, yeah, sure, they gave you a really cool sculpt for Ragnar Blackmane, and yeah, sure, they made up this terrible unit called the Hounds of Morkai that you could kind of pretend were worth having. And, yeah, all right, they've actually got a really, really cool Primaris Lieutenant Mini in the form of the battle leader. But other than that, I mean, to be honest with you, Space Wolves feel like of all the Space Marine chapters, they've definitely gotten the rawest deal with Primaris. And I think as a result, it's become the domain of people like Valbjorn, for example, people who are just in the business of taking Primaris and molding them to their, to their own ends, as it were, converting and building. And I think that's the thing now with them. Just leave them alone. I don't want to really see any of the Space Wolf stuff go away. Space Wolves have suffered enough, Phil. That's my
they're even more ostentatiously over the top, even than the Dark Angels.
Massively so.
The simplification of the look of Primaris, which personally I quite like, but that isn't for everyone. So it does hurt Space Wolves quite a bit, and they have so many more unique units than I think everything else. Like, they don't really have librarians. They've got ruin priests. Even like their tech priests are a bit different, aren't they? Are they called something else?
Yeah, Iron Priests.
Iron Priests, yeah. I mean, that you could argue that they just make those two kind of generic, at least in a rules sense. And then it's up to people to model them as they want. Part of me is like, maybe they do range refresh number 1 is to sort of pare it back, so you'll maybe lose some stuff and make it generic, like librarians and tech priests. But then down the line, they give you more unique versions of them back, while they concentrate on the units that is probably more important. Like the Thunderwolf Cavalry, I can imagine that going to Primaris. That'd be really cool. Yeah, even the Wolves going bigger would be cool. Wolfen, I imagine, will stay. I mean, maybe they're a new kit though. Like, they're not terribly old. They came out just.
They are 7th edition kit, aren't they?
Yeah, it was about then. So that would be in like 2012.
They came out just before Magnus came out, I think.
That sounds about right. So
yeah,
it's interesting. And then you got things like Beyond the Fair-Handed, who's Boxnaut, to politely call it. So yeah, will he stick around in his current form? Probably, but a Primaris version would also be quite cool.
Yeah, I think everyone can agree that a Primaris upscaled version of Space Wolves will be awesome. But the thing is with Space Wolves is it's all or nothing, in my opinion, right? Like, at this moment in time, in this edition, I think what they need to do is they need to update and give Space Wolf players new, upscale Primaris versions of popular characters, but also of particular units. So they need their own Wolf Priest. Like, Wolf Priests need their own, really awesome new plastic sculpts. They need their own new Rune Priest and potentially Rune Priest in Terminator armors, etc. They need these things done, and they also need some of their characters updating. People like Lucas the Trickster really needs a upscaled, awesome new version of themselves. Similarly, Ulrich the Slayer. Ulrich the Slayer is actually an incredible miniature as he is, but again, obviously the scale is a little bit, off at the moment. So if we got a new Ulrich the Slayer that was made to the, again, larger scale, that would be incredible. So I think that's the thing with them. It's like, just do the characters this time around. But when you do come to the Space Wolves in the future, you can put those little pieces in place. But when the day comes that you're going to do them, you got to do them right, because they don't deserve to just be a generic Primaris.
True. I mean, looking at the Grey Hunters and the Blood Claws, I kind of feel like you could almost get away with them being upgrade kits for existing units. Now, maybe the Blood Claws will be a bit more like the Crusade Squad, where they do them unique. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like you could get away potentially with like some nice upgrade sprues to decorate existing Primaris models to customize them.
I mean, I'm sure you could get away with it, but I think ultimately,
is that what people?
I don't think that's the way to play it with Space Wolves. Space Wolves need. But the reality of the situation is this, right? Dark Angels, although they have cloaks and things, most Dark Angels are standard Space Marines in Space Marine garb. Sure, a few of them have cloaks, but you can really easily address that by just going, here's one box set of Primaris scaled Space Marines in cloaks, and you could just sprinkle those into units and call it a day.
Yeah, but you've got like the tabards on Blade Guard and Stern Guard kind of already fit the aesthetic, not 100% because they haven't necessarily got like the robed hoods and not always got the tabards across the chest, but it's close enough. Like it does fit in very well with them.
And then Blood Angels are just a sort of Index Astartes army. They are Adeptus Astartes through and through. They've got Sanguinary Guard, and I think they need to be addressed, but ultimately Blood Angels do just look like Space Marines. They've just got maybe a few extra embellishments, but again, that's very easily done.
A bit like Black Templars, I guess. Like it's a handful of units and characters.
Yeah, exactly. And same for the Templars. So that's the thing. I think all those things, fair enough. I think you could very easily address those in this edition, but I think Space Wolves really deserve to be, if there is to be an 11th edition, which I suppose there almost certainly will be, if there is to be an 11th edition, it feels like that needs to be like the Space Wolves edition, though, right? Where they do like, or, rather than giving us just, here's another Marine box, it's like, actually, no, this time it is just Space Wolves, and really go into it proper and really push, or rather give us generic Space Marines for the box set, but the first thing you do is a big range refresh for Space Wolves. So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential candidates for things that will disappear from Space Wolves, but I don't think we need to speculate on it any more than the fact that there's obviously candidates there, but I think ultimately, Space Wolves kind of need to get left alone. I can absolutely understand why you would get rid of Tycho. I absolutely understand why you get rid of Corbulo from the Blood Angels. I understand why you would get rid of Samael potentially, or even Belial from Dark Angels. I do understand that, but especially if you're going to then, give us other things that kind of make up for that. But in the case of like Space Wolves, I just think there's no real justification at the minute. Leave them alone. Leave Space Wolves alone, Phil.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
Indeed. If we move on outside of Space Marines, we are at the risk of this segment becoming extraordinarily long. But what we can say is Adeptus Sororitas is going to get left alone. Adeptus Custodes, on the other hand, here's my hot take on Adeptus Custodes. Land Raider and Contemptor Dreadnought go away.
Agree on the Contemptor because they don't sell it anymore. Surely they don't even sell it for Custodes, right? Because that kit went. No,
that's correct. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone in all instances, but you can take it currently in the army.
Yeah, but Land Raider's going to stay, surely.
You think they're going to keep the? I think they're going to get a new. Yeah, but I think the thing is, it's a Space Marine vehicle. I think they need their own transport.
Agreed. And I guess Forge World have kind of got that covered, but maybe Games Workshop will try and have a little nibble of their pie and do their own. And it'll be interesting to see. It's the sort of kit that like they could, much like Krieg, it's like just take it from Forge World, make it all in plastic for 40k, or Horus Heresy in the case of Custodes as well. Like it could make the jump over to just being plastic. So take all of those resin kits. And what's interesting is those Forge World Custodes are all not in Legends because they want them to be playable for 40k players. So that would make them great prime candidates for getting plastic kits, especially when lots of Horus Heresy stuff's going to be plastic anyway, right? They've just done the Knights. It feels inevitable that after Knights, what's the next popular faction? Custodes. Although weirdly, it feels like they're hinting at Solar Auxilia just purely because of the epic game Legion Imperialis, that they've got them in there. But it makes more sense monetarily to do Custodes because they're wildly popular.
Yeah, I think Custodes, for me, they're such a small particular range, and they're obviously massively upweighted by support from the Forge World range. But I do think there's an argument that you could lose Land Raiders from that. But you're definitely losing that Contemptor.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt in my mind that's going.
That's a kick in the teeth for Custodes players. Not that, to be honest, I can't say I've ever seen a Custodes player rocking a generic Contemptor or often a Land Raider. Quite often, it's always the Forge World stuff. It's always the Forge World Contemptors rather than a generic Games Workshop one that was the worst model ever. And actually, probably is up there for one of the most short-lived kits ever, because that was a relatively new kit that came out in, was it 7th edition or was it, must have been 7th edition.
Well, it was obviously, it
came out with Custodes. I think it must have come out around the same time as the Custodes. No,
it came out. It was Betrayal at Cuff.
Yes, yeah. So I'm sure that was 7th edition.
That was, I think, late 6th edition that they put that out, and then they did Burning of Prospero in. They did.
You're right. Yes, that came out later. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Custodes, I don't think you'll lose too much, but definitely the dread. Adeptus Mechanicus, I think the Techno-Archaeologist feels like overkill at the moment, although maybe they feel like they haven't got enough characters within the range. But things like having a difference between a Tech Priest Manipulus and a Tech Priest Dominus, similarly having something like a Techno-Archaeologist versus a Tech Priest Engine Seer. Like, these things to me feel like, objectively, visually on the tabletop, what are the kind of major differences between the Engine Seer and the Archaeologist? It's essentially just a sort of war gear setup. I mean, sure, they are, posed very differently, but theoretically they're just tech priests, right? So to me, that's potentially an argument that you could sort of streamline that stuff. But let's be honest, They like their characters. It's like Gene Stealer Cult. Like, you can't have enough characters. Because the Tech Priest Engine Seer is probably the one that might go purely because it's quite an old model. Well, actually, it's not. It's new but a bit dated. Is the better way to put it. But that's like, there are different ranks. They're all doing different things. So I can see them having loads of them. Like, if you actually think about the number of characters that they've got other than Belisarius Call, it's like 3 or 4. It's barely any. It's not like they've got hundreds and they need to like slim them down. It's like Space Wolves have more characters, more named characters than the just generic ones that AdMech have got. No, that's fair. Agents of the Imperium. I feel like there's probably a lot of candidates for things that could go from this. Cotiers, Karamovos, any of the Inquisition miniatures essentially feel like they potentially could go away at any time. It's really interesting at the moment that GW even kind of isolate Agents of the Imperium as their own kind of thing and attempt to sort of support them the way they do, because they do definitely feel like a real sort of smoosh boosh of different wild things. Well, I do think there's a real potential that Jacaro finally goes away, even though they still sell them. But,
yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one because, Pedro Cantor versus Named Inquisitors. Named Inquisitors are way more popular than Pedro Cantor. There's a logic that all of these will stick around, I think. The Jacaro doesn't really have rules anymore, I want to say, because they've replaced the generic kill team with the new kill team inquisitorial agents, and therefore the Jacaro's been shut out of that. Because it used to be you would take it as part of them. Maybe it's its own standalone datasheet now. Actually, maybe it always was its own standalone datasheet, but you would always effectively either attach it to the agents or have an aura around it to buff them. Maybe that was it. Yeah. So I could maybe see that going, but it sort of makes sense to just keep them all. I think there's almost like too much love for them. And I think the reason why they list them separately is because any Imperial army can just bolt these into. These are the add-on, take one extra as a freebie. So I sort of get that they keep it as its own thing, even though it's not like a standalone faction.
No, that's fair. It's interesting as well, though, within Agents of the Imperium, because they definitely, obviously, already downscaled them massively from where they were towards the end of Ninth Edition. Because, again, not forgetting, within Ninth Edition, you also had the support that was added through the Blackstone release. So, again, for those of you who can't remember a few years back, Blackstone Fortress, Warhammer Quest, had a series of updates and supplements, including things like Zotes and not that Zotes were agents of the Imperium necessarily. They were unaligned and could theoretically go with all sorts of things. But you had, rogue trader characters, priests. You had the
now the techno archaeologist is that priest from Blackstone Fortress. You had the robot that was like the Man of Iron.
Man of Iron, that's the word I couldn't find. You had the two rattling snipers.
Well, the rattling snipers are now in the Guard Army. So some of these models have been subsumed.
Oh, they migrated the rattling snipers into
I'm pretty sure they're in the
Astra
Militarum one.
The actual two little geezers.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well,
that's
see them
good.
in a second.
I had no idea that they... I had no idea they migrated them over there.
But it is weird. It feels like Kill Team is the only thing that's keeping this faction alive. Like the newest models that we've got for Inquisitors, pretty much Kill Team Extraction Squad, Kill Team Imperial Navy Breachers, technically also Kill Team Euclidean Star Striders, although they're slightly older. Kill Team Inquisitorial Agents, they're brand spanking new. And then after that, you've got, Greyfax and Kira Draxus. And then everything else is like ancient, other than the assassins, which are in plastic. So, yeah, it feels like they are building up the faction, but less so on the character front and more so in these like mini squads, all via Kill Team. Kill Team's the thing that's keeping this going. I'd love to see a plastic Jacaro. Love to see a plastic Eisenhorn.
Kill Team of them.
A Kill Team of
Kill Team Jacaro. Bring
that would be great. Them versus Kill Team Crew. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that's it. Well, Kill Team Crew exists, and it's very cool.
Yeah,
it's a pretty cool Kill Team. Just to say, Imperial Knights are obviously not going to have any changes. Imperial Knights are pretty set in their ways, but then we also have the Astra Militarum, the last of the Imperium factions, Phil. All sorts of potential for things to go away here, potentially. Although, at the same time, it feels like, given the fact they've only just recently been updated, it feels like they're probably mostly fine at the moment. Like, there are a number of characters that had, like, limited releases that could be represented by, other miniatures or by other rules on the tabletop. So, people like, like the did they actually do rules in 10th edition in the indexes for things like, what was it, Sergeant Ripper and all those other like limited edition Catachan characters?
Most of them were still in there. What's his name? The one with the Sergeant Harker. Yeah, he's got rules. Yeah, Iron Hand Strachan's got rules. So even though they are, I assume, Fine Castle or Metal Minis, they've still got support rules-wise.
Yeah, but I'm talking about those plastic sculpts they did for in limited edition runs.
Those ones. No, they don't have rules at all.
Oh, they don't. Okay, fine. I didn't think they did, but I didn't want to sort of speak in absolutes on that end in case I was utterly wrong. But yeah, I think amongst the Astra Militarum ranges at the moment, I don't know. I mean, within the mainline GW range, there's nothing that I could imagine that they would remove. The only thing I would have potentially thought could have met its end was the Scions, but they seem to be holding on in there at the moment. Like, I think Scions obviously are a less awesome kit than the Karsakin kind of newer veteran guardsman kits. I think those are super awesome, but I mean, Scions do kind of have their own reason to be.
Yeah,
so
they're sort of their own army. And they often get played as their own army. You could almost separate them out, but I get why they're not. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
I think
there are some old.
I think in all probability, it's the Forge World losses that are going to hurt the most on Astra Militarum, right? I mean, Krieg feel like they are standing over the precipice at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been rumours that they go to plastic, and it feels like Catachan are due plastic. And if you look at the sort of non-character models, it's like, Rattlings are old. They're clearly going to get resculpts. Officio Prefectus Commissar, which is a really old model, but it's like we also have a new Commissar model, so I could imagine that one going. The Regimental Advisors, again, are old, but like Pedro, I suspect they just keep around this time, unless they range refresh them, which would be really nice, I think, although the old models do hold up well. Pask, I think maybe he'll stay as well, but again, Sergeant Harker, all the characters I think will stick around. I think they'll survive.
I'm not sure about Pask, I think Pask has real potential to go away.
Oh, yeah, I mean, as a model, you definitely don't need it, because you could just have a generic officer, like, model.
But I think I think someone like a Pask will probably... Because here's the thing, they got rid of Sergeant Kronos, and he fulfills the same archetype for Ultramarines.
Yeah.
So if you get rid of Kronos, do you keep Pask? I'm not sure you do.
No, I'd probably get rid of him. I think Preacher with Chainsword would go, because it feels like they've gotten rid of all the obscure stuff like that from Astra Militarum. It's like
it goes over into Agents, right? That's
either Agents or it's gone into Adeptus Sororitas, because that's where the Crusader squad now lives, which is actually a squad that might go from Adeptus Sororitas, because actually we said everything would stay. The only model they ever had that was an update of that was from Black Zone Fortress. And that was a single mini and done as a character. So that squad being updated would be really nice. But it feels like there's almost like the boogie boards is what you always called them. I can't remember what they are. Feel like the replacement of them maybe. And
I don't think you're wrong there, mate. I think you're right, actually, talking about the Sororitas. Yeah, you're right. I think there is a lot of members of the priesthood, as it were.
That's where they now live. They've sort of separated them from the guard and they've shifted them over to them. And then all you have is...
It makes sense, though, within their sort of current design, where it's like, here's the Agents, here's Sisters, here's Astra Militarum. Astra Militarum should just be the place where the Astra Militarum stuff goes. I mean, I'm not suggesting that they need to break it down into things like Navy versus Astra Militarum sort of things, because they do layer that in, right? Because obviously the aircraft in the Astra Militarum army is still kind of flown by...
Imperial Aeronautica, so...
Aeronautica, that's the word, yes.
So that is technically a different division, I guess, but then in the same way...
But the same is true of like the Tau.
Yeah. And then the actual units that are out of date is all the Catachan infantry. Krieg is plastic, so that's fine, but all the Krieg Forge World stuff, that will probably go in favour of plastic. If they were sensible, they would still do both, like they currently do. You can still buy the old Krieg infantry resin, and you can buy the new plastic one. There's no, even though there is crossover, it's weird that they haven't discontinued it, and I'm kind of glad that it might be they're keeping the resin stuff on support, so for people that want those minis, basically, because everything else in resin only really fits in my mind, at least, with the resin infantry. As soon as everything goes to plastic, then there's more of a logic that you go, okay, right, we're just discontinuing the Forge World stuff, but, there might be people that want to finish off their army, so with some luck, they will keep the Krieg Forge World kicking around for a good, 2 years, let's say, allow people to finish off their armies, and then new players can just get the plastic stuff and, be happy with that. All the vehicles, while, things like, yes, they updated the Sentinel, part of me really doesn't want them to upgrade the Lehman Russ because it's like iconic. they could do it.
I don't think they will.
But like with the Rhino and the Land Raider, I don't think they're just touching vehicles. They don't. I think they just go, that we don't need to. They still sell. People still want them. They fit, scale wise and detail. They're still pretty solid. It's only the infantry stuff that looks like out of place, But then I say that, and they updated the Sentinel. So I mean, who knows what they're really going to do? But weirdly, I think. They're kind of safe. I think they've already gutted all the stuff, like the Crusaders. They've already taken them out from them already. And they
already killed off Yarrick. How much more can they
I mean,
take
exactly. That was... that's still too soon, Dan. Still too soon.
Too soon. Yeah, no, I think Astra Militarum have definitely gone through the worst of it yet so far. So I think they're probably mostly fine for the foreseeable. Moving on to Chaos factions. Specifically, Chaos Demons, Phil. Lots of potential within Chaos Demons, potentially, although similarly, pretty evidently obvious where the axe most likely falls when it comes to these guys, and it's pretty much going to be the older fine cast or old metal sculpts that have kind of started really showing their age. I speak, of course, of people like Epididymus. Are you familiar with Epididymus, Phil?
No, because you know what? I looked through and was a bit like, what part of this range actually needs to stay? Not a lot, because it's all really old. Yeah, there are some new stuff, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I've got, he's definitely going, right. But a gorgeous model. Gorgeous old hammer model. But actually, I think things like the Flamers of Tzeentch, which are like quite old and probably fine cast or / metal, however they want to make it, will stay, just because I think every unit is kind of essential. So I think it falls into the category of needs a range refresh, but they get rid of nothing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that statement. I think really
Epidemius could be the character that goes, though.
Yeah, and Blue Scribes as well has a similar kind of situation. Again, though,
I imagine quite fiddly casting detail as well, so there might be like.
But I do sort of agree with you, though, Phil. I genuinely sort of think, like, in all probability, they kind of just have to leave them alone at the minute. Like, Demons are one of those ranges that they keep consistently updating demon miniatures for Age of Sigmar, right? They've gone...
Yes. And Forge World gets the trickle-down effect of that for the most part. But they never really bother with it in 40k.
It's super weird, right? Because there's, again, when you look at the Age of Sigmar ranges that they're defining for demons, or rather the forces of chaos, Tzeentch in Age of Sigmar is a really interesting range in so much as it's obviously got the Fate Weaver, but it's also got like these, it's got the Zangor, but then it's also got the Acolytes and the other kind of fantastical creatures that make up its ranks. Similarly, like Slanesh with the Haddonites of Slanesh, yes, they've got the Demonettes and they've got things like Celesky that kind of get added to it. But they've also got a lot of extra units as well that really add a lot of flavor to it. So it's weird at the moment because most of the demon stuff that comes into existence for use in 40k is kind of like elements of the Age of Sigmar release. But bizarrely, we ended up in a situation where in Age of Sigmar you can use a Soul Grinder, but nothing sort of similarly has gone across. And in fact, now that I've mentioned it, I feel like the Soul Grinder's time has come. I feel like we probably need to say goodbye to the Soul Grinder.
I was actually going to say that even though it's a vehicle, it is pretty dated and is probably the one that needs to go. I'm pretty sure they did like a Forge World version of it a while ago that was Nurgle themed, and that was really cool. It might not have been called a Soul Grinder, but I'm sure it was a Forge World Nurgle Soul Grinder. I'm sure they could update it, and much like the Demon Prince, do a multi-part plastic kit that caters for all the gods. That would be really cool. I think Soul Grinders are, they've got a place, I think, in the lore. I think you could visually tie it in with maybe something like the Onaga Dune Crawler in terms of like, where it's come from its lineage, perhaps, to where it is now as a demon engine. That'd be really interesting if they sort of updated it, but still make it fit in with like the Venom Crawler sort of vibe.
Yeah,
that would be quite cool. But yeah, the current kit, yeah, probably. I mean, would anyone buy that nowadays?
I mean, they have, as is so often the way of things, ended up in scenarios where, like the Defiler, for example, has been good for a little bit. So, people will end up buying things like the Defiler, of which the Soul Grinder is kind of based off of.
Yeah. That needs an update as well.
Well, I mean, we can move on to Chaos Space Marines really quickly because I think Chaos Space Marines, again, are one of those ranges that are getting a lot of refreshes. But I think, obviously, we're very hopeful that we see a Emperor's Children update at some point soon, and that comes with, meaningful updates to things like Noise Marines. But I think when it comes to Chaos Space Marines, at the moment, the range is relatively robust as is, because, again, another relatively late release in relation to 9th edition. But I think, in all probability, we could see the Fallen unit disappear. I think the Fallen are a very weird thing, and I think the fact that at the moment they are selling you a unit of Dark Angel veterans and saying, yes, that's how you represent the Fallen there. I especially love on their website how they just took the Dark Angel veteran paint job and then just recolored it black for the packaging of the Fallen. It's
yes, yeah. I can imagine those going, the upgrade packs for you say Noise Marines going, even if that means there's no Noise Marines for part of this edition, because surely Emperor's Children is coming at some point down the line.
Yeah, I do feel like, again, not knowing obviously when Chaos Space Marines are dropping necessarily. Are they next year, actually, Chaos Space Marines?
I'm trying to think.
I seem to remember Chaos Space Marines are on the horizon, but I could be wrong about that. I always certainly am wrong about that, but I feel like it could be.
I can't remember. I'm pretty sure Custodes were in there. I can't remember.
Whatever the case, Defilers need to go away. I'm not trying to be mean to those of you who love Defilers, but it just sort of feels like their time has come,
Well,
they got to be nearly 20 years old, Defilers. It's like, no, that's enough.
But so are, the Chaos Predator, the Chaos Vindicator.
Chaos Bikers need an update as well, actually. They even need to go away.
Yeah, the Defiler is one of those ones where it's technically a vehicle, so will they just keep it? Possibly. I mean, but it's not great. The Helldrake is still fine.
Yeah, I like the Helldrake.
Stick around. I mean, I think if they ever redid that as a new kind of posable kit, that'd be awesome, because they could do some really cool stuff with it. I think Chaos Spawn could do the new kits.
Yeah, they
Chaos
could.
Bikers will probably get a new kits to sort of match the Outriders. I don't think they go though. That's the thing. If we're picking things that will go, I think there's very little, but there's definitely stuff that just needs an update.
Oh, 100%.
I think it's just clearly due. Fallen's an interesting one because you've obviously got old Cypher,
yeah.
So it would sort of be a bit silly to have him, but no Fallen models.
Maybe Cypher goes though. Maybe that's another thing that they just get rid of.
He's too new.
But it doesn't mean they can't just get rid of him if he doesn't have a place. I don't necessarily feel like Cypher needs to be in the Chaos Space Marine book. I think Cypher
where would he be?
I don't know, in his own little special place.
Well, he could. Well, at this rate, based
Agents
on
of Chaos.
What we've read it. Either Agents of Chaos, which is a great nod, that should be a thing, or he will be part of the Dark Angels book because the Fallen is now the Risen. Dan, don't you know?
It's true. It's true. But
so that would be an interesting take if they actually make them part of the Imperium again, or compatible with both. Why not give them the option?
But yeah, I think Chaos Space Marines, again, love to see some updates for some extra things for them. only occurred to me the other day that they've actually gotten rid of mutilators, which were the melee variant of obliterators. So I'd love to see the mutilators come back.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I guess that would get its own kit.
I hope so. I mean, obliterators need their own kit for sure. Not that they don't have their own kit, but they only sell it as part of the Demon Engine box. So that would be cool to see. Death Guard, it's highly improbable that anything gets removed from Death Guard. They're very, very, very current, as it were. Chaos Knights, same sort of deal. I don't really see anything changing on the Chaos Knight front in terms of the current range. World Eaters, again, same deal. I think they're only going to add things to World Eaters. I wouldn't be surprised if World Eaters potentially lost the Lords of Execution, which is a Chaos Space Marine unit they have access to currently. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lords of Execution were changed into some kind of Khorne equivalent, but still basically be the same thing, because the Lords of Execution...
yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah, but I think ultimately World Eaters, Death Guard, Chaos Knights pretty much say the same. Thousand Suns, I don't think they necessarily lose anything, but I think Thousand Suns are interesting in the sense that they do feel like they do need, again, maybe something extra, but ultimately Thousand Suns as a range feel fine as they are, I guess. I mean, pretty limited, very similar kind of problem to Grey Knights potentially in terms of the relatively small scope of the range, but I feel like Thousand Suns actually as well, there's probably nothing you could kind of point to in Thousand Suns and say that's definitely going or needs to go.
The Mutalith Vortex Beast is a pretty ugly model.
That's true. It's a really weird kit as well. Have you ever seen the sprues for that kit?
I will, as I click onto the website and take a look.
Yeah, it was always weird back in the day, although now that I'm looking at it, I'm realizing that it's actually not the kit I thought it was. I thought it was the same as, because there were two versions of it, right?
Yeah, the one with the big portal on the back, and then there's I'm sure there's another variant of it.
Yeah, there was a
description.
But I was under the impression it came with a molded base that was a square base that you put it on. So I think I thought that was a thing back in the day, but maybe I was incorrect in that assertion.
Yeah.
Definitely the other version of it, I was under the impression had that.
So there's Slaughter Brute is the other version, it says. Yeah, it only comes with an oval base though.
Okay.
But obviously I think maybe, did it date at the time when it first came out, would have gone on a square base for Fantasy?
Yeah, so the first time it came out was Warriors of Chaos for Fantasy, yeah. So that was at the last edition of Fantasy. They added this to the Warriors of Chaos, I believe. But irrespective, yeah, I mean, there's definitely, that is the weirdest thing about Thousand Suns, is the fact that they are the most Sigmar-y of or fantasy-y of all the Chaos Space Marine ones, where they've just gone. I mean, obviously, like other things can have like smatterings of like demons in there, but they're the only one where they went, oh yeah, Zangors, chuck him in. This big old beast, chuck that in. Again, yeah, I think the Thousand Suns. I mean, again, I can't see him removing anything from Thousand Suns at the minute, so it's probably enough said on the Chaos Ranges.
Fair enough. So is it on to Eldari?
Well, Xenos is next around, and Eldari is indeed the first of them. I think Eldari at the moment are also in a situation where I can't really see them getting rid of anything, only updating things. And I think that's very much been what they've demonstrated to us throughout. The only potential thing that I could see them get rid of is some of the more, dare I say, random characters that they added during the course of 6/7th edition. Obviously, there is the forces of the Ynnari. I think they pretty much stay because they're all new sculpts. So Yvrain, the Incarn, and Fizark will probably stay the test of time. But one of the units that I'm not even sure if you can buy it anymore, but Illic Knight Spear, the special character Ranger. I think
no, he's not in there, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's probable that he goes away because he's kind of been a bit of a sort of nothing since his introduction in, I want to say, 6th edition. He was really great in like 6th/7th edition because he was a sniper character that had a strength D sniper rifle. So if you happened to roll a 6, they were just dead, which was hilarious. But ever since then, he's never really found his footing. Similarly, potentially, I think Prince Uriel is in for an upgrade. I think the fact that they've got units of Corsairs, and Prince Uriel is the kind of, pirate king of the Corsairs, it feels like he probably just gets an update.
Well, he's not on the website, so
no, he's not available at the minute.
Rotated out.
Yeah, so he's been rotated out at the minute. Same as the Phoenix Lords. All the Phoenix Lords, bar the new plastic ones, are all kind of range rotationed out as well at the minute. So there are plenty of things within Eldari that potentially could go away, but I think in all probability I think they're just going to continue to range refresh. We've obviously already seen that they've redone the Scorpion sculpts. Things like Swimming Hawks, Warp Spiders can't be far behind.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
things like the support weapon are quite old, and that would be good to get updated, but part of me thinks maybe they would drop that.
Yeah. I mean, the Viper jet bike kit is one of the candidates for the oldest kit still on sale. But then same with the Falcon Grav Tank. I actually think the Falcon Grav Tank predates the Viper. I think the Falcon Grav Tank potentially is the candidate for one of the oldest plastic kits on sale, at least. Because the Falcon's older than the Falcon is older than the Rhino, so which by extension is older than the Land Raider, I believe. Or maybe the Land Raider came before the Rhino. But the point is like it's pretty old. I don't know. Maybe when did they update the Lehman Russ kit? I feel like they got an update around 6th edition time or 5th.
I can't remember when, but I think it was probably around 5th.
There has been a Lehman Russ update, hasn't there?
Yeah, there was an old plastic Lehman Russ, which I had from, God, it's maybe not 2nd edition, but maybe it was 2nd edition, sort of 2nd, 3rd edition sort of time, because you got all the little, I want to say sprockets, but that's not the right word. The wheels for the tank tracks to go on, and then they updated it so you don't need that anymore. You just plonk it down straight on the armor on the side. So yeah, that did get an update.
Maybe the Falcon is the oldest plastic vehicle kit available to buy today.
Well, the Chimera's pretty old, but
the Chimera. When did that come out?
Unless that got an update, I can't remember, to be honest.
I feel like the Chimera. I feel like the Chimera got an update at some point.
Actually, no, it did, because it had. So its side armor has like little bulges on it. That's all inbuilt now, whereas it used to be a separate piece that you would add on. So yeah, that also, while it looks pretty much exactly like the old one, did get an update as well.
Yeah.
So you're right, yeah.
I think ultimately the Viper is, it's an old kit, but I think they'll stick by it for a while, although it'd be great if they updated it. So yeah, I think in terms of their sort of fine cast character range, we're probably saying goodbye to Illic Knight Spear. I think he's probably had his day's number. Prince Uriel, I think, has sort of made enough of an impact within the narrative that he sticks around. But Illic just feels like a forgotten relic of a bygone era. Probably time for him to go away. Because I don't really sort of understand what purpose he serves. Drakari is an interesting one. Do you imagine, Phil, or could you even begin to guesstimate anything in Drakari that you think could probably go away?
I can't remember the names of it, but all the creatures aren't on the website anymore.
The
so
Beastmaster and the Razorwing Flock, the Chimera, and the Fanged Beast or something, or the Clawed Fiend.
There's a really big Clawed Fiend. There's
Razorwing Flock, which is the birds.
Is it the Sylveth, the snake guys?
Oh, well, that's the Court of the Archon, yeah. So that's the Urgle, the Sliff, the Lilith, and the Medusa, the one-eyed thing.
I mean, that would make a cool kill team. So
really cool kill team.
It would be
good
for some of that to come back. It's odd that it's just not on the website at all, which kind of implies, well, it could just be a stock issue, but it kind of implies it's going to go. But hopefully it's not, and it's just, it's getting an update of some kind.
Yeah, I think Court of the Archon is one of those things that it would be, I mean, again, right? Like, in terms of Drakari, they're so close to being, like, completely complete. They just need to give us updated mandrakes, because mandrakes are still fine cast. So updated mandrakes, updated beasts, and an updated Court of the Archon, and you're basically there with the current range. And I think that would be stupendous.
Things like racks look awful. I mean, they're plastic, so maybe they're fine, but they fall into the but Catachan's plastic sort of vibe. They're quite dated plastic.
Well, you say that, they're relatively new. I think Rax came out alongside the Homunculus kit towards the middle of 7th, so they're not crazy old. I think the Rax actually stack up better than you realise.
Maybe.
One of the things I really like
not
about
on the website, that's for sure.
Well, fair. One of the things I like about the Rack kit is the fact that it also has conversion parts to change the pilots for Raiders and Venoms, so that's a really nice touch. So, I don't think any. Well, I think it's obvious that beasts and those elements potentially go away on the Drakari front, but I think in all likelihood we end up in a situation where they just update the range to reflect those miniatures in a more modern form. GSC, I don't think anything goes away from GSC unless you can think of anything, Phil. GSC is so new and so perfectly fine as they are. I can't see them getting rid of anything GSC. Unless, of course, they get rid of their drill, I suppose. Their terrain piece.
Oh, is that still available? Because I think that's amazing.
I think it's still available, yeah. I mean, I don't think
I thought that went a while ago, but I could be...
Oh, maybe it's already gone. Maybe the drill is gone already.
Yeah, because what's interesting is the Gene Stealer Cult upgrade frame. Is that compatible with the new Cadian Guard minis, or is it only compatible with the old kits? Because I think that's what that was for, was to upgrade your Astra Militarum stuff.
Correct, yeah.
So, I don't know. Hopefully that's still compatible and still, viable. I'm just trying to think. Are those Gene Stealers the new ones?
The Pure Strain? So. Yeah, they're the new kit, yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't know if it got a separate release. Yeah, no, you're right. Everything's brand spanking new then. The drill doesn't seem to be on there because I think they got rid of that terrain piece a while ago. Yeah. Which was a shame because it was so good.
That's the thing. I think, the drill, I mean, we didn't really talk about it across the board, but terrain pieces to me feel like they probably are mostly going away anyway.
It's weird because they went through a phase of every update, I think was it in 8th, they were pretty much like every codex or most codexes were trying to give them a terrain piece. You got the Chaos Gate, Stargate type thing, you got the Eldari Gates. There's a theme. Weirdly, it took till 9th edition for Guard to get their Aegis defense line back. So it feels like it's something they occasionally do, but not very consistently. So it'll be interesting to see. And I think they pretty much did say that every codex gets a new model of some kind. The lazy version is just a single miniature in the form of a character. I feel like GC can't have got enough characters, so maybe they'd get a nice new unit. I guess the easy option for them would be a kill team of some kind. Can't think what they ever got for kill team, to be honest.
They got
like heavy factions.
They got a unit of assassin-y ones, didn't they? The Death Strike guys. Do you remember that? They had they came. I feel like they came alongside the infiltrators for Space Marines.
Okay, was it just an upgrade set then?
Yeah, it was just an upgrade set for them. Yeah.
No, surely wasn't it Chaos and Infiltrators?
Oh yeah, maybe. But
there doesn't seem to be anything on the website that's kind of kill teamy.
Maybe it was Necrons and Corsairs. I really can't remember, but I know there was definitely a Necron kill team. It was like Death Marks rather than Death Strikes.
Sorry, not net. Yeah, but yeah.
Or maybe it was like Immortals. It was like literally like them with extra bits.
Yes, but I mean, Gene Stealer Cult, didn't get any.
Oh, GSC, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about Necrons for some reason.
Well, that is the next one. But no, I was saying I can't think of any Gene Stealer Cult kill team stuff.
No, it's because there hasn't been one yet.
But I thought every faction dance had a kill team.
Not Tyranids and not GSC, no.
So weird. Well, maybe that's what they're getting then for their codex. It's just for addition of the whatever kill team they get.
Yeah, which is fair enough. Makes sense. On the Necron topic, yeah, there you go. I've started, so I'll finish. Again, I mean, they've obviously just undergone a massive range refresh, and they've already demonstrated that they're going to be updating us with more Necron stuff.
Imatech, the Stormlord, they've previewed that. I think they fall into the category of they possibly got one too many named characters, so they might keep one or two in Firecast, assuming some don't get a range refresh into a nice new model like Imatech, and maybe one or two will go from the characters. I think the Catan shards, like the Nightbringer and the Deceiver, as beautiful as they are, they're pretty old, and they would be good candidates to go and maybe either just go completely or be re-updated.
Yeah, I think they probably are in desperate need of an update, and also I think you just, because they do have the Transcendent Catan or whatever it is, the one from the Tesseract Vault. So maybe you just sort of link it into that. But then they obviously do also have the Void Dragon. That's very much its own thing. So maybe the Nightbringer and the Deceiver still need to be their own thing. But I don't know. I feel like ultimately the Catan is the thing. I think the units that I think they've already lost are. Do you remember the Destroyer Lord? The Lord on. I think they. I'm just looking at their data sheets here. It's called the Locust Lord. So it's that Lord with the Night Scythe that's on the old flying platform. You remember the ones that made him look like a bit of a centaur?
I think so. Yeah, well, weirdly, the Locust Destroyer Squadron is still there at the bottom because it's out of stock, and that is super old. That is like third or fourth edition, probably.
Yeah. Well old.
So I don't think they go, but I think they get the range refresh. I mean,
same thing as the generic Chaos Lord as well, though. I think that goes. Not Chaos Lord, sorry, Necron Lord. Apologies, everyone.
Oh, well, there was the Chaos Lord in Terminator armor, which admittedly is in plastic, but is quite old.
Well, we're talking about Necrons now, Phil. Why would I bring up the Chaos Lord? But no, the old Necron Lord holding up the Resorb, like the old one from well over 20 years ago. Again, the 3rd edition sculpt. I feel like, I think those are the things that go away within this. I think, like you say, like the Locust Destroyers and the Locust Lord potentially.
Yeah, I assume they update them to look like the Locust Heavy Destroyer, which is a bit of a shame because I kind of prefer the older design than the, sorry to say everyone, the Jez Goodwin illustration that they turned into the Heavy Destroyer. I just don't like it all that much.
Fair. That's fair.
Um,
It is an odd mini, to say the very least. I think actually, bizarrely, the old destroyers have a little bit more something to them. Certainly, the Lord or the Destroyer Lord. I think that's a pretty cool.
Well,
mini.
I feel like that heavy destroyer just feels a bit too Egyptian-y in terms of its vibe. I mean, I know that's what Necrons are, but I sort of feel like the standard lone ones are a bit plainer and get away with it a bit more.
It is a bit sort of just generic Egyptian stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that is what they are, though.
Well, they aspire to be more than that, Phil. For 40k, it can't just be, that they're the Egyptian guys. Like, there's a bit more of a flavor to them to an extent. But yeah.
It's interesting because their range is it feels quite dated, even though their range has sort of had a range refresh, but it feels like the range refresh wasn't a range refresh. It was, let's just give you new stuff that's similar to old stuff, but isn't the old stuff. So therefore, maybe we'll one day give you the old stuff and range refresh that. Because obviously you got like the Canopertec Doomstalker, which looks and does basically a similar thing to the Canopertec Spider, right? It's a little crawly beastie bug, but it's like, actually, well, here's something else and it's different. It's like they could have at least gotten over halfway through the range refresh by now if they didn't give you new units and they just spent the last, update at the start of ninth going, here's a load of cool stuff. There's all the old models redone. But instead they redid a couple and then mostly gave you new stuff. I mean, that's a minor gripe from me. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think unfortunately, with the exception of Space Marine, most things fall into the category of, it's all going to stay, but it just needs an update.
Yeah, agreed. That being said, if you look at Orcs, right, like there's a lot of really good new stuff in Orcs, so I don't think for a moment that Orc players need to be worried too much, but I do think there are some units that logically you could see not getting updated and not getting replaced, and potentially Tank Busters are that unit. Like, maybe the time of the Tank Buster has come and passed. I think, as a unit, they're very confusing because they're this strange combination of, some of them have rocket launchers, but then most of them, or an amount of them, have rocket hammers. So they're this strange hybrid of like melee and range, which kind of struggles to really kind of find its identity on the tabletop. The miniatures are quite dated and they're not really the sexiest of Orc miniatures ever. Even the actual squigs are pretty terrifying, if I'm honest with you. Like the Tank Buster bomb squigs have these really uncanny valley style faces that are quite unsettling, if I'm being entirely objective about it. And I think Tank Busters potentially have their days numbers. And again, hopefully this individual model gets a update, but Captain Badrock is potentially a candidate for disappearing as well, given that he's an old
he's iconic. He's iconic, though.
I agree with you.
I don't think he's an old. I don't even think he's an old Finecast mini. But I do think he's.
He is. He first came out in metal.
Really?
He did. Yeah, he did. Came out in metal.
Fair enough.
He was.
I guess I'm thinking the Flash Gits came out later, but they were. Because they're like new plastic sculpts.
Yeah. There were Flash Gits were plastics. Yeah.
This is an odd one. Did they not update the Orc Boys kits?
They did, yes.
But the one here looks super old, or am I just imagining things?
Well, it depends which one you're looking at, because there are 3 different types of Orc Boy kit available to you.
Oh, the one called Orc Boys, and they look really old and dated.
Yeah, those are Orc Boys. Then there's Boys. The Boys squad is the modern version of it, and then obviously you've got Beatsnagger Boys.
Yes, yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm not making things up. Oh, the Weird Boy model. Now that is very old looking. Yeah,
they're not going to get rid of Weird Boys though, right? They're just at some point they'll just give you a new sculpt, or Orc players will continue to buy the shaman from Iron Jaws.
Okay, Orc Knob with War Banner. That feels like you could probably make that from a regular kit.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean its rules are going away. I agree the model might disappear, but I feel like the miniature, the rules for it will be
okay. Fair enough. Yeah, they've still got quite a bit that needs updating, like the Mega Knobs, they need to get updated.
No, well, Mega Knobs are fairly new, mate. Mega Knobs came out tail end of 7th again.
They've not aged well.
I think they look better.
They're just a bit clunky, I think.
The photography
that's true.
Is not the best. Do you think they might get rid of the Stomper film? There's a question.
I don't see why. One, it's a vehicle. Two, it's Apocalypse Star size, super heavy, which they like to keep around. If anything, they should totally update that kit, but they won't. I don't think.
No, indeed.
Big Meg with custom force field, I think, should go. It's been the bane of many a game. But you're right. I think it falls in that category of it's too useful and is part of the zeitgeist of the orc consciousness. So it can't go. Yeah. I sort of feel like they've probably done a lot of the culling already in advance.
Yeah, I agree.
So weirdly, looking at the Games Workshop website isn't super helpful because I feel like they've removed the models but maybe kept the rules for some of the stuff already.
Well, I've simultaneously been looking at data sheets on their indexes while going through this. So, try my best, mate. Try my best. Tau are super interesting, right? Because I genuinely think that we're going to see an update to Kroot, right? So the old Kroot plastics need an update. The Kroot Shaper, there is already much superior Shaper miniatures within the Kill Team box set for Kroot.
There was also the Blackstone Fortress Mini, which was great.
Blackstone Fortress Mini as well, which is really strong. But when you look at the Kroot Hounds and the
Krootox Rider,
these two in particular, I could envision a world where the Krootox Rider is gone regardless, because it is just a very weird thing. Although at the same time, I can also envision a world where we get a fabulous new Krootox Rider miniature that is utterly incredible. Because at the minute, it's just, a regular size Kroot riding around on the back of a pretty, kind of simple looking big Kroot. Whereas like the idea of this becoming something more akin to what Forge World had released in support of the Kroot range.
Oh, yeah.
I think that will be phenomenal. And again, same deal with like the Kroot Hounds. Again, there is, I believe anyway, a Kroot Hound within the Kill Team box.
Yeah, you get a couple, I think.
And they are much improved over these strange little snappy geezers. So I think in all probability, we probably see the next big Tau drop being a meaningful update for Kroot. But I'm going to say it anyway. I think the days are numbered for our Vespid friends. I think Vespids could go.
Yes, I think they're a good candidate for a kill team. But
100%.
I think what they would be better off doing is, because as you say, all the Tau's pretty much up to date, like the generic Tau cast stuff. That's all good. So they can only lean into the alien allies, in air quotes, let's say. And yeah, Kroot, I think, almost deserves to be its own sub-faction, but I think what they do is they do it a bit like how you got Guard and you got Scions, and Scions can be played as its own army. It should be kind of along that kind of vibe. So yeah, if they dropped like another 2 or 3 units for Kroot, that'd be amazing. In addition to updating the ones that they've already got here. Give us like the Forge World stuff. Give us like a giant squig off sort of style Kroot hound monster or something. And I think what they need to do is either get rid of Vespids and just go, you've got Tau and you've got Kroot and that's it. Or you've got to give Tau at least 2 or 3 other alien allies and lean more into that. And that's something I think we've said loads on the podcast in the past. Like the route that they went down of just being obsessed with battle suits has actually been to the detriment to the kind of overall vibe of what Tau's all about. And it's like, yeah, you should have some of that, but a lot of the Tau army should be supplemented by their allies, and they've kind of just forgotten about it because they're like, Gundam is cool, right? So I'd love to see them go back and, give us some more allies. I thought there was a couple of others. Do they just not exist, or in terms of like aliens? Were there not ever a couple of other aliens for Tau? It was only ever Vespids.
No, they've only ever had Krieg's Vespid, and then technically there were like humans. So there are humans.
Oh, in the lore, but never like on the table. Yeah, yeah.
And then technically the Leagues of Votan had done some stuff with them as well, but yeah.
Oh, but yeah, in terms of trading and stuff like that, yeah.
But
it'd be cool to give them a couple more allied units. That'd be nice as an addition rather than taking anything away. But those Vespid models are old.
Another 2 candidates for going away would probably be the 2 ethereal models as well. So you got Unvar, who is the old geezer on a chair with his 2 bodyguards. You won't see him on the website, but he is a miniature. Are you familiar with Unvar? Unvar?
No.
Nah. And then there is also Onshai, which is, you may not remember this, but it was the Tau with the big 6-pack.
Oh, no, I do not remember that.
He's a ripped Tau ethereal with a spear holding his hand out.
Oh, yes, vaguely.
You got some vague memories of that. I think they're... Oh, and Long Strike as well, I think, goes.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I think there are 3 characters there that are very primed for going away.
But I think one that should go away is the sniper drones and Farsight marksman. It's resin. It's £30 for 4 models. Nonsense. That's so expensive. And also quite dated. So that actually is one of the few infantry kits that probably could do with an update, I think.
That's fair. No, I don't disagree with you. I'm surprised to hear you suggest that that's expensive, given you've been collecting Krieg for most of your hobby career, but I will take it on board.
That's a premium Forge World resin price, not a Finecast resin price.
No, Finecast basically.
I mean, even on a per model pound sort of translation, £30 for 4 models is still quite expensive in my book.
No, I totally agree with you, especially when 3 of them are drones.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what are you buying here?
Yeah, but no, I think Long Strike and the 2 ethereals might not be long for this world. So I think that is potentially the ones that get hit on the tail side. But I do think Vespids are a very strong candidate for going away.
That's fair.
And that's it, really, Phil, because next is Tyranids. Tyranids have just had their book. They are where they are now for this edition. They're done.
Oh, true.
And Leagues of Votan, which are all brand spanking new. So,
but should all go.
They should all go, absolutely. They should be squatted and replaced with squats.
100%. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, dear God, yes.
Exactly. We're changing the meaning of squatted now.
Yeah, we're bringing them back.
Yeah, squatted basically just means become the Necromunda range, which would be fantastic. Well, that was a wild rumbus. Thank you very much, Phil. That was enjoyable to go through all of the factions and speculate on what might go away. Hopefully our listeners enjoyed the segment. Phil, do you have any closing thoughts?
I'll summarise a few key things. I think Games Workshop have had a habit of giving us new miniatures that are similar to old miniatures rather than just redoing the old miniatures, which has its own pros and cons in a way. And I feel like once they eventually do get around to updating some of those old minis, you have 2 units that are kind of similar and maybe not enough distinction between them, which will be then at the detriment to that, army and your unit composition and unit choices, stuff like that. I think overall we're in a pretty good place in terms of like your model ranges. In terms of stuff that's actually leaving, I think most armies are quite safe. It feels like, maybe a character here or there might disappear, but I feel like we've already ripped the Band-Aid off. We've had the hard problems of the stuff that's going to Legends with 10th edition that, they announced it ages ago. We've all been primed. Most of the stuff's not on the web store anymore. So yeah, there'll be the odd curveball here and there. I think weirdly Space Marines had the worst of it from their new codex in terms of what was a surprise that's just disappeared. Yeah, everything else seems to get away quite smoothly, I think, but it's still been fun to go through them all just to look over the ranges, see what's good, see what should hopefully be updated, and see what still looks quite old.
Couldn't agree with you more, my friend. Transitional noise. Outro time. I want to be. Outro time. It's the outro, everybody. How you doing? It's the outro, everybody. What a treat, eh? Phil, enjoying life in the general sense? Excited for an outro?
I am. It's always the funnest part of the podcast. The secrets, society at the end of the night. You get invited in the cozy club, put your slippers on, have a cup of tea, actually chat about the 40k bits that we want to talk about and not those forced SEO algorithm topics that we have to talk about.
That's how it goes. This is the podcast for reals, the podcast within the podcast. The rest of it is just all, a load of old, rubbish. But, all sorts going on at the moment. I went to Warhammer World the other day, Phil. Did you hear about this?
I saw that. I'm always a little bit upset when you go without me, but I appreciate you just going. It was a stop off on the way back home.
It was, yeah. I got talking to Steve, though, from the events team. He's told us he will... Well, I said I'd email him, which I haven't done yet, but he said he's going to let us know what the waiting list is looking like for the doubles in January to see if he feels like we could probably get an extra team in, because I know Garfield and Fingers are considering it.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So that'd be cool. That'd be cool if we could get an extra couple of spaces, because, maybe Joe could turn up as well. We know he won't, but it'd be nice to think he would.
That's true. Yeah, I assume he's one of the listeners. He's a guy that messaged me on my Instagram account. So, if he's a fan of me, probably a fan of Look Out Sir as well. But he's going, and it's going to be his first tournament. I think his name is Dave.
Nice.
So he's recreating our journey from last January where we went to the doubles and it was our first AOS tournament. So that'd be very cool. Yeah.
That'd be really good. I mean, I'm intrigued to see how we kind of progress within a kind of year of sporadically playing AOS. Have you decided on your 1,000 points for AOS yet for the doubles?
No, not at all. It depends if I get time to paint up anything else, which I assume maybe not. But probably the 1,000 points I took to our little campaign day that we did is probably what I would take. I think so. And then depending on pairings, I would say tweak it, but I don't have enough models painted to tweak my list particularly. So I think I'll probably stick with that. It's
tough right now for the night haunts, though, isn't it? They're not in a great spot.
I'm glad they finally got a shout out in the latest Meta Watch that they were truly awful, even though I pointed out in the last Meta Watch they basically buffed the two factions above Nighthaunt. But because they weren't, I guess, as much on a downward trend, they decided to ignore them. But they've acknowledged them. So hopefully by the time January comes around, we'll be rolling in updates of some kind. That would be very good. What I found most hilarious is that Iron Jaws was actually at the bottom of the Meta Watch, even though you consistently stomp my army. And everyone else's, I think, at that campaign weekend we did.
It's just a Maw Crusher. It's an absolute disastrous thing if you've got no way of like controlling it. It's a very, very lethal character / monster if you just not got the means of shutting it down. If you let it just roll, it causes a lot of problems. I'm thinking of doing the naughty boys, the cruel boys.
Okay.
I am thinking of doing the cruel boys. At the moment, I have a list which is Swamp Boss Scumdrek, which is the Swamp Boss. Basically, it's the dude on the big lizard with the catchy things.
I know.
Yeah. So he's quite cool. And then I'm thinking of Manic de Cunning and his Cunning Crew, which is one of the underworld gangs or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. Underworld.
Yeah, so that's looking pretty good. Although I have to be honest with you, the monster killers from Warcry have really grown on me. When I was at Warhammer World, I saw them and I was like, ooh, they are actually quite pretty, them.
What are the monster killers?
Now the new one, the new Warcry squad with the monkeys. They got the monkeys in squad.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
They're actually very pretty. Yeah, they're really cool, to be fair. Nice. So there is a part of me that's thinking drop the Cunning Crew in favour of the monster hunters, because that actually might be a bit funner. I haven't really reviewed the rules too much for the monster hunters yet, though, but I think they've got some shenanigans that they can do to monsters, specifically shock horror. I think here you go. They've got here it goes, a tough grot to swallow. So there's a grot with an egg on the model. Oh, yeah. So once per phase, when an enemy monster is within 6 of this unit, and it's picked to carry out a monstrous rampage, if this unit has a clutcher grot, which is the grot with the egg, you can say that the monster will try and gobble up the grot. If you do so, roll a dice. On a 2+, the monster cannot carry out a monstrous rampage that phase, and on a 1, the grot gets eaten.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah,
I quite like that. Because monstrous rampages are quite powerful. It just depends whether... I think in like the doubles formations, I mean, obviously some people will be taking monsters, and there are some monstrous rampages that you really want to shut down. Like, you remember when we played against Steve and his son, and they had the
mega
big,
goblins,
the mammoth thing that basically used that monstrous rampage to like run through us. It's like
the ogre Maw tribes with the ice mammoth, whatever that's called.
Yeah. Because that guy's monster rampage, he basically flies over the top of it and does like loads of mortal wounds to it. So the idea, like, because a lot of the strategy around that is you position it and then fly over and cause loads of damage in the backfield. Like the idea that on a 2+, unfortunately, it can't do that because it's trying to eat an egg. It's quite nice.
Yeah. That's very cool.
But anyway, at the moment, it's the Cunning Crew. I've got the Swamp Cooler Shaman with Pot Grot, because it's just a good wizard and obviously leans into the wizardiness of the game now, because it's a less than 9 wounds or 9 or less wounds infantry wizard. So it does become a whatever they call the super wizards in Age of Sigmar these days. Is it Arcane Wizard or...
No, because it's Arcane Tome, but yes, you're talking about the season-specific wizards.
They're called something wizards. Whatever they're called, they're wizards special. And then it's one unit of gut rippers, which are the standard spears and shield guys, so your standard kind of line unit. Hobgrot slitters, which are the little hobgoblins with the shanks. That actually combos with the Scumdrek, because the Scumdrek has like a crew thing. So if you have a unit of slitters, that becomes part of its crew, and then if the slitters die, you get to trigger a triumph, so as if you were lower points than your enemy.
Okay.
So that's quite useful in a way. And then last, it's just a 6-man unit of man-skewer bolt boys, which are obviously the kind of backbone of any good Cruel Boys army.
Nice. Sounds good.
Yeah, I think so. And then it's the army configuration where you get to you basically can't be targeted outside of 12 inches.
Yeah, but so, effectively like Lookout Surrey type one.
Yeah, but army wide, which is pretty strong.
Oh. Yeah. So it's not just for characters. This is your whole army.
No. It's not, our army can't be targeted outside of 12. And then obviously Cruel Boys as well now. They've got the 2 booby traps as well that you can do. So before you used to be able to do 1, now you can do 2. And then bizarrely with the Cunning Crew, with the leader of the Cunning Crew, you can potentially do another one as well. So Cunning Trick. If this unit is in your Cruel Boys army after you've picked a Dirty Trick, not a booby trap, during the battle, roll a dice, add 1 to the roll if this unit is your general. won't be my general, but good to know. In fact, maybe I'll make him my general actually. On a 5+, you can pick another dirty trick, so I could be doing 3 dirty tricks.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, and they're not bad. I mean, it's stuff like pick terrain features and cause mortal wounds when stuff goes near them, and they're interesting. It'd just be funny. I thought like it'd just be a funny jank army that sort of could complement some other people. Got a bit of range, got a bit of fighting, got a few bodies. Like good for screening as well because the gobbos are good just to put in front of things. So if you and I were together and we needed that defensive capability to take some pressure off of your cavalry at the start so they don't get locked down, chuck those things up in front of them. It's that kind of stuff. I thought I just figured, the naughty boys. That's what I'm thinking of doing.
Nice. That's quite cool. I think I got all the Nighthaunt that I need. I was, however, eyeing up the Black Talon box set that came out this week.
Oh, yeah.
Purely for, I can't remember his name. He's like the grumpy old man of the unit because I think he will be a perfect captain/commander for my Thunder Warriors because I really like his pose. So I think it's a very expensive purchase just for that. But I think I might do it down the line when I need to get around to building my Trajan Valoris Count as character model. So I think I'll be doing that eventually.
I'm not really sure how I feel about that model as a Thunder Warrior necessarily. I do get what you're going for, but he almost looks a bit too. I don't know. Thunder Warriors, I think, need to be a bit more. I don't know, a bit more football hooligan.
Well, it's more because obviously the chest plate gets swapped out. It's more he's got a kind of fur cape, which I quite like for the characters rather than standard capes. That's like a general little thing I'm trying to be consistent. So characters will have fur capes. It's more the pose of the legs and the arms, and then obviously the chest plate I'm going to swap out, and then I'll be adding loads of extra stuff, swapping the head over. Not sure if I'll keep the spiked kind of back collar or not. Maybe. I picked up one of the Forge World backpacks secondhand off of eBay, which is some of the Mark IIIs have like twin vents. So rather than just like the single exhaust, there's like a second exhaust on each side. So I've got one of those for a potential character, although the new ones feel quite large in comparison to the old ones. So I need to investigate.
Your man with the big two-handed hammer and the antlers coming off the back.
Yeah, he's quite cool as well. So
great.
Yeah, so I could use him as well because I've been using those Annihilator minis as my Terminators. So I've done 3 so far. I bought a box of Annihilators recently because they've got different poses from the Easy Build Annihilators, even though I've got another set of Easy Build Annihilators. So I've potentially got another 6 more Terminator-esque models that I could build. Plus, that guy with the Black Talons would be another one, which is quite good. I've got some cool. Actually, I bought. It was the Iron Golem. So the Iron Golem Warcry Warband. There is an actual Golem model in it, and he's got like one fist is like a giant spiked ball, and the other one's like a hammer. So I bought the model just pretty much for the spiked ball because I think that would make for a cool Terminator that's sort of like a siege breaker type guy. And I'm tempted to give him the Thunder Hammer. Sorry, not Thunder, the spiked hammer thing, and put some bolters on it to represent another close combat weapon. But I'm not too sure about that. So I've got some good options for more Terminators as well down the line. I'm sort of trying to narrow down what I'll end up having to build, sort of finalise my list because I've got almost more options and models in my head than what I need for a 2,000 point 40k army. But I've definitely got enough options and things I want to do that would make a 3,000 plus point Horus Heresy army, which is sort of the end goal, I think, eventually.
Fair. No, I like the sound of it all, mate. I think it's really cool. So
Warhammer World, how was it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a flying visit. I stopped by. I was up at Mikey's Hellstorm Wargaming All-Stars Invitational or something it was called.
So did you get an invite to the Invitational?
No, well, I did, but not from Mikey. So Joe of Liam Dempsey fame, he
Or
invited
from
me.
old Lookout Sir fame as well.
Old Lookout Survey, but I feel like that's probably been eclipsed at this point. He hasn't been on this thing for like, is it now 3 years without Joe?
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like his Lookout Sir status is broadly, other than the fact he'll probably turn up to do the Christmas quiz as he
wants to reclaim that title that I took off of him.
Well, that's it. Well, you didn't take it off of him.
I took it via
you're the
the
interim
fact that he
champion.
was not there to participate. Yes.
Well, that's it. Anyway,
But he
long
forfeited.
story. Yeah, but long story short, though, he sorted me out with a ticket, which was super lovely of him. Essentially, he had spares. The original plan was that Liam and a bunch of different people from Liam's channel, forgive me, I don't know all their names, but the various people that make up the cast of characters that is on Liam's broadcast, including Joe, was going to go. Mm-hmm. I had, said that I'd be okay to go if randomly found himself with another ticket, and then Liam was unable to attend, and then other people from that crew were unable to attend. So in the end, I ended up going and put together a really dumb Blood Angel army and headed on up to Yorkshire, so up to Sheffield, to play some games of small toy soldiers against random folk from all over the country. Presumably themselves being fans of Mikey's Hellstorm Wargaming themed content, which I'm sure they were. I only actually played 4 games, so that it was supposed to be a 6-game event. So I played all my games on the Saturday, and then I played a game Sunday morning. And the reason I didn't want to play any more games on the Sunday was I was basically, the last game was going to finish around 7, and I had a long way to drive home. But also, I was so close to York, Phil. So close to York. York is only like an hour 10 from Sheffield, right?
What's happening there?
And York has, in my opinion, one of the best pork pie shops in all of the country.
So you were like, I can't play any more games. I'm going to a pork pie shop.
Correct, yeah. So I drove an extra hour north, an hour and 10, whatever it was.
All right, so you made your drive home even longer.
I made my drive home even longer. So I left the event at like 1 o'clock, and I drove to I left about 2 o'clock-ish, and then I drove to York, bought pork pies, and then drove home. But then there were issues with the road, so I ended up on this really weird like back road route through like the nothing. And then randomly I was in Nottingham, right? So it was like, it's taken me through Nottingham. So I'm like, I guess I go to Warhammer World.
You're like, stop off.
Went in Nottingham. And I checked on Google, I was like, they'll be closed. And they were like, no, they're open till 6. And it was like 5:10, 5:15. And I was like, well, I'll go to Warhammer World. Picked up the new Horus Heresy book. The battle,
the exemplary battle one,
really cool. Not as good as like the old Forge World ones, like the old black books, the old tomes for Heresy, and obviously Imperial Armor, etc. Not on that sort of level, but fun still. It's got lots of really cool like Zone Mortalis rules, and obviously it's got the rules for new Fulgrim as well, which is really cool. So it's a nice little book, but it's not a patch on.
I feel
back in the day.
Yeah, I feel like they sort of marketed it as it's a book where we are reprinting some of the old free rules that were in first edition Heresy, and we're packaging that up as a book for people that want to have it. And we've sort of updated the missions, I assume, for 2.0. So I think in that respect that it's a kind of quick and easy sort of supplement. I don't begrudge it not having like tons of cool like lore and interesting stuff in it on the same level as the old Horus Heresy stuff. I hope future campaign books like the Siege of Cathonia, which I've not checked out. I assume that's a bit more on the level of the old stuff, I'd hope, and that this is a bit more of an intermediary book. I assume really just to push out the Fulgrim rules in some format. But it's kind of cool that they gave us some of the old missions. Weirdly, not all of them. I think you can still actually buy download the old ones online. There's actually quite a few more. Depending on how easy they are to like plug and play into second edition, I'd almost be inclined to gather them all up because they're really high quality PDFs and just take them to a digital printing press and just print out your own copy. If I was so inclined to reproduce those old ones as they were, assuming they're sort of still playable in the second edition. But yeah, they say once rather than when. No, that means the same thing. I hopefully eventually get into Horus Heresy. Yeah, I'd like to pick up some of these books because I think they'd be really cool to get into. And loads of cool, really fun, interesting missions as well, especially the Zone Mortalis stuff.
Yeah, the Siege of Cavonia stuff is actually really cool. Well, I've only flicked through it. I've bought it. I haven't read it properly. But it's good. Again, I mean, I think the thing is now is like the old Forge World Black Book Heresy things are so kind of epic in their significance within the hobby. Nothing ever truly compares to them because, they are essentially kind of deified at this point. They have almost holy status. So it's hard to really kind of look at them objectively and say that something, produced today is better than them. And I certainly wouldn't say that. But at the same time, yeah, they're perfectly serviceable. I think that's a weird thing with the heresy books at the moment, though. It's like the codexes or the army books. Like they're really cool and they got really good levels of detail in them. It's just that there's so much in them. They're so rules dense. It's like when you take out like the Heretica Astartes or the Astra Astartes books, or even just like the forces of the Imperium, and you try to start sort of going through them. It's so dense with rules. It's like, wow, there's so much to this. It's wild. But anyway, that's what I picked up from Warhammer World, which was a lovely treat. And then I drove home and it was really nice. It was a good day, man. I mean, the pork pies were amazing. Sadly, they didn't have my favorite flavor of pork pie. They actually have a spicy pork pie they do. It's sort of like, it's very good. It's very good. But even just the regular one, it's like, it's so difficult to even describe why it makes it so good, but it's a combination of the kind of like pastry. It's really crispy, really like very like really nice pastry. And then the thing is as well, when you get the pie hot, the gelatin, the jelly is like actually like, because the meat is like compact but still kind of like a bit more crumbly. The actual gelatin sort of seeps into it, so it's like as you bite into it, it's sort of like all the meat is kind of layered with it. So it's not like that thing where there's like a clear layer of it at the top, although that is there. It's kind of like running through it, which is really interesting. Nice. It's so good, man. It's good.
As much as our listeners probably want to hear your food review, how did your games go at the events?
Yeah, no. So look, game one, I was just checking the Hellstorm page on Best Coast Pairings to see if it let me look at my matchups, but it won't. I actually wrote it down on my tablet that I scored all the games on, but I haven't got that with me now. So unfortunately, to the people I played against, forgive me if I'm forgetting your names entirely. But game one was against a really nice dude running Thousand Suns. First tournament ever. Super nice guy. Clearly had played a lot of 10th edition, kind of knew what he was doing, clearly had put some reps in, turned up. We had a really fun game. I say a really fun game, but in his opening gambit, he teleported a unit of Terminators into my backfield, exposing my Sanguinary Guard, because I took Blood Angels, by the way, two Storm Ravens, everybody. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and then it turns out, I didn't know Thousand Suns could do this, by the way. Thousand Suns, it turns out, could just turn off your armor saves. I didn't know they could do that, Phil.
So invuln saves and
you
armor
can
saves?
take invuln saves, but not armor saves.
Ooh,
so what they did against my Sanguinary Guard is they went, because he asked me, he goes, Sanguinary Guards, they got invuns, right? I'm like, no, they're just 2 up armor saves. No. He's like, really? I was like, yeah, just 2 up armor saves.
He's like, you won't like this then.
Yeah, you're not going to enjoy this. So he ended up spending 9 Cabal points or whatever it was on removing the armor saves. Then he spent 2 CP on I don't know what, but it made them shoot better. And then I think he spent some other Cabal's points on giving another unit out of line of sight shooting because my the unit of secondary guard were behind a wall. And he just blew them away. He literally just went, they're all dead, basically, because a unit of 10 Terminators with all guns just went blah, 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 and I had no saves. So I was like, well, that's that. So that was education. Surprisingly, though, in return, I managed to kill his Demon Prince, and then the game actually was really close. The final score was 69 to me, 79 to him. So even after taking that big hit at the start, it was a pretty close game. And we had a good time. He was a really lovely dude, and yeah, it was a really fun game, man. Like, actually, genuinely great opponent. Like, yeah, really good. It was good times.
Awesome.
Game 2 was against an Orc player. Again, wish I remember the name. Really good dude again. Like, actually, super lovely human. Played like an absolute gent. Really lovely, especially when you've got to remember this, Phil, even though you didn't know it in the first place. You have to know this, Phil, that for 4 out of 5 turns, this Orc player was losing. And in turn 3, he was losing by a not insignificant margin. Like, he was losing pretty badly. And then he turned it around and won. Like, literally by like 2 points or something. I think he finished on like 73 and I had like 71. It was wild. It was literally like, it was absolutely crazy. He won by like the smallest of margins.
That's awesome. I do like games that are 1, very close, but 2, where someone can like pull it back at the last minute, because then that makes for a very tense game where both of you in the last turn are playing your heart out, playing to your best of your abilities, because you are like, okay, right, you know, it's all or nothing in this last turn, and you've got to, especially if you're quite far behind, you're like, okay, what's the maximum number of points I can possibly get in this turn, while potentially trying to deny your opponent stuff. So those are the best and most interesting games.
Mate, so honestly, that was a really fun game. I had a great time with it. One of the things, I didn't mention this already, but one of the things that's really unique about Mikey's events is every table has different terrain, and not just different terrain in the sense of different terrain layouts, different styles. So game 1, we played on, I guess, what you would call the kind of ETC, ITC style layout, right? So it used like ETC style terrain, and it was pretty cool. Game 2, we did player place terrain. So we had specific terrain and we got to place it ourselves. And that was really interesting in terms of how all that got laid out, and that was super fun.
That's quite different as well.
Yeah, then game 3, we played on Warhammer World or Warhammer Grand Tournament terrain. So Perspex footprints with actual official Warhammer terrain. And Mikey actually, God bless him, he put QR codes on the side of the table. So you scan the QR code and you could see the layout and explained everything. It was really nice. I mean, cool. my only bugbear is he, in my opinion, given what he does, he probably could have done like a video explaining the missions and giving a bit more kind of flavor behind the layout.
Presentation,
yeah, like talk about it a bit more. Like, I understand in the heat of the moment, it's not easy to kind of watch a video in that instance, but I think it is nice to have it as like an extra tool just to help people kind of get their heads around it. But yeah, like, I think the layouts were really cool. I thought, it was super fun. So yeah, game 3, I played against a Tau player. Again, really nice dude. He made some mistakes. I made some mistakes, or I had made some mistakes. I don't think really the way the tournament was going for me, everyone I played was lovely and we didn't really care. We were all just like, whatever, these things happen. No big deal. And again, I think the attitude was really positive, but yeah, like, this dude was really nice. He had like a Farsight Enclave style Tau army, very shooty. Tau are very difficult to deal with from a kind of obviously shooting perspective, but managed to get a win against him. So I'd lost 2-1-1 by the end of day 3, and like, all my opponents were great. Like, again, the Orc game really stood out because the Orc player really pulled it back at the end. But the games 1 and 3 were also equally amazing. In fact, 1 was really great because the new guy playing, and even 3, like, it was funny. Me and the guy in game 3, he was like, I'm going to go tactical. And I was like, I'm going to go tactical. He goes, actually, last game of the day, who cares? I'm going fixed. I'm going to choose these two. And I was like, are you sure? Like, it's probably not that optimal for you. And he was like, I don't care. It's game 3. Let's just do that. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll do the same. And he goes, God, it's even worse for you. And I was like, I don't care. Whatever. We're just going to do the same rubbish.
Brilliant.
So we basically both did Assassinate and Bring It Down. Although Bring It Down actually turned out to be quite good for me. Assassinate was good for him. Bring It Down was good for me. And it kind of, the other way around. He scored well on Assassinate against me, and I scored well on Bring It Down against him.
Yeah.
But anyway, you get my point. So that was super fun. And again, I won that, not by a big margin, little margin. Had a great game with that. Super lovely dude. So that was the end of day 1. It was really nice. Day 2, I played against a guy who confessed to listen to the show, Phil. A fan of the show. Remembered his name. His name was Dave. He was a lovely lad. He was playing Imperial Guard, Phil. I'm sure you'd be happy to hear.
Oh,
exactly.
Well done. Well done.
We played on a table layout that was proper weird. So what the layout was, it was like basically like almost like a fortress in the middle. So it was Warhammer World Perspex terrain layout, and it was basically done in a kind of rectangle on a angle. So it was like a angle rectangle shape. Which created this massive like line of sight blocking thing in the middle. It was amazing. So Dave had loads of artillery, he had loads of Lehman Russes. It was a beautiful army, all built around like Krieg. A few 3D printed components. He did have a big unit of Krieg Ogrins, Phil, which I know is a little bit of a pet peeve of yours. Oh no, you like them now, fair.
Well, yes, lore-wise, not very good, but I mean, visually, I'm sure they look great because I've seen some of them. They do look good.
It was cool, man. Like, it was a fun army to play against. I think Dave was a really nice dude. Again, that was a wild game because, like, I didn't really feel like I was in control. Turn 1, Dave basically rolled up on one of my Storm Ravens, blew it out of the sky, and I was like, "Oh no, I've lost a Storm Raven early doors." And then somehow, some way, I got really jammy with some saving throws, and then before I knew it, I had a Sanguinor in his back lines chopping up all of his mortars, and it was all just going a little bit wrong for him. It just sort of turned into one of those scenarios where I got a really good win. I had really good fun. I mean, this is the thing, right? I had 4 really great games against 4 really great opponents. It was really hard for me to drop at the end of game 4 because I was like, I'm on a really good roll. I've been playing really great people, even on wins and losses, 2 wins, 2 losses. I could go for that 5th game and get like a 3-2 like win ratio potentially, which would be really cool, I guess. But I was like, you know what? I've had so much fun with it. I've enjoyed it massively. I love them pork pies. I'm going. I'm off. No need to do any more. I've had a lovely time. Time to go. And credit it's due to Mikey. Puts on a great event. There were some things that weren't perfect about it, but I don't really want to dabble in those. I mean, there were some issues with pairing that created a bit of a problem. Mikey had decided basically on day 1 to sort of shuffle his invitational element into the main tournament element, and it seemed to be having a weird hazardous effect on BCP pairing. So there were a couple of individuals who had lost 2 games and were paired into people who had won 2 games. And that
is odd.
That is really odd, right? It definitely was a feel bad. So one of the guys that me and Joe went with, a friend of Joe's, he basically had a bad experience with it because he was one of those. He'd lost 2, and in game 3, he played against someone who'd won 2.
Who's going to be a much better player, I guess, or a much stronger.
Well, it's not even about being a much better player.
Nice.
It's just, And the thing was, so the matchup was terrible as well. So, at the end of the day, it was like, anyway, it's just that thing where it's just a bit of a shame, right? Like when that sort of stuff happens. And again, obviously, there's always a little bit of like weird controversy around any Warhammer event, or at least any one on scale. And I know, like, again, not to kind of put words in Joe's mouth, but Joe did complain to me that he had a lot of bad games there. Like, he was saying that on average he had more bad games than he had good, and he was saying he was very envious of me because he was like, I kept coming up to your tables and you seem to have really lovely opponents and you're having a lovely time. I didn't have any of that. I just played against idiots the whole time. And it was like,
that's just you, Dan. I think you bring out the best in people. So maybe.
Oh, shut up, Phil. That was far too kind. I'm going to have to edit that out. Jesus.
No, but it is true, because it's like I can go to a Warhammer World event and be like, oh, I'm having a few tough games, but no matter what, you always seem to have pretty good ones. So, yeah, can't be the luck of the draw.
Well, you should have told that to me at the end of the London Grand Tournament, mate. At the end of that doubles, I wasn't feeling as if that were the case. But look, anyway, genuinely, shout out to Mikey and the Hellstorm team. I think they did a great event. I think it was a good time. Obviously, Sheffield's a long way away for me, so it's not like I'm going to be falling over to myself to attend more of them in the future. But I will try and get to another one. I think, it would be fun to go again and to get involved in it. Again, I think it's good to sort of diversify your kind of tournament scene and mix it up. I mean, obviously, we here at Lookout Sir are very regular at Nottingham for Warhammer World, and I play in a lot of different events in the kind of, south of England specifically. And, there is a lot of stuff kind of out there, but I do think there is value in sort of mixing it up, especially because you get to meet lovely people like Dave who like your podcast and make you feel smug for a little bit. So that's nice. Not because you win, but because someone acknowledges that they enjoy your podcast. That's always nice, isn't it? It's always nice. I mean, we are number 3, Phil. I mean, it goes without saying that someone will like us.
Well, that is true. Yeah. Why ever not?
Yeah, there you go. So that was good. That was fun. Warhammer was fun. Good weekend overall. Good warhammering, I'd say. And 2 Storm Ravens. Love them. Storm Ravens, Phil. Best thing in Space Marines. Bar none.
Well, that's good. I did some warhammering a week or 2 ago where I managed to play some boarding actions. Yeah. Actually,
you played with your Custody / Thunder Warriors.
Thunder Warriors, yeah. So my buddy George, who's occasionally over in Oxford, I gave him the choice because I finally had the Leviathan cards, finally had the Space Marine Codex. So I was like, we can do whatever game configuration you want. Do you want to do Leviathan cards? In which case I'll probably take my Space Marines and try out the new Codex. But I've also got boarding actions. And he was like, let's do some boarding actions. And I was like, 500 points is all we need. I can technically do my Thunder Warriors, count as Custody. So I did that. Even though my Proto Terminators are designed really to be the Aquilon Terminators of the Forge World variant, technically they can't work in the boarding actions because boarding actions has a specific mustering rules, and those rules don't take into consideration, as far as I'm aware, any of the Forge World models. So I was like, I'll just run them as the generic Custodies Terminators, which was fine, and they were really good. Overall, setup was okay, but a bit fiddly. Took a very long time. Took at least half an hour to just build the table, which is far too long, but that was my first attempt at doing it. Not all the pieces lay completely flat. Some of them were like poking up slightly, so I don't think the connection pieces were great on some of them. And then a couple of the little, you get the little top caps of the columns to sort of hold all the walls together. A couple of those took ages to actually take off afterwards. So they're just on too tight. So I need to shave or file down around the edges of those, I think, so they can come on and off a bit easier, especially when there's paint on everything. But yeah, game-wise, it was very good. Rules, so you're using the Arcs of Omen 9th Ed book and the missions from there. There's a PDF update for mustering, plus there's a PDF update for the kind of 10th Ed rules. But weirdly, it's not a complete set of rules. It's here's the things that have changed. So I think I was doing it correct. So you're sort of flipping between the actual rule book that's got the 9th Ed rules and then the PDF, which has a couple of changes for the 10th Ed rules. So there were some oddities in there because in 9th edition, you have actions. In 10th edition, they basically say, here's some pseudo actions. And I can't tell if the opening of the doorways was meant to be an action or not. which is quite a fundamental thing, because it's either something you just do at the end of a movement phase or it's an action that you do at the end of a movement phase. Wasn't very clear. So I'd much rather they just produce like a PDF rule set of here is the 10th edition rules in its entirety. And I don't think that's what it currently is. So I'd like to see that improved. But the games were good fun. They were probably a bit quicker than your normal games. Probably not as quick as they should be for what is only 500-point games. And you spend a few turns just literally moving around, opening doors. And I feel like that takes quite a bit of time to do. So you need to, I think, position your army in a way where you've got two units supporting each other to like move and then open the door, and then the other one can like move through, and then next turn you like swap around and stuff like that. Things like Overwatch I really like, and you know, I think when we reviewed the 9th edition stuff, we were like, this is the best way of playing 9th edition, is like this streamlined rule set. And I think some of these rules would have done well to potentially being just mechanics in 10th edition in general. So like Overwatch is a bit like Overwatch in Space Hulk. It's like you say, this model's on Overwatch, and when you move and I see you, I can shoot in your turn. But I don't get to shoot in my turn. That's like the trade-off. So stuff like that I really liked, rather than it just being a stratagem that you do whenever you want. And yeah, did 2 games. It was good fun. Won one and then lost one. So it was all worked out in the wash.
Nice, man. That's the thing with boarding actions. I was always sort of surprised. Oh, not surprised because it's Games Workshop, right? But it was that thing when it, like, obviously less than 6 months ago, they were pushing boarding actions. Boarding actions, everybody, get your boarding actions here. And it was like, okay, cool, this sounds fun. And then they're like, yeah, you can still play it in 10th. Like, all right, cool, that sounds good. And then, again, it's just weird. People do still play it. I mean, I was down at the local games club the other day, and some people were playing boarding actions, and I was like, oh my god, nice. Boarding actions in the wild, can't believe it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's cool, man. I like it as a system. I'd love to play some of it properly.
Oh yeah,
obviously,
well, I think we should do. So now I've got most of it built, if not, it's not painted. I think there's a couple of the expansion stuff that I could still build for set decoration. And yeah, so I sort of built it as is, and then I added a few bits on.
We should play it with Age of Sigma.
Age of Sigma? Don't you mean Horus Heresy?
No, Age of Sigma.
What, Age of Sigma boarding actions?
Yeah, but you just say dungeon action.
Oh, right. Oh, well, in which case, I would suggest actually what you do is you get the Curse City box set out, and then it's much more of like a themed dungeon.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Well, I mean, spoilers for the campaign, Dan. There is in one of the very last missions. It's technically a Warcry mission, where you use the city tiles you use the tiles from Curse City, and it's meant to represent the dungeon underneath the castle, the citadel that's being invaded. And I was like, I reckon we could just convert this to AOS for like a sort of mini skirmish type game. So hopefully we'll get around to that when we get to do a bit more of a campaign, basically.
I love that, mate. Sounds good. Last thing, let's talk about it quickly. Games Workshop have a new website, warhammer.com.
Oh, yes.
I don't really want to get too in-depth with this because it's sort of... I think it's universally understood by all of us now, or at least I believe so. It's not very good, right? Like, it's not as good as what they had. And it's fraught with weird things. Like, I'm looking right now at the Gut Rippers for Gloomspike Gits, right? And you look at it and you go, all right, there's the picture of the unit. And then it's just got a bunch of servo skulls. Because obviously that's where the 3D images, the rotating images...
Yeah, the 360-degree images, aren't supported on the new website, so you get servo skulls. So it's a bit odd.
But then the servo skulls cache in a weird way. So once you encounter a servo skull, at least on Chrome... you then can't see any other images because everything loads as a servo skull.
Oh, I've not had that problem.
You have to refresh the page to then start to see. Like, there's just a lot of like quality of life changes that have only actually made it worse. Like, I understand, right? Like, top line, Forge World, which isn't a thing anymore by all accounts, Forge World's gone basically.
It used. I think the Forge World has been rebranded Specialist Game Studio, at least internally, because that isn't something that we see. And they were the people that was Forge World and produced the Forge World miniatures. They're still the people doing Horus Heresy, and mostly Necromunda, and stuff like that, and Blood Bowl. The Forge World brand I think has just disappeared now. It's now 15 plus age rating on the new, not even Games Workshop website, Warhammer website. And I think we saw this generally removing of the brand of Games Workshop. I think Games Workshop have always had an issue of, mum and pups going into a Games Workshop store expecting to buy generic board games or computer games because it's got the word games and workshop in it. Whereas now that's why a lot of the stores are being rebranded Warhammer. Pretty much all the publications have the Warhammer logo on it, and maybe at the back, not on the spine anymore, it will have the Games Workshop logo. So I think Games Workshop as an entity will only exist on the stock exchange, like as a name for the kind of corporate HQ company. The front-facing part of the companies now Warhammer, and that's for everything. I guess including Middle-earth, which is the oddity, because pretty much everything is Warhammer, right? With the exception of Middle-earth, because that's not a Warhammer setting, but it's still produced by Warhammer. So everything's now Warhammer. So yeah, Games Workshop and Forge World are now combined, which is great as an experience. If you want to buy Forge World stuff, you can now get it shipped alongside your Games Workshop product, so you can combine an order rather than having to do two separate orders. You can have your Forge World stuff now shipped for free to a Warhammer store. That's a massive thing. So, that as a function is amazing and should be praised by Games Workshop. They've obviously tried it out in a few variety of ways. I remember quite a long time ago, I think it was a Horus Heresy Tribune or Medicae model. They did a couple that were available from Games Workshop as a trial, like these Forge World minis. And then more recently, you've been able to buy some Forge World minis for a very limited release time on the old Games Workshop website. And now obviously it's just all in one. So it's been a slow rollout, and it's kind of good, I think, overall. But yes, the design of the current website just isn't particularly great.
It's weird to even pinpoint the specific stuff. It just doesn't sit as well on the page, and it's not as fun to navigate. And
I think the old website had quirks, and the tick box thing didn't always work very well. But once you got the hang of it, it was great, and you can actually tick multiple factions if you want to compare stuff. So you could look at several different, say, Space Marine chapters all at once. Now that's not possible. You've got to kind of dive into individual chapters one at a time. From the very outset, I keep getting the language option pop up, and
that doesn't seem to go away.
So you can click on the UK location as much as you want. It doesn't close the box. You actually have to select your language and then hit the close button, which is in the top right hand corner, and that's the only way to get rid of it. So that in itself is woefully badly done. Once again, I'll say this. Go on. Sorry.
And I was only going to say as well, and every time I load the page, it
keeps coming back. Yeah, it constantly asks you for your language, and then when you are sort of presented with this first homepage, it's very much like a homepage aimed at parents or someone new to the hobby, because it's what is Warhammer? Some cool videos of some very cool looking people that have clearly never played Warhammer before. Stuff like that. It's all interesting, but it's not a shop. And actually, you can't easily even find from that page the products. You've got to go through several clicks. You go through either what setting are you in, and then what factions, and then maybe you'll get to it. But there's just the little word shop in the top left-hand corner, I think. And that is basically the menu for everything. And that in itself is a bit odd because it's like you click on Warhammer 40k and you don't go to a generic Warhammer 40k homepage. You just get all the, you get like a new submenu with all the different factions. And you have to click on Warhammer 40k a second time to then actually go to the Warhammer 40k homepage. So there's just some odd bits in that, stuff like that. And the other one I found quite odd is if you go to Astra Militarum, all the Death Korps of Krieg Forge World minis aren't there at all. They're technically their own sub-faction within Armies of the Imperium. So the only way to see Krieg is either to search for the word Krieg in the search bar, or you go to the Armies of the Imperium faction. So when you click on Armies of Imperium, I think you have to click it again to get all of them. And then under the filter section, is there now suddenly a checkbox for Death Korps of Krieg alongside Astra Militarum? And then you can finally see it. It's like someone's thought, how can we tank the Krieg Forge World line by hiding it as much as possible on the new website? They have perfectly done that. If they want to sell Krieg, they've done a terrible job at making it discoverable at all on the website.
You Krieg players, and your conspiracies.
Oh, I don't think it's even a conspiracy. I think I don't even want to be as mean to say it's incompetent. I just feel like it's either a very poorly integrated, like white label system where they've just sort of bought a templated website and tried to make it work with their products, and that doesn't work very efficiently, or they just haven't had the time to properly develop this website, which is most likely the case, that they've sort of rushed it out because there are some really glaring, obvious bugs. It's been optimized for mobile, but still not perfectly optimized. There's lots of times where there's lots of overly, lots of white space. If I was looking at it on my big desktop monitor, absolutely huge monitor. I don't want to brag, it's quite big. And all you can see on it is about 6 products because the products scale with the size of the screen. So it takes up so much space. Whereas on the normal website, you'd probably see loads. Things like you scroll to the bottom and it doesn't infinitely load with more products. You have to just click more each time. And it doesn't give you the option to like show all like you had on the old website. So some of the functionality for some people might be better, but a lot of the time it's just arguably worse than the previous website. Things like wish lists aren't in there anymore, and that they've said that that's coming down the line. So, I think from a, shareholder perspective on a managerial level, like saying we're going to have an all singing, all dancing brand new website that looks great. It's going to look like the 40k app. It's going to be great. It's going to integrate Forge World and Games Workshop together. All of that sounds really good. It also seems like they were just given like 6 months to get it done. And that is...
If that...
Yeah, I mean, who knows? There's some... Yeah, I'm sure... I hope it gets better over time. I hope it gets, a lot of dedicated support for it. I really miss the 360-degree photos. Like, I use those aggressively. I use them tons as like painting references when I'm trying to work out, what, particular, pouch on the back of some model might look like. Or when I was painting up my Contemptors, I used the 360s quite a lot on the Forge World website to work out how they painted particular panels and stuff. So I could, color match it basically to how I wanted to do my scheme. And to not have that is actually kind of upsetting because it's just such a shame because that was such a cool feature of the Games Workshop website. No one else really ever did that.
Yeah, it's a regressive step for sure. And I think it's a shame because ultimately I agree with you. I think a lot of people use the 3D or the 360 views. I freely admit, or rather assert, that I'm sure producing those 360, photography was a pain in the bottom.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I
sure
imagine
getting that
it was
done for everything was
difficult to do. Probably, didn't always work on the website because I had problems, especially on mobile, trying to pinch
mobile
when it was mobile.
Great.
It never really worked. So they've just sort of gone, let's remove it. But it's odd that they've kept the placeholders in there. So it feels like they've sort of ported over the content, but they haven't gone through and cluttered it out to remove it, or it's functionality that's coming down the line, which is why those servo skulls are still there. Maybe that just seems odd. And the fact that you see those servo skulls means, okay, either just remove them for the time being temporarily, or just remove them permanently. Like, we shouldn't be seeing that. And it's just such a poor look from such a big company to have effectively either placeholders or dead images that don't belong on the website anymore.
Yeah. It's just a sort of, I mean, again, this is like the BCP, not BCP, but although BCP is relevant, but like, it's like the Battlescribe sort of versus Warhammer app situation where like Battlescribe isn't necessarily a great app in and of itself, but you're used to it and you're used to how it works, so you would kind of accommodate for that. Same is true of the Games Workshop website. It wasn't perfect, but it worked and you kind of understood it and you got used to how it looked, etc. And seeing this new like design, I just think, just from a design perspective for me, I'm just not loving it. I just think it's one of those, it's a weird layout and it's fine. I mean, it's a website at the end of the day. See how it evolves over time. But yeah, just visually, maybe it's just through familiarity, but I just preferred the old one in terms of the visuals and the layouts and so on.
I think it's quite easy to just hate change for the sake of it. And it's, everyone's always resistant to when something changes. And, maybe in a few months' time, it will grow on us and we'll start to love it, or they'll make enough improvements that we go, okay, this is actually, really good. If there was some great features on it that didn't exist in the previous one, I could sort of forgive it more. So, for example, if 360-degree photos didn't exist in the last one, but we had it now, that would be like, oh, wow, look what this website can do. It can do all this extra stuff. We talked about it yesterday because Garfield was like, oh, where can I find the build instructions for the new Mark III Marines? And I was like, wouldn't it be great if they had a download option on every model to show you the, PDF to, the build instructions? That would be awesome as like a quality of life feature. But obviously there's no reason for them to do it because it ultimately is probably supporting people reselling models from the, big box sets and stuff like that. Or, people might have lost it. Or people want to see the instructions for conversion ideas and stuff before they go about buying those models. Likewise, I think that's one of the reasons why I think the 3D models are really good, because you don't get a sense of how a model looks truly in the flat 2D image. So stuff like that would have been really nice to have, but it just feels like it's a slightly different version of what we already had with slightly less functionality, like minus the 360-degree images. And it's got a sort of fancy marketing front page, which is probably annoying to everyone but someone brand new to the hobby.
Yeah, again, it's sort of like, and even like as a website, right? Like I understand they've incorporated a bunch of multimedia stuff in there. They've got video players, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of, all right, I guess, but like, doesn't even really look at like sort of like the bleeding edge of like what website technology is. I mean, obviously, like, sort of like salesy websites like the ones Apple deploy for like new iPhones and things. I mean, those are ridiculously premium. Right, insanely high end. But it's clear that they've kind of taken some kind of like design cues from those kind of web portals, stores, etc. But they just sort of implemented it in a kind of weird way. It's almost like the artwork and the imagery that they're using on the site isn't even really built for it. It's like, layouts and stuff of like the creative, it's all very kind of like, we've gotten. Like, again, if they'd like refreshed assets, and it's really weird because I'm trying to work out, given the fact that the 360 images or the rotating images aren't there, but it's like they've ported them across. So it's obviously used some kind of scraping or like algorithmic kind of process of pulling all the old assets into this new location. And again, that kind of automation always has some issues from a kind of design aesthetics perspective because it will always impact how things work. And again, obviously Games Workshop has such a massive library of product So when that stuff kind of comes across, it just all gets a bit kind of mushed up. And I think that's the thing. I think maybe 2 months from now, when they've done more optimization on it and they've made it better and they've integrated more, campaigns into it and been more kind of, once they've done more with it, I'm sure it'll get to a place where it starts to feel better. But right now it just sort of feels like, But whatever, it's a website at the end of the day. I buy all my stuff off of Element Games most of the time anyway. So, or in physical stores. So, who cares, right? At the end of the day, if it does a good job of getting parents to buy Space Marines quicker for little Timmy, then good for them.
That's true. It's like we might not be the target audience for.
We're not anymore.
And that's fine. It's if the newer generation do prefer that website, then you could say it's great and it's done a good job. I suspect that might not be 100% the case, but it also gives you another interesting point of view of maybe the reason why the Horus Heresy range has been culled from 40k is actually because when they knew this website merger was going to happen, they don't want the Horus Heresy stuff to be listed on the 40k pages and the Horus Heresy pages. So they have gone, we want to keep these settings separate. So these products are visually separate and not really replicated on the website where we're selling stuff. In a way, I can see that does make sense, but from a trying to sell models, it actually is a bit crazy because you could just say, if you're a 40k player, why wouldn't you want to buy a Spartan tank? If someone wants to, let them. And now they've sort of gone back and not done that. Weirdly, the Solar Auxilia tank, the Stormhammer, was at one point, I think in 8th edition, a Astra Militarum 40k vehicle, and then I think in 9th edition they said no, it's not anymore. And now in I can't remember in 10th if it is. I don't think it is, but on the website it says it is now. So if you go to 40k Astra Militarum, you see the Stormhammer there, where it wasn't before. So I don't know if that's going to be updated and reflecting the rules. It might be already. But yeah, I think that was definitely an oddity that they've thrown in there. So they have, yo-yoed a little bit on what belongs in Horus Heresy and what belongs in the 40k camp.
Indeed. Right. That'll probably do, I reckon, mate. Episode 167 in the bag, wouldn't you say?
Fantastic.
Amazing. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's called New Song.